is brown. She is brown. And they are brown.
We are brown!
This is the brownest city in all of Europe. Welcome to Lolcows!
I fucking can't stand these people. They're the worst.
Agreed.
Sorry to hear about that. Sorry to hear that, Alan. Yes, just like I said, quick intro. How's everyone doing?
Doing great.
That's good.
Still sick.
Oh, that sucks. That's bad.
Apparently, it's a 4-week thing.
Oh,
That's bad.
Yeah, that is bad.
and I guess indeed. All right. Hey, Daisy, how you doing? All right, let's start. Well, the Pope died this week.
I guess that's
good. Off to a flying start. Yes, the Pope,
Celebrate.
Pope Francis is gone. We don't know who will replace him. We will find out, I think, in the earliest, another week and a bit, because they don't hold the conclave for 15 days until after the Pope dies. So basically what happens is all the cardinals under the age of 80 get together and sit down in a room that is locked, has no recording devices, no listening devices, and they're not allowed to leave until they pick the Pope. So they all
Do they have side chambers?
I honestly don't know if the room has side chambers. I know it has like toilets and stuff.
Oh, that's what I meant. Like they got toilets and facilities and stuff, so they can just keep going.
Yeah, they've got like the only people in there are the cardinals. There's I think 2 security people, and 2 media people. I guess if someone wants to do PowerPoint or something. Mm-hmm. Like IT guys, couple of IT nerds.
Here's my PowerPoint as to why I should be part.
To run the projector. No, they should have to do it in Latin, just in honor of being in the Vatican.
Can you imagine, like cardinals just rocking up? Yeah, I'm your IT guy. Like, only cardinals are allowed in.
Who knew JD would be the MAGA Grim Reaper? Yes, that's right. JD Vance. JD Vance murdered the Pope.
When did this happen?
So this happened on day after. So they had the Easter Sunday services, and then the following day he was gone. So
he died after the day Jesus was resurrected.
That's right. Yeah.
They literally shook JD's hand, and then a few
Jesus came back and said, "You're in my seat." No, not really, but yes, this is funny. Yes. So to finish explaining the conclave. So yeah, they vote. You need 2/3 of the voting cardinals, which, like I said, is everybody under the age of 80. So if you're over the age of 80, you can't be selected as Pope, and you don't get to vote for Pope. There are front runners.
Say that again.
If you're over the age of 80, if you're a cardinal and you're 80 years old or older,
you've aged out.
You cannot be Pope, and you cannot vote for the Pope. You have aged out. You can be there, but you don't count.
Can we have that for our elections as well?
Yeah. So, you would think Congress should probably do something similar to that.
Well, I'm thinking like 65, 70.
Yeah,
probably.
A lot lower.
The age of retirement should be across
whatever the
board.
retirement age is. It should be.
If they can do it for us, they should do it for the politicians and the clergy and all that too.
Yeah. So anyway, this is this is funny.
What the fuck?
So yes, these are the. This goes to the front runners. So these
People
this
you've never
is,
heard of and will never hear of again.
Yes, people you have never heard of, and one of them at least you will have heard of again. You'll be hearing for the next 20 years at least.
But not under
Luis
their
Antonio
original name.
Tagale from the Philippines. He's the current betting favorite. Actually, I should check on Sportsbet and see what.
I thought the Blacks was going to be in favorite.
Well, he's
Or is it because there's two Blacks.
Do they age out at 80? Or
no, you can stay Pope at 80.
okay, you just can't become or vote after.
You just
that
can't
point.
vote. Like it's the Cardinals. The Cardinals that are above the age of 80 can't be Pope and can't vote for Pope.
Gotcha. Okay.
Actually, I may be wrong on the can't be Pope. Maybe they can be Pope. They just can't vote.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm just on Sportsbet. I'm trying to see if they've got where's the weird section. Specials? No. Horse racing, harness racing. Maybe it's under horse racing.
Under horse racing.
Esports.
Is there a politics?
Falcons versus. Well, there's an Australian federal election, but there's no
Racing.
papal election section.
Who are you punting to win the election?
Tipping and gaming.
Tipping and games. No, that's just tips.
No.
So what are we searching for the odds on?
We're looking for the most updated odds for the Pope. Updated papal odds.
Yeah, well, there's a search bar there. You just type in Pope.
Oh yeah, sports book review.
Oh.
New Pope betting odds. Pietro Parolin leads favourites, plus our AI prediction. If you're in the US, you can make market predictions on the Pope via Cashy's next Pope market.
Mm-hmm. That's what they were. This is what they were
But I'm
using
a
for.
US resident. I totally am.
My PO box is in Florida or something.
Or California, they're next to each other.
No, I commit to the bit. My phone number is in Dayton, Ohio. My PO box would be in Dayton, Ohio.
True.
Mine gets redirected.
Pietro Palin. Okay, so the latest odds has. So this guy was the 3-1 favorite the other day. Clearly, he's fallen out. He's an advocate for inclusion and evangelization. So, no, thank you. Evangelization, yes. Inclusion, no.
Just become a Protestant if you want to do all that stuff.
Inclusion.
Yeah, just become. It's like
I'm fine with evangelization. That's what Catholics do. Congregation for the Evangelization of Peoples, and was a trusted figure in France.
You're still on the sports book review.
Oh, my bad.
Yep.
Pietro Parolin. So this is an Italian guy. This would be the most bland pick. He was the Vatican Secretary of State since 2013. So he's the Hillary Clinton of
2,000 people. Yay!
Yes. There's Peter Turkson from Ghana. He is obviously, quote unquote, the black one. You know what's awesome about the papal elections? Everybody's like, "Oh, he'll be the first black one." No, he won't be. He'll be the first. He would be the first black pope in 700 years. Sorry, he'd be the first African pope in 700 years. So,
I want the black guy to win and be base as fuck.
You want him to be Thomas Sowell.
No, I want him to be Uncle Ruckus.
Pope Thomas Sowell. Peter Erdo from Hungary. He's a leading conservative candidate. A conservative from Hungary? I'm shocked. So he's a respected canon law scholar. He's been a strong advocate of traditional Catholic teaching and doctrine. He previously served as the head of the Council of European Bishops' Conference and has emphasized theological orthodoxy. So if he wins, boys, Latin Mass is coming back.
Good.
We're going to have...
Sorry, what is Rome? What's Latin?
Instead of the church service in English, it's in Latin.
Yeah. So up until 70, like it was like the Second Rome Conference. I think it was 72 or 73. Catholic Mass was always conducted in Latin. So if you wanted to understand what was being said,
you had to know the dead language.
If you're a good Catholic, you needed to understand Latin, or at least kind of have a gist.
Make Latin great again.
Italian, it was a lot easier. So Angelo Scolo, he's 82. So I was wrong about the can't become the Pope.
Just can't vote.
Can't vote for Pope. Yeah.
Well, Congress should at least implement that.
Gola is a long-standing papal contender. He was among the favorites in the 2013 conclave that ultimately elected Pope Francis. So he's not going to win. They passed him over the first time. So yes, we will find out soon. So here, Jody Van says, I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill. But I will always remember him for the below homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was quite beautiful. May God rest his soul.
So JD coughed on him.
Well,
shook his hand. He shook his hand. He forgot to wash his hands, and then he shook hands with the Pope.
The last Pope is meant to be named Peter. Well, there you go. I don't remember that, but it's entirely possible. He wanted you to stop the genocide. Fuck off. God damn these people. There was an odd choice from Channel 9 to send a what's it called?
Reporter,
correspondent.
No, I know that word. It's the fucking thing she's wearing.
Niqab, hijab.
Hijab, yes. A hijabied woman to report, literally from Rome. So I don't understand that choice, but yeah, anyway.
Just that's
because fuck Catholics.
Yeah,
she's a journalist. Like, do you have to have any sort of faith purity to report on religion?
No, but so let's just say the Catholic Church and Islam have a long history.
I'm aware of that.
Well, no, let's just
just a few crusades.
Yep.
What would be their choice? Who would be their choice to send if it was a Muslim religious leader?
They wouldn't send anybody.
Quote unquote peaceful. No, they would get a local person who is of Arab appearance to report on it. They wouldn't send a Jew in. It wouldn't be a Jew.
Be a man.
Can you imagine them sending a Jew to report on it? Yeah, they wouldn't make it back.
Frosty says, Tim, what did you think of Stan Grant during the Queen's funeral?
I think we covered. Oh, that's a long time ago. I think we covered that though. Yeah, he was being a fucking idiot, but he's also Australian.
What did he say?
So back when the Queen during
racial
the Queen's funeral, the ABC went full colonization, racial politics. Was it channel? Was it the ABC? Yeah, some Australian media, including Stan Grant, they were doing their moral grandstanding about colonization and Indigenous nonsense.
Yeah, Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead style stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. The Seeker's colonization, she deserves to die.
Isn't 10 grand a fag anyway?
Yeah, he is, pretty much. Like, she's not the only reporter, the correspondent that they said there. Because I couldn't find this clip, and this is why I'm. You
find it sus.
I don't. So obviously, that's the Vatican. I understand that, but I can't find the clip that this is from.
I don't know. That's a church.
It looks similar to the other screenshots I've seen of another reporter being reporting for Channel 9. I just can't find the original clip this is from. Was this actually after the Pope's death?
I always find it odd, the stuff that's cut off.
That's what I mean. I can't find the Chiron. I can't find the time. Like, it's clearly a 9 News correspondent at the Vatican or in Vatican City, but I can't tell when this was actually from. So I don't know if this is made up or not. Either way, like I get what you're saying. Like, it's kind of been poor taste, but
a lot of
that's just me being an atheist. I guess I don't care that much.
3 rings on like 3 fingers. That's odd.
Yeah. That is a very, very unflattering pause.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, optics matter. I can concede that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't do a lot of extra stuff that I normally do. There was terrorist attack. Oh, speaking of JD Vance, JD Vance says, Usha and I extend our condolences to the victims of the devastating terrorist attack in Thailand. He's saying this because he went to India and then there was a terrorist attack. So JD has apparently become
He's the new Zodiac killer.
A prophet of destruction. So a tourist massacre in Kashmir is escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Here's what we know. So relations between India and Pakistan are cratering. Poor choice of words. Following a deadly militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir that has sparked tit-for-tat reprisals and raised fears of another military escalation between the nuclear-armed rivals.
Yes,
Kashmir is a little bit of history. When we travel back to when the subcontinent was under the control of the Brits and was part of the empire, it was all one country, essentially, all one administrative region. So after World War II, there was the Brits needed to break it all up, and the Brits, being the Brits, they just drew some lines and said, "Musos here, Hindus here," and the Musos were put in the area called Pakistan, and the Indians were put in the area that was India, and there were other Muslims on the other side of India, so they just cut that part off and said, "This is also Pakistan." So these two countries are Pakistan, and then India's in the middle. So the
that makes sense.
East Pakistan is the country you know of today as Bangladesh, because they had an uprising because they were treated like shit by the West Pakistan or by the Pakistani leaders. There are a whole bunch of people who were caught on either side. So the Muslims who were caught on the Hindu side and the Hindus who were caught on the Muslim side. It was a fucking shit show. If you've ever watched the Miss Marvel TV show on Disney Plus, that's a very good representation of the chaos of the petition. It was basically like a day, and they said, okay, on this day the borders change, and as a result of brilliant drawing by the British, there's an area between India and Pakistan. So India and Pakistan share a border. There's an area on the border of India and Pakistan, up near the mountains, that is called Kashmir, and it's a disputed territory. India controls it, Pakistan claims it, and it is basically a fucking shit show. It's been a shit show longer than I've been alive.
That's up near China, isn't it?
No.
So that area is on, like, I'm looking at the map.
Yeah, it's up near the mountains.
Yeah, but that's the part up near the western part of China.
But not really.
That's up near the western part of China, where India borders China.
Let me pull up a map.
Jammu and Kashmir? Is that what you're talking about?
Let me pull up a map. Let me see if this map's ever going to fucking load. There we go. So here's
so zoom out.
It's
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's like it's right at the northern part of India, near Islamabad.
So here's Tibet.
Yeah.
Here's Kashmir.
But it's not.
Yeah, Tajikistan.
White.
Yeah, no, but it's near India's Chinese border.
It's part of India.
Yes. Yeah.
So and up in the mountains.
It's up in that area where India meets China, around that area.
It's a disputed area. So
yes.
But the Indians are like, no, this is ours. They're like that picture of someone drawing, and it's like, this is mine.
That'd be why the borders aren't solid on the map.
The borders are a fucking shit show. Like, look at this shit. Like, what the fuck is this?
So I put in side chat something with Probably a story.
Yeah, they're dotted because they're disputed.
Mainstream users know exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
No, the image. It's
it's in Sydney. I thought the facade looked different. Don't remember seeing these buildings here. Maybe that's why it was cut off. So that's not in. They didn't send this woman to. This is St Mary's in Sydney.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So
that's a little less tasteless.
That's less tasteless. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Nah, still bad mouth. That taste in my mouth. Sorry.
I said a little less. I didn't say it was
Muslim.
not.
A woman wearing hijab exists. RC is enraged.
RC.
I mean, Jesus is a holy man in Islam. There's no problem with it.
No, he's a prophet. See, he's a prophet. Christ. Yes. India has announced that all Pakistani citizens in India on SARC visas will have to leave the country within 48 hours due to the terrorist attacks against Hindu tourists in Kashmir by Pakistani Islamist terrorists. I didn't actually cover through what happened. So yada yada. All but one of 26. So Pakistan, after a cross-border militant attack, killed at least 40 Indian paramilitary personnel in parts of Kashmir. All but one of the 26 tourists massacred in the attack on Tuesday were Indian citizens. New Delhi swiftly pointed the finger at Pakistan. Downgraded ties and suspended its participation in a crucial water treaty. This is the one that's like the Indus Water Agreement. So it's called the Indus Water Treaty from 1960. It was brokered by the World Bank. Boo! But it allocates waters across the 6 rivers of the Indus Basin. So India controls the eastern rivers and with unrestricted use. Pakistan has primary rights over the western rivers. But India can use them for non-consumptive purposes like hydropower. So if India starts blocking water from all rivers, Pakistan will be hit by a water crisis and its economy will be in serious trouble as 70% of Pakistan's water needs are covered by these rivers. So all the rivers flow through India. So India can just stop them if they wanted to.
Maybe we should stop attacking people.
They have also expelled Indian diplomats, suspending all visas. Pakistan says it's expelling Indian diplomats and suspending all visas to Indians. So they're shutting their borders. They're cancelling cooperation with treaties. It's going to kick off. So
yes.
Prime Minister Modi on Thursday vowed to pursue the attackers to quote the ends of the earth or maintain it, while the UN has called on the neighbours to exercise maximum restraint, because that's what the UN does. Government opened fire on sightseers in a popular travel destination in the mountainous destination of Palgam in Indian-administered Kashmir. At least 25 Indian citizens and one Nepali national were killed in the massacre, which unfolded in a valley only accessible by foot or on horseback. Eyewitnesses described the scene of horror as gunmen opened fire on tourists from close range. It was a pretty fucking clear attack on tourists. Like, Jesus, they're lucky it wasn't fucking Americans. Trump would have turned it into fucking glass already.
Yep.
So yeah, this gives you an idea of the fucking shit show that is Kashmir. So that's retarded. Like China controls part. Those mountain lines, that line of control with China, that's where they have an agreement to not have weapons. So the Chinese and the Indians just go at each other with batons and beat each other to death.
True blood sports.
Yeah.
They
go into valleys. Well, India says that it belongs to them. China says it belongs to them, and so they fight.
Or is it because all countries are just so overpopulated?
Rocks and water. Nobody lives there. Like some goats. This area's worth
of course, Pakistan wants it then if it's full of goats.
There's no way you can it's so high up in the mountains. You couldn't actually do anything there. Like you couldn't put people there. You were goats there. So suddenly all the Muslims are like, "Oh, did you say goats?"
Then what's the point of fighting over it if there's no the land has no use?
Because it's
Because it's our
China
land.
and India and Pakistan. China's like this is ours. India's like, no, this is ours. Pakistan is like, la 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 la. Yes. So Kashmir resistance, known as the Resistance Front. What an amazing name. Claim responsibility for the Pahalgam attacks on social media, voicing discontent at outsiders who settled in the region and caused the demographic change. All the people in America on the right are like, "Ooh, this." I start to agree with them. These guys sound like they know what they're talking about. They just don't want the foreigners in their country. TRF is a relatively new militant outfit about which little is known. That makes it glow quite a bit. The group declared its existence in 2019 through the encrypted messaging app Telegram, after claiming responsibility for a grenade attack on Indian-administered Kashmir's largest city of Srinagar. It's classified as a terrorist organization and is linked to the outlawed Islamist group Lashkar-e-Taiba, which was behind the deadly Mumbai attacks in 2008 and has a much higher profile. Aha. I don't know that. I don't know if any of you remember the Mumbai attacks in 2008.
No.
These guys,
Not really.
probably 50 or so terrorists took over hotels. They rode through the streets. Like, they took over a few buildings in Mumbai. Like, Mumbai was a fucking more of a shit show than it is normally. I think it was the Hilton was the main hotel they took.
And
There was a whole bunch of Western people who were taken hostage in there as well.
When a couple of executives, like high-end executives, executed.
I don't know if they were executed.
Because I remember the Hilton, like something happened with the Hilton, and then they had to, they decided it was a good time to start bringing in private security that were like ex-Green Berets and.
Yeah, the Indians started taking domestic security a lot more seriously after the Mumbai attacks. This was basically their 9/11. They call it 26/11. So 8 of the attacks occurred in southern Mumbai. So they carried out 10 members of Lashkar-e-Taiba, a Pakistani-based Islamist militant organization, carried out 12 shooting and bombing attacks lasting 4 days. The attacks were triggered by global condemnation. Began on Wednesday, the 26th of November, and lasted until Saturday, the 29th of November. A total of 175 people died, including 9 of the attackers, with more than 300 injured.
God damn.
I thought it was way more terrorists than that. I know. So after the Indians started taking...
Hang on, go back down. The number of participants. It said 10. Is that right?
Yeah, yep. 10 terrorists.
Only 10 terrorists.
Yeah, 9. Yeah, because they were shooting and bombing places up, and 9 of them were killed.
It was way more. But I think it must have been because there was coordinated bombing, like coordinated explosions. Yeah. So there were 13 that killed 257 people on the 12th of March. So it's not even the first time there was a mass attack in revenge for the earlier Bombay riots in which many Muslims were killed. And I'm sorry, they can't live with the Hindus. They can't live with the they can't live with the Jews. They can't live with the Europeans. They can't live with the Catholics.
And they can't
even live with themselves.
But the Jews are the problem.
Yeah, clearly.
They can't live with each other. Yes, they can't live with each other. Holy shit, yeah.
I mean, they might have a point.
It's the Jews that are the problem.
Just saying.
Yeah. And we should definitely import more of these people.
It goes down to that line from Justified. If you wake up in the morning and you meet an asshole, you met an asshole. If you meet assholes all throughout the day, maybe you're the asshole.
Yep.
No.
Yep. But what you're saying?
I disagree with that last part.
So BD's saying that all Muslims are assholes.
Yes, 100%.
And his address is
123 Fake Street, Nambour.
Oh, there you go, Costi. That's a data point. Anyway, so yes, I would also like to remind everybody that both of these shithole countries have nuclear weapons.
Yay!
So
what happens if they go to nuclear war with each other, and it just stays with those two? They just firing at each other, and okay, everyone is the assholes are puckering around the world, but no one's ready to push the button, right? And they just blow each other up, just completely annihilate each other. It's like, oh shit, what saves us doing it?
Yeah. So according to Wikipedia, they have a current stockpile of 180 warheads, and their maximum missile range is 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers. That's India.
Okay, that's enough. Enough to wipe them out.
180. I mean, how many cities are there in fucking Pakistan? So more than 180 cities?
You just pick the 180 largest ones, and then,
Yep, start from there.
And according to Wikipedia, Pakistan has 170. So I guess India wins. And their maximum missile range is 2,750 kilometers.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay, yeah, they're not
winning. They only care about having their missiles get into India. They don't care about them going
getting anywhere else.
So, yes. So that I think that's where if there's going to be nuclear war anywhere, it's going to start on the subcontinent. So, which is not great for us. So, but I wonder if anybody's done any analysis of what 320 nuclear detonations on the subcontinent would do.
Well, they'd probably be targeting each other's nuclear war heads.
Well, they'd target their strategic locations, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose not all of them would be the warheads.
Well, Pakistan will go going after the cities.
I know the Pentagon has a plan to go into Pakistan and seize them all. They keep ever since the Pakistan has I keep saying Pakistan like I'm
Pakistan
what's his name? What was the South African cricket commentator?
Tony Greig.
Tony Greig. I'm calling it Pakistan like I'm Tony Greig. No, but during shortly after they got nuclear weapons, they actually when Pakistan and India had a moment of really heightened tension, looked like they were going to go to war. Pakistan gave their generals in the field nuclear weapon authorization.
Holy shit. Holy shit. That is fucking retarded as hell.
Yes, that is fucking retarded. And I think that was that was the point where the Americans went,
wait, really?
Yeah, so we're going to need a plan. We're going to need a plan.
Sorry, who gave them that? Was that Pakistan?
Pakistan gave their generals on the field.
Their generals field authorization to use nuclear weapons. So,
oh my god!
All it would have taken was one general to give the order.
One pissed off general who stubbed his toe too many times.
Yes, who just saw one Pajit too many and was just like, "No, this is enough."
Well, Grok has given me an answer. The average IQ of Pakistan is estimated to be around 80 to 84.
Oh shit! That is literal retardation levels. How?
Yeah.
Clinical retardation levels.
Almost.
I think that's like 60.
No, I'm
I think
sure
60,
it's like
60 is like, terrible. 80
80 was like, oh, maybe that's the
80 is pretty bad.
80 is the line.
Yeah, 80's on the
80's where they're going to get 80's where they're going to have trouble with the breakfast question.
Yeah.
What would the impact be to the globe of a nuclear war between Pakistan and India limited to the subcontinent? Let's see what Grok has to say. A regular war. 20 to 50 million immediate deaths from blasts, heat, and radiation. Millions more would die from injuries, burns, and acute radiation syndrome within weeks. Delhi, Mumbai, Karachi, Lahore would be obliterated.
Wiping half, a third of the world's population out in one hit.
Radioactive fallout would contaminate water, soil, and air, rendering large areas uninhabitable for decades. Agricultural collapse lead to immediate famine. A limited nuclear exchange could inject 5 to 16 million tons of soot into the stratosphere, reducing sunlight by 10 to 20% for years. Whoa! We found our solution to global warming, boys.
Oh, there we go.
Global temperatures could drop by 1 to 2 degrees, with some regions seeing larger declines, disrupting agriculture. Crop yields for staples like wheat and rice and maize could fall 10 to 20% globally for 5 to 10 years, risking famine in vulnerable regions. India and Pakistan are key players in global trade, textiles, IT, pharmaceuticals. Their collapse would disrupt supply chains. Global markets would face shocks with potential recessions due to reduced trade and investor panic. Tens of millions could flee the subcontinent, overwhelming neighboring countries. For example, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Iran, straining the global humanitarian system. Geopolitical instability, regional power vacuums could embolden extremist groups, destabilizing Central and South Asia. US, China, Russia might intervene, risking escalation or proxy conflict. I have doubts around that. Radioactive fallout could spread via wind and water, affecting neighboring countries. Long-term cancer rates would rise globally due to dispersed radionuclides. The mitigating factors. The extent of global climate impact depends on the number of detonations and urban targeting. More fires equals more soot.
Well,
international aid could mitigate some humanitarian fallout, but capacity will be strained. Global response might limit further escalation. Studies like Toon et al. 2007 and Roebuck et al. 2007 model regional nuclear war scenarios estimating climate and agricultural impacts. Goddamn. So yes, this could be bad. So
not for us.
No, I think we're close enough for it to affect us.
Generate a picture of Trump.
Slight pains. Yeah, fine. We're inconvenienced a little.
With World War III. Stabby says, what I'm hearing is we need a Thanos snap and pack India. Net positive. God damn. Net positive. No, because you know what would happen? Costy.
Yeah, Telstra go out of business.
You'd never get a fucking spam call again. Spam industry annihilated.
Oh, sweet. Nuke it.
It's called a rebalancing patch. Yes. So this is actually pretty good rendering of the two of them. That's
except the flag's fucked up.
It's a pretty good likeness, yeah. Don't worry about the background. Yeah, so something to be
better.
Another thing to be concerned about. You think this Trump's better?
Yeah.
A bit more svelte.
That Trump with the other Modi.
Ants are still fucked up.
Yeah.
Because he looks like he's looking at him. And the other one where it looks like Trump's looking like to someone next to Modi. But yeah. His fingers look like penises. Like Jesus Christ.
No, we're gonna get banned now. So yes, that's what you have to worry about now. A thermonuclear war, not triggered by Russia, but triggered by no. I mean, no, because it would just mean a billion fucking Indians moving to Australia.
No, millions, because the majority of them will be nuked.
No, 30 to 50 million.
Yeah, that's not billion.
Not a majority of them.
No, he's saying only 30 to 50 million would be dead.
Yeah, instantaneously.
Yeah, but the rest would have radiation poisoning.
There would be a lot of that, yeah. So no one wins.
No.
Mick Kenny says, I just want to point out Neil deGrasse Tyson said modern nukes don't create fallout and they're safe to be around, other than the really hot air. What the fuck? That's not a thing. No, so So what create? Oh, fuck, Neil deGrasse Tyson man needs to stick with astrophysics.
Yes.
What creates fallout is a ground detonation. That's what creates fallout. Yes, if you have an airburst.
First.
Yes, you will have less fallout. You won't have no fallout.
It'll be just localized.
You still have high energy particles. You still have high energy alpha, beta, and gamma particles shooting off in all directions. And the area is irradiated, and then the wind comes along, and that's it.
And moves it somewhere else.
Yep.
So, I wonder if it has anything to do with this. The World Economic Forum announces governance transition. It's apparently Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab. He's stepping down as he enters his 88th year. The man is 88 years old. So, yeah.
How many Jews did he sell out?
No, you're thinking of the other one.
Soros.
Soros.
He probably sold out Jews too.
Soros. What do we do next? Do we talk about Ricaya? Yeah, let's talk about Ricaya. Let's talk about some funny stuff to cheer us up. So we're not talking about the end of the world as we know.
Cheer you up. I'm already in a good mood.
Thinking about.
So he's like, what? India versus Pakistan nuclear exchange sounds great.
I'm thinking of what's his name? PPP screaming, "Let's go!"
Let's go! I can't do a PPP.
So okay, can you explain again the ceiling cats?
You need the ceiling cats explained.
So
yeah, just real quick.
When Nick was on the when Nick was on the coke, he was always looking up at the ceiling in each direction. And Josh made a joke that that what is he looking at? Like what is he like? He pointed like what is he looking at? Is he looking at like ceiling cats or something? And then Josh got the ceiling cat thing, and it's become a whole thing.
So where did ceiling cats come from?
That's an older meme.
Ceiling cat's an old meme.
So it's just a picture of a cat. So the good ceiling cat's the original ceiling cat.
Yeah.
Allow me to just put it in private chat.
Allow me to send
you. Got to know your meme.
Know your meme.
That's where I was going to.
Yep,
exactly. Yay. That's the one I posted.
So this is ceiling cat watching you masturbate. Is the
yes. it's an older code, but it checks out.
It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out.
Yes.
Ceiling cat is watching you masturbate. The original photograph of the image is still unknown. Several people have claimed to know its origin. Encyclopedia Dramatica states that the cat belongs to a Wikipedia user named Sam Guana, but this claim has not been confirmed. Something Awful poster Quadrex complained that they were friends with the cat's owner, posting a similar photo of the cat from a different angle. He's also said the cat in the photo passed away in 2010. Aww. Keep masturbating in the meanwhile. Ceiling cat is papercraft now. Yes, you can get a papercraft design that you can stick on your ceiling, so you too can have a ceiling cat.
Okay. All right, so it's an old meme that Josh Moon.
It's an old meme. Yes.
Joked about, and then okay.
Wall cat theory. This is a floor the cat is standing on. This is a skirting board. This changes everything.
Yes.
It's a cat that lives on the ceiling. So yes, it's become a meme. So now we all get to enjoy it. I'm trying to find a video, which is always hard on Alyssa's channel because I'm never quite sure how far I need to go back.
It's like you have to use the search function.
There it is.
Well, isn't that the one?
That the one
you watched the other week where she blurred out the token on?
The what?
Right there, second from the bottom, second in from the left. Isn't that the one where she blurred out?
Divinity says your educated sentencing. Yeah, that's what you watched last week. Yeah,
No, I'm looking for a specific one from Meme Copium. Meme Copium was had a chat with Drex, Now, Drex wasn't on the stream. He was just recounting what Drex told him, and I thought it was hilarious.
Okay.
Oh, regarding the Ricada situation.
Regarding Kayla and Kayla's friend and their time in college.
Oh.
I think it might be gone. There it is.
Yeah, Drex is tall. I talked to him recently, actually. He told me that Kayla and another cheerleader wanted to see his dick in college. So,
oh look, we have ceiling catception. We have ceiling catception. So,
there you go. Fatty Catty will enjoy that one. They literally Kayla and I think it was Patty or some stupid name like. They were in the underwear parties, and they were like, "Oi, get your cock out, mate." They literally said that to him. There were some other things that we talked about too, which are very interesting. But I'm waiting for something before I mention that. These hoes ain't loyal. He said that quite a few times when I was talking to him. Actually, one other thing I asked him was like, "So what does Kayla do in the house?" And he was like, "That's the question. What does she do?"
That's not good.
So yeah,
that's not good at all.
Okay, that's all. That's all there was to that.
Just to that one, yeah.
Okay.
I just thought it was funny. Let's see. I don't want to do the Keno stuff because that just gets dragged out so fucking long.
It was an hour and 41 minutes.
Say what you will about those guys, but fucking hell, they can drag shit out. So fucking long.
Yep.
Matthew Perry's lived the party life for 2 years. Marching powder, high-end alcohol, and ladies of the night. Finished rehab last year. 200K down. Don't miss the drugs, but I missed the life. Okay, that's something that people probably don't get. The drugs and alcohol are easy to not do. Drugs are really easy to not do because drugs are expensive, they're hard to get, and they're risky. So it's pretty easy to not do them. Like I'm not trying to downplay addiction. I know like opiate addiction is a real thing that's really fucking terrifying.
Pretty easy to do when you don't eat or drink.
When I was in treatment, the guys who are addicted to meth, like they talked about an inability to go to the store because they knew where the meth dealer was at every store. So they would have to have people go with them around town, or they'd just compulsively buy meth. They'd steal, they get in fights to try and get this drug. Like that is a level of dependency that I don't understand. I'm not trying to downplay that. That exists. But things like Coke is very, very different from those things. One, it's really like, I guess it's expensive.
He guesses it's expensive, yeah.
Clearly, if you had to sell your house or your second house.
No, but see, I thought that was already on the market.
No?
I think it was... No, remember he was selling that so we could finance the dungeon.
No, he was going to pay for the dungeon with like the debt money.
I thought we... Oh, no, that's why he remortgaged.
That's why he mortgaged lag.
Like he tried to get buy it.
That might be right, Baldo. Like, because if I remember, the mortgage wasn't that old on the second house.
Yeah, it was like around the time he started talking about the dungeon.
Yeah, and it would jive that he got the mortgage on it, and then
I've got all this money, and I can't make
waste the money and the debt money, and then was like, fuck.
Yeah,
fuck. Mickey says, I think he got the mortgage. He was trying to use the money from debt before YouTube sent it. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Is kind of the way it's looked at, but it's not. But it is. How do I explain it? Coke is a budget destroyer because it's not expensive. You can buy like an 8-ball of cocaine, which is a several days of pretty heavy use for one person for like $200. But see, if you can afford that, and if you have $400, you'll buy 2. If you have $600, you'll buy 3, because like you could do a lot of cocaine without dying. It's really weird how it works. And so it's a budget destroyer in that if it's available and you have the means to buy it, you will buy and do more because you just kind of can. And its effect is so short that people just, they get the effect. They start to come down, then they do more, and then they do more, and then they do more. It's weird because it's like both not expensive, but it is. But it's only as expensive as you can afford. When you can't...
This is literally like a crackhead explaining something to you. Like it doesn't make... It's expensive, but it's not.
It's as expensive as you can afford.
Yeah.
Huh?
His brain's fried.
I think what he's trying to say is that you'll get addicted to it and you'll spend as much as you can afford, which is bullshit because there are homeless people who can meet their heroin and crack addictions.
Yeah, but they have to do that by stealing. Rackets never had to stoop to stealing. So
That we know of. He stole someone's wife.
Well played, sir.
Very nice. Well played.
To be fair, it was more of a trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't have his wife anymore. And Nick does.
Needed it. I think that was a fair trade.
Yeah, I think Aaron's glad to get rid of that.
Aaron's happier that he.
Yeah.
Do more. It's weird because it's like both not expensive, but it is. But it's only as expensive as you can afford. When you can't afford anymore, it's just gone. And when it's gone, like you're not sucking dick for coke. Well, I mean, chicks do it all the time, but like people suck dick for drugs, I guess.
Yeah, you did.
But
yeah, you say that like you haven't done that before.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he has a point. That happens in Hollywood.
Trying to get a consistent supply of cocaine.
Meat Candy says, guys, here's the explanation. It's not expensive because you can only buy what you can afford. And if you can afford more, you'll buy more. But if you can't afford more, you won't buy more. So it's cheap.
Yeah, that's crackhead logic right there.
Cocaine just requires it requires money. But like once it's there and you have access to it, like you buy up to your means, I guess is the way to describe it. And so that's what makes it expensive because you can just kind of keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. But once it's gone, it's just gone and you don't have it anymore. If you don't have access to it, it's not, in my opinion, there's very short come down. It's like maybe 12 hours to a day of feeling like garbage. And then you wake up and then you're fine. And then you're like, okay, well, I don't have that anymore. And you're just done. And you don't really I don't know. I never felt like I needed it. It's just fun. So you just do it. But anyway, it's not the drugs and the alcohol. That's not the problem. It's all the stuff that you're doing while you're doing the drugs and the alcohol gets, here's the chemical thing that happens. Both alcohol and cocaine are dopamine releases and like dopamine floods in your brain. And so everything that you do while doing them is awesome. It's great. It's funny because like you feel like you can do anything, but you really don't do that much. But your brain is processing everything with its reward system. So everything's cool. So you really start.
Kenny says, guys, if the coke is gone, it's just gone. You don't have to do it. It's all good because you don't have it anymore. So you don't need it because if you needed it, you would get more and not be done.
Damn it, me Candy. I hate how fucking logic and not logic it is that you're saying.
It's crackhead logic.
I know.
So
really quick,
the life associated with
ask
it.
Brave, can you OD on cocaine? Ask Brave, can you OD on cocaine? And one of the lines is, to prevent a cocaine overdose, it is recommended to avoid using the drug altogether. That's like Nick logic. If you don't want to OD on it, just don't take it.
There you go. I want to ask Brock now. Yes, you can overdose on cocaine. An overdose occurs when someone takes enough of the drug to cause a toxic effect. Rapid heartbeat or high blood pressure. This is why I don't do. I have never done cocaine. I've never done cocaine. I've never had a desire to do cocaine. Actually, no, that's not true. I've wanted to try it, but I've gone nah. I feel like that's one of the things where I do a line and my heart explodes. Also, I don't need to be more anxious, paranoid, or agitated. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah, your heart would explode right before any of the effects kicked in. So you'd feel like shit because you just snorted some powder up your nose. And then
God, it hurts.
Like, fuck.
Just play the meme somewhere where someone puts Nick's face over that guy walking in circles talking about nose candy. Robin Williams does a bit in one of his specials talking about cocaine use because he should know he had a problem. Because he was freebasing, and he says they call it freebasing. They should call it home basing because it's not free. It costs you your house.
The music, dancing, clubbing, whatever it is that you're doing with those heavy dopamine releases becomes associated with those things. And that's the part that gets kind of taken away, is that lifestyle. But that lifestyle is coded in your head chemically as amazing. It's not that amazing. Like some things, sex is always great. Like it's engineered to be great. But it's like coded in your head with this drug thing. So like that lifestyle of I guess
is that Nick's audio going to
sexual behavior becomes like something.
Yes.
Stem is sped up, isn't he?
Am I?
Were you watching that sped up?
No.
Nah, pretty sure that's Nick.
That sounds like the audio is
sex
going
is
in
always
and out.
great. Like it's
that is Nick.
It's
sorry.
Engineered to be great.
Yeah.
But it gets like coded in your head with this drug thing. So like that lifestyle of I guess this sexual behavior becomes like something that becomes that's the addiction, in my opinion. Not like just like that. You get addicted to going out and just being around people, especially if you're doing like Molly, right? Because you just fucking love everybody around you. Everything is great. Like you just want to be out and talk to people and stuff. And that gets coded. Molly's a different thing, a serotonin dump, but like it's the same thing. It's a reward system of your brain saying you love this and you want this. And Molly specifically reduces oxytocin, which makes you feel like you love everyone around you.
You know why? Literally. You know why he? I can tell you why he had his issue. It's because he thinks he's smart enough not to have the issue.
That makes sense.
Well, he keeps telling everyone that he doesn't get addicted. He's not addicted to drugs, and he's not
like,
addicted to alcohol.
I understand. It's oxytocin. Like it doesn't do this, like this, and this, like that. And it's like, dude, like that doesn't. Just because you understand how it works does not make you immune from its effects. It's like propaganda. Just because you understand how propaganda works doesn't mean you can't be affected by propaganda. In fact, most of the people who are affected by propaganda think they can't be affected by propaganda.
Yeah, and that's exactly where Nick was. I can't get addicted.
That's Nick with the drugs. I've got it under control. The same with the drink. I got it under control.
Anytime I want.
I would be curious. I would be curious to know how sick he was when he had to stop drinking.
How bad he got?
Yeah, because you become physiologically reliant on the drink, and we watched him day in day out drink 6, 7, 8 glasses 15. Of scotch in some place, and some nights 15. Like some nights he would get shit faced.
Some nights he'd finish an entire bottle and start a new one and get halfway through it. It's like, really?
So
Ooh,
I think
buddy.
there was a photo of all the bottles he went through, and it's like, dude, what are you doing, man?
On his sticky carpet.
Yeah, on his sticky carpet. Yeah. I don't want to know why it's sticky.
No, that was sticky before Emma got there.
Whenever,
April.
like I always like, I'm gonna have to fucking cut this out of the show. So if you're watching later, you catch up crew. If you're watching later, just look up Robin Williams cocaine.
We'll leave a link in the description for it.
Yeah.
How much was Nick spending on snacks every week?
Well, he
What
was
was the
buying an
number?
8-ball.
3,000.
Oh
Is-
yes, $30,000 a month on snacks.
No, it wasn't 30,000, was it?
Yeah, quote snacks.
Maybe,
Like, it
maybe
was-
it was like
it-
5,000 a
She'd
month
come,
on
she'd come
snacks.
like the chick.
Yeah,
that was
something
back
like
and
But
he'd
that was
have-
when they had the nanny,
Yeah.
who they're trying to smear now. He's talking about like, oh, he's hearing all these terrible stories about the nanny now.
That's
like-
$36,000 a year on snacks.
Isn't-
Do you really think that he's? Yeah. Well, that was
Isn't April the
interesting.
nanny? Quote
Yes,
unquote.
now, yeah. Well, no, there's
Not
there's
really.
There's story
No,
about that too.
she's living with her parents, isn't she?
No,
Oh,
she's not.
Oh,
well, she was.
we got an update to
No,
that.
that's what I thought too. But the farm's delivered.
Oh,
There is someone in Spicer who tails Nick. I'm almost certain of it.
It's not Kay, is it?
I don't think so. I don't think she
Kay?
lives in Spicer. Kay's the
Court
one who
reporter.
talks to Will Heron. Something weird happened there with Will Heron too. Like he's become a Baldo washer.
Yeah, I
don't
think
know who
someone.
any of
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
someone. I think a professional.
Someone. I think
someone
you
in
got a
his
shower. I
profession
think
said,
you got
"Hey."
some fucking shower texts. So
Yeah. Someone in his profession said, "Hey, don't do this shit. If you want to work
that's
in
the
media,
part
step away
that
from the bulldog."
you miss or that I miss is like it's the associated activities. And that's the stuff where it's like, I know if I go out to a club now or go out to a bar now, I could go out to them sober, but I would not be having the fun that my brain thinks it should have. And that reward system's killed. That's the thing. I get it entirely. I miss the life. Yeah. You miss all of those activities you were doing with the substances. The substances are like, whatever, who cares?
so then go do the activities without the substance.
but he won't because those activities were only fun because of the substances.
Oh, so it's the substance that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like I said, he thinks he can't be an addict, therefore he is not an addict. Like he understands it, therefore he has beaten it. But that's not
it
how
doesn't
that
work.
works. That isn't how that works at all.
It just opens yourself up to that addiction.
Yes.
Yeah, because you've closed yourself off to any of the indicators that point towards the addiction. Like, oh, that's not pointing to addiction. It's fine.
Oh, Daisy.
Daisy?
Robin Williams was fucking wild. I grew
So,
up
so that one's-
watching.
Yeah, that one's
That was
Robert.
like
That
80s.
one's him at the Met.
Yeah.
He's done a couple of stand-up specials that are fan-fucking-tastic.
Oh.
Like I really miss him. Like he was a very funny guy.
I never understood that as a kid because obviously I grew up in the 80s and 90s watching him
When
in
he was
family
doing his
movies, right?
movies,
Like as the genie
yeah.
and Mrs. Doubtfire and stuff. And
I miss Robin Williams like I miss Bill Hicks. Like I
I
miss
didn't
Bill
watch a lot of
Hicks.
Bill Hicks.
Yeah,
well
I can't
before my
remember
time.
too much of Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks was a lot spicier than Robin Williams. So I always
Yes.
remember his bit on the Rodney King beating that ends up the Officer Coon, Officer Nigger Hater, and Officer Keep Doggy Down. To this day, like when I run into someone, like when I'm explaining someone to my wife, and I want to explain to my wife how audacious they are, I'll like put my hands like I'm holding a wheelbarrow in front of me, and then I'll walk around, and she knows that I mean like they've got balls so big they have to carry them in a wheelbarrow because it's from Bill Hicks.
Oh,
He talks about the cops having to have such big balls. Officer Big Balls is here to testify, and he's like the wheelbarrow. Excuse me. So it's very funny. there's plenty of comics who are gone. That Mitch Hedberg as well. It's a fucking great comic. So the sad clown is real.
What was going on Friday, which is my sentencing day? That's yesterday. Holy shit! It feels like a week ago already.
That's the drugs.
So here's what happened. Back in January, I had agreed to plead guilty to third-degree possession of a controlled substance. Now in Minnesota, what that means is that
above the desk.
For my purposes, it is possession of more than 10 grams.
You will notice he's not wearing his blue ring anymore, and he's also not wearing his other ring on his other hand, his cock ring.
Less than 25 grams of a mixture containing various controlled substances. In this case, in particular, cocaine. Now, what I actually possessed,
the ring that he's wearing, isn't that the one that he got from his kids? That was a meteorite. That's the meteorite ring.
I think so.
Yeah,
that's his replacement.
I can't be sure. I know he replaced the blue one because I know he left his original winning ring on like a basin at a truck stop.
But
and the blue one was he was washing his hands like on a road trip.
Yeah, after blowing a dude.
Oh yeah, he was blowing a dude. Yeah. And then he got the blue one, which was like a silicone one, and it's like that's weird. Yeah, the blue ring was extra ridiculous, and then a black one appeared that he wore on his other hand.
That's the cock ring.
That was the cock ring. That was like that was April's ring, the ring he wore for April. And now they've both disappeared, and he's got this one. So,
okay,
you see, he's been faithful all along, right?
Cocaine,
he was just
Molly,
pretending.
ketamine.
Yeah, they agreed, so it's fine. That's what faithful means.
Is he still wearing that bracelet?
Like faithfully executing the office of husband. That's what it actually means.
Is he still wearing the bracelet?
I don't think I see any other jewelry.
And the police treated it as a single mixture. It wasn't mixed up. It's kind of a misnomer, but they combined all of the powdered substances effectively, and came up with a gross.
Oh no, he is wearing a bracelet.
Initially weighed it.
Okay.
The weight was 26 point something grams. However, that included.
Okay, no, the cats are us. The cats are us.
Is he trying to say it wasn't all cocaine?
So that you know you're in the Ricada zone.
Yeah. Is he trying to say, oh, it wasn't actually all cocaine? So
he is. He's saying, oh, well, look, it wasn't actually cocaine. It was actually cocaine, ketamine, and Molly.
Oh, so that makes it better.
Yeah, and that makes it better.
Well, it would
also, apparently, the little baggies that they're in, they weigh 1 gram.
Bullshit.
That's exactly right. They don't weigh one gram. They weigh 0.02 of a gram. Like they don't.
Yeah.
Like fucking. It's such a fucking cope. Every string is a cope now.
Hang on,
because
I'll be back.
Are you gonna go weigh stuff?
Yeah,
you weighed it in the field.
So instead of hitting him with 3 or 4 third-degree counts, they hit him with 1 second-degree count. I know he pleaded. Yeah. I know he pled it down, but they just combined it into 1 second-degree charge.
Well, if they split it up, they would have charged him with like 2 second degrees and a third degree.
Yeah.
For the purposes of making a charge,
he had felony level controlled substances.
Also, he had he was charged the line is 25 grams.
Yeah.
Or 24 grams. He had just over the line.
Yeah, and the cops didn't say it was all coke. Like they acknowledged that some of this was ketamine, some of it was coke. Like it was documented what was broken down. Like this is It's just Nick being.
Just to be fair, he may not have had felony level coke, but why didn't that get litigated?
He did have felony level coke.
No, that's what he's saying. He didn't have felony level coke because it wasn't over the 26 gram mark.
No, gentlemen, he has been charged with a felony.
Yeah, no. Third degree.
He's pled guilty to a felony.
Yeah, third degree is still a felony.
Third degree is a felony. Yeah.
Yeah. Just 10 grams.
Anything that carries a jail term of longer than 1 year and 1 day.
Yeah.
is a felony.
He pled it down to third degree, which is 10 grams. So assuming it was 10 grams of coke, which
10 grams or more, yeah.
Yeah, 10 grams or more is still a third degree felony. Yeah, it's like it's still absolutely felony level coke alone, plus the ketamine, plus whatever else. Like,
yeah.
Because if they take it out of the package, they've compromised the evidence, and then it's not very useful, right? So they weigh it in the field, and they include the packaging. So these are in
it's not
little
just
gem bags
coke, Eric.
about this
Yeah,
big.
multiple
Some
controlled
people,
substances.
I guess, call them dime bags. Maybe is that the word?
Let me check with April. Is that the word?
I never did much marijuana, so who knows? But these little gem bags is what they're called. If like
this is the reason for the ceiling cats. The looking over, like, what are you looking at? Who are you looking at?
I don't know. Is there a kid
April
coming through the door?
hobby store, and each one of those weighs like
you
1 to
definitely
2
want your
grams.
kid around when you're explaining how.
No, he's making sure. He's probably making sure that because his kids used to come in the
he's
studio.
checking with April whether it's a dime bag. Because she would know, of course.
Yeah, that would make sense too. Yeah.
So if
We
you
could fit more than a
have,
dime worth of weed in them.
and there were 3 of those baggies, because you have a baggie of cocaine, baggie of Molly, and a baggie of ketamine, and then there was what's called a cutoff bag, which is where they take like a Ziploc and they slice off the zipper part of it, and that had the bulk of the cocaine that I had. Now, people talk about how much it was. It's really
if he has to do the 5 years. So there's every likelihood if he makes it a year without any fucking hiccups, they'll call it they'll expunge it. They'll discharge the conviction.
The probation. Wait, so this is the end of it is potential discharge of conviction.
If he makes the 5 year, like if he makes it to the end of his probation, it will not be on his record anymore.
Yeah.
Also, we get his
he will not be a felon.
Firearms license and all that stuff back.
He will not be a felon.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end of it.
Okay, well that's
if he successfully completes the 5 years, which could end up being a year.
Yeah.
So if he's an extra good boy, and his PO is like super happy with him, he could be discharged from his probation early.
What's the bet that his PO is actually watching his streams?
If I'm his PO, I absolutely would. I'd be just subscribe to Alyssa Clips and just check the employees.
No, you'd pay what's his lawyers, Montegraff's lawyers like a couple $100 to summarize it.
He's already doing his streams anyway. So
I would be sub to Elb, and I would be on the farms paying attention to the thread. I'd be having the internet do my work for me.
You got to remember though, if you
sit down. Yeah,
you don't have one person you're taking care of parole of. You usually have like 20
it's a lot of cases. Yeah. Oh, you're rich, then. Wow.
Ivy Fourth says Nick Ricada. Yes, thank you, man. That's very generous.
I'm sorry. This is not
that much. 19 grams is about the size of a ping pong ball, something like that.
What?
That's
huge.
That seems.
Hang on. He said
that seems like a lot of coke.
Ping pong ball. That is a fuck ton of coke. Ping pong balls.
Does he think an 8-ball of coke is literally the size of an 8-ball?
And if he's paying $200 for that, that's fucking dirt cheap. That's dirt fucking cheap. $200 for a ping pong ball size of coke. Jesus Christ! You could resell that shit and make thousands. Fuck.
Right.
Wow.
Okay.
It's like he has no idea what he's talking about.
What does 8 grams of cocaine look like?
So, drug-forums.com.
So Grok is telling me 8 grams of cocaine is roughly the size of a small sugar cube or a teaspoon of powder.
Yeah, okay. So that's definitely not a fucking ping pong ball. Holy
shit. Ping pong ball is closer to like fucking what? 80 grams.
Okay. Common units found 1.75 grams, but really 1.5. A tina, slang for 1/16 of an ounce. 28 grams is an ounce. So 16th should be so 3.5 grams is an 8-ball.
Because it's an eighth of 28 grams, isn't it?
Eighth of an ounce,
yeah.
Eighth of an ounce. Half ounces and ounces. Fucking nuts, man.
Yeah.
3 sugar cubes of size.
Hang on.
3 cubes of sugar size, maybe. Actual tinas. Maybe there's a visualization. So is this visualized?
Okay, a ping pong ball. Ping pong ball is 3.35 cubic centimeters.
Infographic. This is in countries. Oh, hey, if I suddenly drop offline, there's like thunderstorms here, and my UPS has gone out already once today. It doesn't turn off my computer because my computer's not on the UPS, but the UPS just connected to the router, which means the internet will drop for about 5 minutes.
Okay.
So,
well, StreamYard should
RC can
let us still be on for what 45 minutes was it? I think.
Well, RC's here, so it'll stay on forever.
Oh, okay.
Just trying to find a visualization of the amount of cocaine.
As in images or just description?
Cocaine sizes visualized. I want images. I want to be able to visualize. Okay, what does an 8-ball of coke look like? That's a fucking YouTube video. Okay, so here we go. So an 8-ball of coke is 3.5 grams, which fits in one of these little baggies.
I don't want to see that compared to a...
No, I'd say, maybe.
That's pretty big. By volume, that's probably that would probably be the size of a ping pong ball.
But is that 2 centimeters wide, or is that?
Yeah, how small is the baggie? Like this is
that baggie looks tiny as shit to me. There you go, 25 grams right there.
Where?
25.
Oh, that's crack.
It's crack cocaine.
Cocaine.
Close enough.
Yeah, but that's cut. Like that's cut with stuff.
Oh, okay.
Addiction recovery blog.
Yeah, the baggie.
Why don't people just have pictures of the drugs they buy? God damn it. That's probably more like it. That's an afternoon for Nick's nose.
Tony Montana.
Anyway.
Hang on.
A lot and not a lot at the same time. Guys, the reason is pretty simple.
It didn't work.
It's a pain in the ass to get drugs, so you just buy in bulk. It's just it's funny that the way drug charges work out is because they do it by weight. This is I'm not sure of the better practical way to do this. But drug possession charges are illogical from a liberty perspective, because it is, if I took an entire ounce of cocaine and did all of it and the cops show up, there's no cocaine. There's no charge.
What about if you gave it to your kid? Still no charge? Or?
Yes. No.
Stabby says we'll see what it looks like when the photo evidence comes out. I don't think it will. I don't think we're seeing anything. I've got a distinct feeling that he's fucking done something. Cut some sort of fucking deal.
There you go.
Maybe.
This all he does. This is what gives him meaning in life.
Private chat.
I would have thought it'd be his kids. But yeah, I don't know anymore. Let's see.
It's not the most professional, but these are like compared to a penny or whatever that is.
Blogspot. There's a website I've not gone to in a long time.
Actually, just describe it, but like Grok says, roughly it's about the size of a sugar cube.
Okay, so if this is an 8-ball,
yeah. So that's what's in those.
I can understand him saying, "Oh, it's like a ping pong ball."
Well, I don't because
you see we're all big cocaine users over here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see it, but
I can't afford cocaine.
It is drug.
I can't afford weed.
Yeah. Does 8 ounces?
You can be high as a motherfucker in most states. Not every state. In most states, you can be high as a motherfucker as long as you're not driving or engaging in some sort of disorderly conduct. You can do, and you could live through an ounce of cocaine, I guess, if you could try it. And you do
exactly, Eric. That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
that was my thing too. Like, if he could have immediately just said, "Yep, look," because they've got you dead to rights. You know this is the end result. You want to get back on fucking track as quickly as you can. Why fight it? You're not getting out of it. Like this is the arrogance.
Mm-hmm.
If he just gone and said, look, yeah, me, like these were my drugs. Like, is there a deal to be made here? I want to get this sorted quickly and get back to work.
Well, the thing is, there is actually, well, I'm not 100% sure about America, but over here, there is actually a benefit to waiting until almost the last minute to make a deal. Because if they're on the deadline of, right, okay, well, now we have to get all our information together, they'll actually go through shit and be like, oh, we can't charge for that, that's dubious, that's iffy. Okay, so we'll drop the 26 grams down to 10 plus. Okay, excellent. Then let's go from there. So I do understand why he held off. It makes sense legally to do so.
I'm gonna do my best PPP impression. Cost you with 5 memberships.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
That they can't charge you with a crime at all. If you don't do the cocaine, if you don't do it and you put it on a shelf and you have over 25 grams, you get a 2nd-degree possession charge and felony with a punishment of up to 25 years in prison.
Yes, that's what they originally charged you with.
The disparity logically between those two outcomes should render drug laws completely moot until they come up with a better structure for it.
Well, yeah, that's like saying that, possessing child porn and accessing child porn are completely different things.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not.
See, it's fine. I'm allowed to look at it because it was already made. I didn't hurt anybody. Like, no, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You go to jail too. Except in the UK and Australia.
The fact that it is illegal to have it sitting on a shelf, like you could buy that cocaine, it could sit on a shelf forever, and you can.
This completely aside, but now that you've reminded me because you've mentioned pedophiles in jail, in the UK, the paradigm there is shifting. So what the pedos are doing is they're converting to Islam, and once they convert to Islam, they're protected. So the Islamic jail gang, like the Islamic gangs, they're fine with pedos because they kind of have to be. And especially once you convert, I mean, converting simple, you just say the Shahada. There is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger, and that's it. As long as you say that with conviction, you are now Muslim. But yeah, of course, the Prophet married a 3-year-old and then waited until she was 8 before banging.
6 and 9.
No, she married. They were betrothed when she was 3. He waited until 8 or 9. So, but the Muslims will argue about that because they know it's a bad look.
Never intend to use it. That's illegal. Having it and using it immediately is illegal because you have it, but once it's gone, they can't prove that you have it. And they can't prove without some extra evidence that you ever had it in your possession.
Like a blood test.
What they could do is find out that you're...
Yeah, because it says if he has to over-explain, he's lost the narrative. Yeah. This is 27 minutes of him coping about the fucking drugs. It's like, bro, you bought the drugs. You admitted to
all of this, Nick. Oh my God.
Yeah, you're very admitted to this.
You took the fall for your wife and your mistress. Like, we know the whole story.
I'll give him props for that.
Yeah, which is and that's ages ago. What did I say? He needs to just nut up and say, "Yep, the drugs are mine. Mm-hmm. Leave my wife alone. Leave the woman who lives here alone too. And let's just move. Let's just do this. Let's get this done."
So that last stream, my arrest stream, April came into my office and was like, "You need to end the show." But I don't remember any of that. I don't. I have no recollection. I had drank so fucking much at that point. And of course, there was other stuff involved as well. But the crazy thing is, so I'll say this. I can say all of this now. I definitely did cocaine during that stream, during the long break, which I didn't know was a long break. That's how gone I already was. I did cocaine during that break. The break that I came back from, where there's some shimmery thing on my nose, I don't think I did cocaine on that break, which is kind of because I don't.
That was a long break.
I never kept cocaine here in my.
It was a long break, wasn't it?
That was the long break. It was like 45 minutes. He was gone for 45 minutes, and he came back and had shit under his nose.
Yeah, so
there was no other break.
He's completely misremembering it. Well, he doesn't remember it. He admits as much that he doesn't remember
Hey,
it.
Nick, ask the prosecution. I'm sure they'll give you a copy of the fucking stream.
Well, we know he's got a copy of the stream because he downloaded it to prove that he does that it didn't have the fucking Cogs watermark. So, like, God, like I don't remember the timeline on that video because it's been that fucking long. So I just accepted that as, oh no, he must have come back from a different break. Yes, but Sean is fat. Yes, Sean, have you heard you're fat?
Like there was another. I think he did
because I
come
didn't
back on another point, but that was the one where he came back. Like he had stepped away before, but this one was just the chair stream for 45 fucking minutes, and he came back, and there was white powder under his nose, and everyone's like, "Shit, that's cocaine."
It's like, wipe your nose, Nick.
Want to be tempted to like get down. I never kept cocaine here in my office,
right?
Because I didn't want to be tempted to like get down and just snort a line,
a rail
mid-show. Because what if you forget to turn off your camera or mic or something? That would be, you don't want to do that shit.
Yeah, but so you can stream for 45 minutes and go snort a line and forget half it on your mustache.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're away for 45 minutes, it's more than one line.
Yeah, you're still tempted to actually do the shit. And you had it in your fucking house, Nick.
Recall that he said he didn't need to do it. He just did it because he enjoyed it. But he didn't have it in his office because he didn't want to be tempted to doing it.
So he walked away for 45 minutes.
You really don't think that he got his freak on during that 45 minutes? Like, snorts a line. Oh, I'll only be a couple minutes. Pop it in. Do what he wants to.
That's the thing, though. Like,
turns out it's 45 minutes.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like,
they're not finished. Someone's like
cocaine dick. Like, you can't get
maybe.
it.
Maybe
that's why it took 45 minutes.
Stop talking about his dick. God damn it.
And then it's like, okay, shit, I've got to go back to stream. April, crawl under the desk. Finish me off. And he's just too far gone to.
What took so long is they were doing lines and April was blowing him during the 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Because he looked down and said, now, really? I remember that.
So I didn't keep it in my office at all. So I don't know. I don't know what was on my nose. And again, I definitely did cocaine that night. Make no mistake. I'm not trying to say it didn't happen. I think I got fucked by like a cookie or something with flour on, like legitimately. And I mean, I deserved it.
Yeah.
But it pisses me off because I'm like, damn, I know I didn't do coke then. Where would it have been?
It's a classic
you
clip.
ate
It's part of
through your nose.
It's just like a 3-second thing, and you're just like this.
Yeah.
This is just painful.
Oh, hey, you guys want to hear a quick, juicy detail from my legal woes?
Not really.
Legal woes. And if Robert Barnes is still in the chat, this will be fun. In the midst of our family case, because we had 2 cases going, we had a family case.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Eric makes a very good point. Don't forget he was already in rare form that night because it got news the Monty case was moving forward. Yes, they lost their appeal.
Yes.
That's right.
That's great.
So that's how,
case.
That's why ironically, that's probably why he was so fucking drunk. And if he wasn't so drunk, he might have had a bit more presence of mind
to wipe
to check himself out before he went back, or just ending the stream after being away for 45 minutes.
Sorry, guys, I'm too drunk.
Instead of having to read Anime Sucks Cope and Sneed's super chat 8 times.
What's the bet that the background is actually fake?
That's a still.
What we're saying.
That's a still.
No,
they've taken a still and
that's the
another room.
We've seen them in that. We've seen him and Lady Rackets in
there.
there.
Yeah, no, I've seen them in there before. But what's the bet that it's an actual high res image as a background image in like Discord?
He's got a really good green screen effect if that's true.
Yeah, I was about to say, Nick is not someone I think who would be able to set up a green screen effect that well.
Yeah,
it's not that difficult to set up a green screen. You just need backlight.
But this is Nick. This is Nick.
You just need to
move his hands way too much.
We know what we need, but it's Nick.
Trust me, I've done them for corporate shoots, and it's not when I don't do it. I can always tell when one of the other guys has done it.
He just has a good.
You've got to light the green screen as well.
Yeah.
And you have to light the green screen in the right way.
Evenly, and make sure there's no wrinkles and ripples.
And no shadows. You gotta have no shadows.
I understand all that. That doesn't mean that.
No,
I reckon that there's a 10% chance that that's a high risk
here.
Yeah, like Stabby says, you're giving him too much credit.
That's exactly right. Yes.
It could be done, sure, but this Nick would never do that. It's just a good bokeh effect on his camera.
Oh God. McKenny says, so one of the early ED drugs was administered to the man's urethra. Maybe April was giving him a urethral insertion instead of cocaine.
Yeah,
maybe they were sounding. Maybe Nick's a big fan of sounding.
No.
No, my
God. I'm not explaining that. You can look it up, champ.
Oh, I'll explain to you. Just
we also had my criminal case. No, I guess Lady Raggets had a criminal case too, but it was mostly going to be mine once things got to the right spot where I could negotiate away her case. In the midst of the family case, we had, we would have hearings and they would go into chambers. Now there's this weird thing where everybody gets to go into chambers except you. And that makes sense normally when it's just lawyers going into chambers. But when it's the lawyers and the county workers who are represented by the lawyers and the guardian ad litem who has their own lawyer, and everybody else gets to go in, but you feel a little disenfranchised straight out the gate. That's
exactly
because you don't get to go and hear the discussion with the judge.
That's exactly what it is.
Only the lawyers should be in chambers with the judge. The guardian ad litem and the county workers should not, because they're represented parties. If they're unrepresented, then sure, maybe they could be in there. But if I can't go in, the other parties shouldn't be able to, in my opinion, go in. That's why we have representation. So this comes secondhand from my lawyer. But as we were arguing over returning the children in the middle of the case, the county, while asserting that they wanted to continue keeping the children out of my home, gave a reason that was, we just don't really like what he says online.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's fucked up.
If true.
If that is true, that it's fucked up.
Now, the great thing about that is there's nothing you can do about it. And
so, yes, if true.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that has been negative towards you that you are willing to try and patch things with? I know you and Sean have gone for the throat, but I don't see him as disingenuous as the others. Well, let me just say he is. Though obviously I only know so much.
He says without evidence.
I'm for it anymore. I don't. I used to do that. DUI guy apologized to me and explained the misunderstanding. And he asked if we could bury the hatchet. And I said, of course. Misunderstandings occur. Misunderstandings are not malicious.
But there is no misunderstanding, Nick.
Some people were absolutely malicious towards me at my worst time when I had really
like
only
Ralph,
kind and forthcoming with my time and with my with access to my show. And
no, fuck you, sir. Fuck you.
What she said.
And all that stuff to them, and never really asked any of them for anything. But they were not just critical; they were actually malicious, and I don't have time for that.
Where is the actual malice? Like he's just saying this stuff. Like
he's not under oath, right?
It would appear that the only people Nick forgives are the people who Baldo wash.
Well, yeah, that's what narcissists do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, look at how vicious Ralph got with him.
Yeah,
talking all this shit about his wife, and then all Ralph had to do was apologize, and Hatchet was buried. Like,
yeah, like Nick will always bury. Nick doesn't care what happens to the hatchet as long as it's buried in the ground. Like he's literally said that.
Well, now he's not. Now he's saying that.
Now he's like, no, I hold grudges forever.
Like, okay.
Wait a minute. Brigade's already won.
In my life, that's one of the changes that I've definitely made. Is
no forgiveness.
You're going to get a more direct and candid approach from me, and if I used to make an effort to,
he's looking a bit red in the face,
really overlook things and give people a lot of grace. And I'll
well, that's the thing. We don't.
Oh my god!
Be anything.
Okay.
That nose is red as fuck. Maybe it's
can you imagine?
Maybe it's because he's a bit emotional, but
can you imagine if there was like a digital interlock for computers?
and he has to get on the street.
Blow clean to
oh my god,
use his computer or to like use the internet. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that has like a
beep beep.
Yay! I can stream,
and it comes up on the stream every single time it happens.
A live BAC.
Yep.
I'll give people grace in the sense that I'll forgive them, but also fuck off and get out of my way. I've got stuff to do.
No, you don't.
You want to come along for the ride? Let's fucking go. But if you want to be just an absolute bitch about stuff, these people waited until they thought I wasn't coming back. Motherfuckers, have you watched?
Who here thought he wasn't coming back? Nobody thought he wasn't
literally
coming back.
No one thought you were going to jail. Literally nobody.
Yeah, no one thought you were getting jail time. No one thought you weren't coming back.
Yeah.
Like my advice was to fucking sort it out and come back as quick as possible. My advice was to come back immediately and just don't talk about it. Move on, business as usual. And cover it when
jump
you
back into trials. Like Karen Reed Part 2 trial.
Like right now, yeah. Fucking hell. Like, Jesus Christ. I thought he was getting jail time because I thought he'd fucked up. Yeah, people were waiting for him to come back. Yeah. That's exactly right. Like, I may still be right. Yeah, well.
Actually, I'm stubborn. I'm obstinate. And if you think I'm not coming back, that's the most likely outcome then that I will come back because I'm an asshole like that. So they thought they could strike while the iron was hot. For some dumb reason, I have no idea. I literally cannot figure it out. Most of these people I considered friends, and
you don't
yet
have friends.
Yeah, he said before, like, just people I know on the internet. Like, fucking Christ.
And it had plenty of good times with, and many of them, like if there was something.
I wish he would stop being a little bitch about it and just say the who. Like, say who it is. Like, obviously it's Sean. Like, Sean is the like most gravest of grave transgressors against Lord Ricada.
Yeah, but
for some reason.
I know why he's not saying it. It's because he said his name so many times when he's bitching him out about another man. That's what happened. He said it so many times when he was bitching him out about Josh Moon that he's like, okay, I've had my quota of Sean's for the next 3 years. So we can't say it anymore because it's, you know, when you say a word over and over and over again and it becomes like unreal, like, what does that even mean?
It's not
That's what's happened to him. He said Sean so many goddamn times that it's just become an unreal thing for him.
Yeah, Nicky, he's a fucking pussy, man. Like, if you've got a problem with someone, just say it. Like, just say it. Just fucking say it.
Yeah, to my face.
I did like that he gave me this clip.
Also, a lot of his takes are just retarded. I used to think it was funny. Now it's kind of sad.
So I can never tell if he's talking about himself anymore. But...
So an interesting statistic, interesting numbers. His return stream has currently got 59,000 views, and his stream after that has only got 20,000 views.
Yeah. Oh, we'll go.
He's only
for the numbers.
He's only pulling in like as far as live watches go, he's only pulling in like twice, a little bit more than twice what Sean is.
Well, so, that fucking grifty faggot was like, oh my god, look, his first stream back has 2,000 people, no, 3,000 people watching it. He's back, baby. So, really?
Sure. Nothing. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Like that kind of shit on like YouTube statistics, you got to give it at least a week.
Yeah. Like if you're away for a while, like Rackets, and everybody's expecting you'll come back, then yeah, you're gonna get a lot of fucking people watching your first episode back to see what happens. Everybody turns their head to fucking look at a car wreck. So yes, Grifty is a fucking tool. So
thing that was said negatively would apologize, and I'd say, you know, no big deal. Like I don't mind like if people were critical of me or even like had an insult here and there, and so they would apologize, and I'd say no big deal. Who cares? It's silly. Always was willing to kind of let things go, and I still am on that stuff. But no, the people who were absolute shitbags to me at my lowest time, when I could have used friends and support, not people to like do anything, not to like sell a story, or because them selling a story wouldn't have helped me. That's not something that would have tangibly benefited me. But them spreading actual lies about me and doing so in a malicious manner, yeah, fuck that. That doesn't not help me. That actively hurt me, and hurt me with audience members and stuff like that. And I'm not sure what their motivation was, but fuck them. No, I've no sympathy for them and no desire to patch anything up with anybody. I don't
Why would
have
you
time
have
for
sympathy
people who
for
do
me,
that.
Nick?
I would never
I'm not
do
the
that
one who
to
needs
any
sympathy.
of them. So they can get fucked with something rusty.
The fuck?
YouTube troll, thank you, trolls, for supporting Nick's views and numbers. He appreciates you. Appreciation speech, please, and thank you. Look, a lot of people are pissed off and or whatever. Some of them may have some reasoning for it. Most of them don't, but it doesn't matter, does it? Like if people are mad and want to bitch at me, do it. Like I wish I had something to say, but you know, I made some shitty choices. But even if I hadn't made shitty choices and people got just pissed and needed to say whatever they need to say, who am I to stop them? Now I know during my cases and in some of the darkest times of my life, I did have a lot of people blocked, especially when they were talking about something that was not supposed to be public. And I needed to have those blocks so that I wasn't trying to respond.
Anyway, he's going to unblock everybody. Costi says, bullshit, the only person that hurt his audience members count was himself. That's exactly right. Mm-hmm. And yeah, Sean had 2 strikes against him for being fat, yeah. And the joke about shower text calls, yeah. That will persist forever, the shower texts. So he has gotten clearance to attend this thing from Melton called Hackermania.
At hackermania.com.
There's still time to get your tickets and come on.
Because he has to have permission to
Here's
leave
what
the
I've been
state.
told.
That's
I'll
right.
just tease this.
Yep.
Nick Rekieta is willing to. I guess we have to do this in a hotel room. Which makes it even more erotic. Nick Rekieta says we'll do a tell all
tasting event.
Ask Nick anything, and he will not hold back and tell everything. But it cannot be recorded, and everybody has to like drop their phones at the door and everything. And you're allowed to go out and tell anybody anything he said, but he will deny it all. But he'll tell you anything you want to know, and I think that could be really fun. Yes.
Oh fuck, that's awesome.
So maybe like Thursday night, I'm thinking like after our high roller dinner or whatever, before our Tukey's 1 a.m. White Castle shitting itself episode.
I love it.
Sounds like we need a label maker to label all the phones that everyone drops at the door.
You give everyone RFID little bags.
Yeah, no, they're not going to do that.
I think Nick's doing that in a private place to get around one party consent because that's for like in public places. So
I
just looked it up. Like
unless Nevada's a two-party consent.
Is Nevada
Nevada is one party consent.
Well, as long as you're part of the conversation.
But there's an expectation of privacy thing. Like if you're recording a talk in a place where someone has a good reason to expect privacy.
Yeah, but if I'm in a room with 40 other people
in a hotel,
I have no expectation of privacy.
Yeah, I'm not saying if he's right about this. I was just looking up the consent rules while they were talking there.
The easiest solution is have two phones.
Yeah.
You have the phone that is recording, and then
the phone you put in the bag,
and the phone you put in the bag, or the phone you put on the bench, or in the bin or whatever the fuck they have.
I ain't putting my phone in a bin like a fucking keep party. That's fucking retarded.
If they draw your phone, you have to go home with them.
I'm good.
Yeah,
that guy on the top right hand corner.
Wire yourself the sound. I'd go in there wearing a wire. You're like an FBI.
They're not going to pat everyone down.
That's right. They're not going to pat anyone down.
Some of those Meta Ray-Bans, just like have so many different
the glasses with the camera.
Yeah, Meta Ray-Bans.
Ray-Ban Facebook glasses. Yeah, Facebook, take a photo. Facebook, do a secret
record audio. But that guy in the top right-hand corner seemed a little too giddy when he mentioned cum tasting. like he's been wanting to suckle it on Nick.
Third Aristocrat has a new video.
I have explanations and reasons why I made decisions, but they're not. They don't excuse what I was doing.
Did we watch this
my
last
stuff
week?
is my stuff, and I've owned it to the court. I've owned it to the public.
5 days
I have
ago.
no intention of hiding from it or running from it. I had
You're thinking of the other
bad
one.
time when my house got raided.
You're thinking of the
And that was
timeline.
because of bad decisions that I made to use a bunch of substances while being on a live stream. I actually got quite good results for what I was facing. I received 5 years of probation, which is the maximum amount that can be given out for my charge. I actually think 5 years of probation is insane. That's what happens when they sentence with the fucking hammer. The child charges were unsustainable, and so were the gun charges. People talk about how much it was. It's really, it's not that much. 19 grams is about the size of a ping pong ball. I don't inherently regret my choices. I regret.
Oh, yes. We didn't cover this, but he did like an hour on Uncivil, like just shitting on him, which I felt was uncalled for, considering how much Uncivil carried water for him at the beginning. So
yeah, but he turned on him in the end.
But Uncivil, I didn't think Uncivil turned on him. I thought he was just like, yeah, that's pretty shitty. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope it didn't happen, or let's hope that. Like I thought he was just.
Yeah. So Uncivil did something to slight Nick.
He sided against Nick. That was all he needed.
Yeah.
Appeared on a live stream with the wrong person, I would hazard.
Yeah, with Nate or Sean or someone.
Yeah.
What?
Nate. All of them. All of the above, but you know.
That's bullshit.
No, definitely Nate.
Nick has always been part of the whole I won't dictate who you hang out with crowd. Like he's always said, like, if you don't like me, that's fine, but you don't have to. Like, I'm not gonna.
Like everything he used to say, he doesn't actually.
Have you considered that he might be a hypocrite?
Yes.
Hypocrisy.
Remember, the old Nick was
What
just a
my
character.
choices produced, but I can't say I regret doing fun things when there were no consequences. This is the penance for the sin. But had it never produced the negative result, I wouldn't have been sorry. And I won't be doing it again because I don't want to go to prison. I'm not going to bullshit you. I made a lot of decisions that were really fucking fun. And I had a great time doing a lot of it. You find out that like the DARE program has completely propagandized.
Dude, I love it. I love it. Like when he moves his hands out. So good. So good. Because it was over them accusing Ricada of not paying them for their time when he said that. Said he would. Yeah, I think that is a big fucking part of it. And he's on video saying he will hook you up. He'll do something nice for you, and then he just like it's like the 5K locals gift. That's going to turn into something he's already done for the 5K local subscribers. I came back. That's your 5K locals gift. Or you get a free month. That's your 5K locals gift.
Well, are you guys gonna?
Everybody got at the start anyway.
Are you guys gonna actually apply for the locals 5K if it happens? If it happens.
No.
If it happens, I'll do it under Costy's name.
Will you apply for it?
About Kurt,
I don't want it. Whatever he's giving, I don't want it.
His biggest crime talking shit about Kurt was it wasn't funny. It was an hour of struggling to stay awake. Yeah.
Isn't that the Denny? Isn't that where the Denny?
It was. It not just that. It wasn't just not funny. It was forced laughter, and it was just mean spirited. You can insult people, and it can be funny.
Like that shit about Sean being fat in his suit. That was funny.
That was funny.
Oh yeah,
that was funny.
Sean,
yeah, that was great.
Sean, if you're there, tell me, you would admit that was funny, yeah? Like the blueberry, the blueberry thing was hilarious because that shirt looked fucking hilarious. But the stuff with Uncivil, it's that exact
malicious.
kind
it was just malicious. It wasn't even
kicking someone while they're down.
It was nasty. There's a difference.
Yeah, it wasn't intended to be funny. It was just
when you feel it. It's just being nasty. Yeah.
It was an attack, not jokes.
Yeah, it was literally
not jokes. Yeah.
Explicitly to break Kurt emotionally.
Eric says Sean rolls with the punches. Is that a fat joke? Dude, fat people.
Is that his stage name?
If he's rolling with the punch, Sean rolls with the punches. That should be Sean's podcast if he ever starts one.
Yes, rolling with the punches.
Rolling with the punches.
Like if you were fat as a kid, you 100% make fun of yourself, like because that's how you fucking survive.
Yes.
So
can confirm.
Being fat is not something that's like, oh, you're fat. Thanks, you're stupid. I can lose weight.
It's like that's the 1,000th time I've heard that. Let's come up with something original.
Yeah, why don't you come up with something original? Call me gay or something.
Yeah, you do the whole be rabbit thing. It's like, okay, I want to tell you how fat I am, and now let's tell these people something they already don't know.
Yeah.
And so you start to go, oh, okay, no, this is actually fine. I didn't want to be sober. I have to be and will. I abused substances, I guess, but I just liked them. They were fun. I know if I go out to a club now or go out to a bar now, I could go out to them sober, but I would not be having the fun that my brain thinks it should have. And that reward system's killed. The drugs and alcohol are easy to not do. Like, I had a bunch of drugs. I thought drugs were awesome. I still do.
That fucking tattoo, man. Holy shit. Garbage.
Dude, that's why people do them. Drugs are awesome. People wouldn't do them if they weren't. They're illegal. And that
still, those shoulders, man. God, those are the smallest shoulders on a man.
Legality has really fucking dangerous consequences.
Like, his hips are almost wider than his shoulders. That's how undefined they are.
The estrogen.
Do you think parole office will see these kinds of videos and be like, yeah, but you're advocating for illegal things? No, so probation office, like, no, we're not going to kick you off probation. because you're saying the wrong things.
You're going to end it early. Well, no, he's allowed to speak.
But isn't he supposed to do community service? He has to do community services stuff.
Technically, he isn't allowed. He doesn't have freedom.
No.
Like
he has conditions to this
because he is being supervised by.
Prisoners don't have a First Amendment right, and probation is a restriction on your rights.
Yep.
Yeah. So they could be like, no, you're going to do the full 5 years because you're a cunt.
You've been repeatedly on stream saying you enjoyed what you did and that you would do it again if it was legal.
Essentially not showing any remorse to your crime.
It's worse than a 90s trouble sleeve, yes.
Yeah.
Unless you're the Rock, you can't have like one of those sleeves.
Yeah, I don't like
his shoulders have to be narrow, else he wouldn't fit through the door at the same time as his ego. Doesn't he have some weird flowers tattooed on his pelvis hip? I think he does. I think he's got like a partial tramp stamp that he got. Like, and the flowers are like he and Kayla. Like, it's so fucking cringe.
Did he have a third one?
I know he's got that one on his back. The
I Will Be Us.
I Will Be Us thing that looks like it looks like a terrible sketch drawing. It looks like some album art from the 90s.
Can we go back to the days when tattoos were just for soldiers, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My daughter has a lot of tattoos. Like our youngest.
Yeah, my sister's covered because she's a tattoo artist, right? It's
my daughter's not a tattoo artist.
My mum is covered in tattoos now because my sister does them for her, and they're great.
I think I've told the story. My grandfather used to sign things. I won't tell you how he signed it, but my daughter came one day and said, "Oh, I got what Alpa signs the cards with as a tattoo," and she got his handwriting. And the tattoo artist did it like he signed her arm, and that made me cry. That made me cry. That was very sweet.
Okay, see, that makes sense. Like stuff like that means something. That
every one of her tattoos has a meaning, like has a reference to something in her life, or one of like her brother or her sister, like or a dog who passed away.
But then it comes to the point where you can't actually make them out. Like, because she's
not that covered. Like,
my family is. Like, it gets to the point where they are so covered in tattoos, like you can't actually tell from a distance.
It made her trip to Japan a bit awkward.
Well, there's that too. Right?
Japan.
What, did she get something that was like love or something, and it really means like
No, tattoos are associated with organized crime.
Yeah, the very tattoos are very stigmatized in Japan, just in general. Like, they'll think you're. Yeah, they'll think you're a gang member, basically.
Yeah, like if you go to you can't have uncovered tattoos if you go to
the onsens,
the
bars, public bars,
onsen, the hot bars.
Yeah, just culturally.
Because drugs are awesome, and the awesomeness of them outweighs the risk.
This is the thing. Like everyone knows this. Money and opportunity eliminate moral boundary.
The state said in my case, there are no victims here.
This thing, the only victim of anything I did is
the victim.
And
I put my family through.
There's no victims of
after
your
5 months
possession
drinking,
charge.
I was off restrictions.
Hit with a child
One of the
endangerment
first
charge.
things that I did, I was so excited. I had bottles of my favorite whiskey. I have been sober since early June. There was a brief period of time, November to April, I was able to partake in an alcoholic beverage. What did I do to merit the government controlling my life to this degree? When you are under the thumb of government, you are not prepared for
in the house.
They will violate the rules of evidence.
Alongside
They will violate
firearms
the
and
rules
children.
of civil procedure. They will violate the rules of juvenile procedure. So one side gets to say whatever they want, and they can lie. They can fabricate details when the state is ready to. They will lie about you.
Look at the weight difference.
If you look at the reflection, is he playing cards?
Solitaire, probably.
Like, does he have a gambling addiction as well? Like a
but it could be someone.
Addiction.
No.
Because I think what the red things in the middle
they were
is the
hungry,
YouTube.
smelly, wearing dirty clothes in public, but they didn't suffer, guys. No, that's all fake news. That's all fake news, McKenny. This didn't happen. There's no evidence that happened.
The charge got dropped. There's no evidence.
Yeah.
I don't know. They look like steel
This
toes.
is a fact.
Boots.
What I've learned is that that line that the government put in their complaint was a lie. And by the way, the state worker tried to lie to us. Maybe it's because cops lie a lot of the time. And it involves a government agent lying to the court because you're about to hear a lie from Miss Pierce. The detective, Officer Pomplin.
Detective Pomplin.
Lied.
To then have a government come in and be like, you guys must be terrible because some retards lied about you.
But I was treated with an uncharacteristic hostility from the detective. Par for the course in how this county has treated my case, which is with no regard to the actual law regarding documents. They have overtly...
I don't know if anybody noticed, but when he's moving his head around, like Third Aristocrat has the camera locked on the tip of his nose. I'll play it back.
Nice.
So you can see. But just like when the camera, like when he moves his head.
From the detective. Par for the course in how this county
it's zooming into
which
the
is with no regard to the actual They have overtly violated the law several times. Here's one drug testing.
Yes, Ricada hand noises. Yeah.
Facility in this county. Challenging results from that drug testing facility is impossible. A judge ruling against it puts every single drug case in the county in jeopardy because all of it comes with a government gun barrel pointing at that person for the entire time. Our children,
I get the argument as a fellow law, but Nick still had illicit drugs in the house with guns
by someone who was
you did the
around,
thing.
someone who was around and associated with the county government.
So
the people who made the reports,
get the fuck over it.
I know exactly who all of them are. Every single story that was reported as part of that initial report, they're all based on truth, and they're all knowing lies. Ben Farrell says, next time, hire a better nanny. Oh my God, by the way. My kids have started telling me the stories, and I'm not going to share any now, of our prior nanny. And I mean, holy shit. Because we have the officers touching my daughter's hair. I'll show you the studies as to how cocaine gets into hair. Cocaine specifically. There was
cocaine doesn't metabolize
and this is the retarded speculation that's been going on this entire time, that I am somehow disrespectful or causing some sort of trouble. Well, I gave a statement willingly because I wanted to call the cop a pussy a whole bunch. Sorry, I'm kind of an asshole.
You did cop a pussy?
Yeah. What did I do to merit the government controlling my life to this degree? There are some sad, pathetic people who can't realize their own inadequacy. And when that inadequacy manifests,
like yours, like you can't get it up
their
without
life
cocaine,
suffers consequences.
And even then,
because their inability to be introspective, their unwillingness to self-examine or accept criticism or even self-critique, they rewrite their own history. They make up stories. They come up with a timeline and a set of facts that doesn't exist to justify their own failures. No matter how many times those failures were pointed out to them in friendly ways, they just can't do it. Someone else did it to them because it certainly couldn't be their own fault.
That is devastating. That's almost
absolute
that
cinema.
Is almost as devastating as this
I
one.
built me. You can't tear it down. Only I can. And if people everywhere need to take this fucking advice, no one can destroy you but you. If you are destroyed, you did it. Either you did the thing that someone else talked about, you did whatever that someone else leaked. If you act with honesty and integrity, no matter what the leaks are, no matter what happens, someone will go, all right, but I get it.
Yeah. So very much self-snitching, Eric. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very much self-snitching. This was very good. Baldo sent me this. So yeah. I guess that current isn't up to date anymore. We need a new one.
he was fat.
So add a year to all those.
Fat.
But yeah.
That's yeah.
He gave a bunch of interviews, and that's almost never.
God.
Oops.
And people people got frustrated with me talking about my own case. If you go back and listen to me talking about my case, what you'll hear is actually very intentional and careful not to make definitive statements about what my case was, but rather to talk briefly about what the state would need to prove, potential issues with the case that might separate it from other more obvious cases. My intention with that as a public person was to leverage part of my platform and whatever voice I had left to stem the bleeding as much as possible. People can argue over the wisdom of that all they want, but I've long held that I think the legal field's a little bit behind on this from the social media front. That being said, if you go back and carefully listen to what was said in those streams, you will not hear me make definitive statements about what happened. What you will hear is me say, these are the issues that change our case from.
I mean, we literally just watched a 6-minute video of Nick making definitive statements about his case.
From a normal case where a contraband substance is found inside of a home. Contraband substance being found inside of a home makes it pretty easy to suggest that the homeowner is the owner of the substance.
And
in our case, there were 3 identifiable people other than my wife and I who had, up until very near the arrest,
3 other than his wife and him.
Yeah.
So April and Aaron.
Yeah.
Who's the other one?
The babysitter, nanny.
No, the nanny was gone before the swinging.
Long gone.
That's who they're talking about.
But he can't be because the timeline doesn't fit.
Yeah, but it's Nick.
Full access to our home. They were there frequently. They had the ability to get into the home even when it was locked. And so
Did they have the ability to get into your safe even when it was locked, Nicholas? Jesus.
Complicating factor. Does it mean that
I don't care if there's 20 people in my house right now. There isn't. But if the cops come in and get access to my safe, it's my wife. It means it belongs to my wife or myself, because nobody else can get into the safe but us.
Yeah,
that means just in our possession.
Why would you tell your Smash partner the combination to the safe?
Yeah. It's like, fucking hell. Yeah, trust him, he would never lie. I'd never lie to you.
Yeah.
Those people are responsible for owning the drugs? No. But it is something that the state would then have a more difficult time establishing if we were at trial. They have to eliminate those people because those people can create reasonable doubt. So I made statements similar to that. These are the distinctions that you have between what would on the surface be similarly situated issues. Now, the way the internet works, some people ran with that and said, Nick's accusing these other people. I never did. The judge, prosecutor, nobody ever brought up any of my online statements in specific in any court thing. They never tried to use those statements or even leverage those statements in negotiation against me. And the reason is because they were very carefully delivered and very intentionally. I know people don't believe I'm capable of doing that, but when your life and family are on the line,
Why would they have needed to? They had 2 of you dead to fucking rights.
Dead
and a third one.
Rights.
If they had taken it to trial, they would have won. This is why you pled guilty, because you knew they had you dead to rights. So his statements were fucking useless. Yeah, probably.
No, but he got to say he got to call the cop a faggot.
That's worth it, right?
You've just reminded me. I need
people can debate the wisdom.
I need to get the statement.
Of it all day. I didn't make perfect choices in my case, but I did get pretty damn good results based on what I was facing, and better results than many people thought I would. So, but a media interview has something where someone else is in control of the narrative. And Karen Reed is not a lawyer. And a murder case is not so simply distinguishable. Just like in all things, these two things are not the same thing. On my own show, when it's just me, I'm in control of what I say completely. And I can be punished for it. I can make mistakes or whatever. She's reacting to the question from an interviewer who might be surprised.
Bronco's only there to advertise his law of self-defense class. That's today, I guess. Or that was today.
Surprising her with information she doesn't know is out there, who may ask a question in a way that is designed to elicit a response that is more ambiguous than what she would normally say. We talked about this yesterday. Maybe she's exploring the concept. I hit him. I didn't know if I hit him. But now she's got a statement out there that says, I hit him, right in the interview. And they can clip that and play it. And then it's up to the defense to overcome what the jury just heard. But you don't want to be in that position if you don't have to. So it's very, very, very bad to do those interviews. It's a pending murder case. I mean, this is it.
I'm trying to find the it's not on MCRO. The transcript
of his guilty plea.
Don't drink out, drink at home. Nicholas Pope Ricada 2025. Yes, don't drink out because some people will get in a car and drive. Holy shit. I went so long in my life without watching anybody drunk drive. And then in the past year,
he clearly never looked at himself in the mirror while he was driving.
I saw, or not in the past year. I guess it was about, it would have been about December and January. December of 23 and January of 24. I saw one person drive drunk so many times. I was just so fucking confused as to why they kept doing it. And made sure to stay well away from that person's car while they were driving under the influence. It blew my mind, though. I was just like, you're just casually just driving drunk all over St. Cloud, Minnesota. What the fuck are you doing? It was really odd.
April?
No, it's fucking Aaron.
Oh, Aaron would drink and drive.
That's what he's saying. He's saying that, but I don't believe you.
Let's talk about Ricada just a little bit. Unfortunately, PvP and Andy Worski, they can make an 8-hour stream out of anything. I swear to God, because they just watch they have to pause it every 30 seconds to correct the record on the fly. I don't have that in me. I like to watch something that's 3 hours long, take a time step out of it, and then just be like, look, this is the best part of the whole fucking video, and it sums it all up. So I'm doing that again. Ricada put out a video as her.
Eric the Red says there's no way he wasn't drunk after some of those streams when he drove his kids to school. He'd stream on Twitch till 5-6 a.m. absolutely blitzed. Exactly. There's no way he didn't drive. He wasn't driving drunk, and it's just because this town is so fucking small that there's maybe 8 cops there.
His first stream back, and this first stream has set the stage for absolute catastrophic failure. Okay.
Yeah, exactly, AG.
This is the one part that I want to clip. It's a 4.5 hour long stream, but I feel like this actually summarizes everything perfectly. Ready?
What's funny, what is legitimately comical about some of the criticism, there's a bunch to legitimately criticize me for. Again, I made a bunch of bad decisions. I made some really fun decisions, but I made a bunch of bad decisions and deserve some criticism on all of it.
This is where I gave up. I stopped watching the stream after he said this because I was sick of him. But this is what really caps off his new mood. And I can best summarize this as he has not learned a single fucking thing, and he takes no accountability for his actions. If he tries to indicate otherwise, he is being facetious or duplicitous because he does not. Every single time he even comes close to admitting fault, he has to put an asterisk next to it and try to own the A-logs. Like, sure, I went off and did some goofy stuff and I had a ton of fun doing it, but now there's consequences to that. Note what he's not saying. He's not saying I f***ed up. I made bad decisions that I regret, and I do not want to do them again. I don't want to make those same mistakes again. He's saying I made some bad decisions under contemporaneous wisdom and logic, under how most people would think. But you know what? I sure did have a blast, and I learned a whole lot while doing it. And like, that's not an apology. That's not a lesson learned. And he's still smug. He's still shitting on the justice system. He's blaming. He's literally. And he messaged me, by the way, for something I'll explain in a second. And I told him to this in the message, because when he messages me, what I do is I just ignore all the bullshit and I just respond to the one thing that I actually want to address. And I drew this comparison. I remember watching a video about drug addiction.
Again, he says, I remember a stream where he was going until 4 or 5 in the morning, saying he had to drive his kids at 8 a.m. We calculated his BA at about 0.12. Based on how much he drank, and he'd still be above 0.08 by 8. He was totally blackout drunk, slurring, barely able to remember a topic, and we don't know how much he drank before stream or if he's doing other stuff at the time, since he was doing edibles too. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, you guys do 0.08. Over here, it's fucking 0.05. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but is that on the same? Is that using the same scale?
Yeah, it's 0.05 BAC, but it's blood alcohol content.
Yeah, but moles per liter type.
It's the same. It's identical scale. Yeah.
Okay, it's the same measurement.
It's exactly scale. Yeah, it's not like Americans are doing some weird thing with blood alcohol. They use
because it's not like they're using feet and inches and yards and all that
ounces
kind of
per quart.
Like,
I don't put it past them.
Ounces of alcohol per quart of blood.
Yeah, like
no, it's.
I wouldn't put it past them. You've seen
It's literal percentage. It's a percentage of blood. So 0.1 is your blood is 1% alcohol.
And I thought it was like millimoles per deciliter or some shit.
I'm pretty sure BAC is a percentage.
Yes.
BAC, blood alcohol content, is known as blood alcohol concentration. It's a measure of the amount of alcohol in a person's bloodstream, indicated for the grams of alcohol per deciliter. For example, a BAC of 0.8% means there are 0.8 grams of alcohol in every 100 milliliters of blood.
So we're both right.
Yeah.
Okay.
BAC can range from 0 sober to over 0.4, potentially fatal.
And specifically the fentanyl epidemic. And I learned that there are people that keep methadone on them at all times, so that if they see somebody dying of fentanyl, they can hit them with the methadone, which stops the processing.
Oh, Costi makes a very good point. Costi says, it's the smugness that gets me. Yes. He's very, like, the shit, like, just very shit-eating about it. Like, it's like, God.
Yeah.
Like, dude, have some fucking humility.
Mm.
Them metabolizing.
Like, I understand not agreeing with that particular law, like that drug possession shouldn't be a crime, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure they make you swear an oath to be admitted to the bar in Minnesota. The bar admission oath. And I'm pretty sure that oath says that you will obey all laws. Monthly ceremonies. Fucking hell, now I just gotta use an AI to fucking do it. When admitted, damn it. I'll hit play so you guys don't have to wait.
Of opioids, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what happened. And then it will wake them up. It will stop an overdose. So this is like a thing that exists. And I remember talking to somebody who worked in medicine about this. I'm like, what do you think about people that carry methadone? Narcan. Sorry, not methadone. Narcan. Narcan is what wakes up the sleepy fentanyl zombies. And he said that he would never carry Narcan on him. and he would never use it to save somebody's life. And I thought that's weird. Like, I understand not wanting to.
Okay, so I asked Grok, and it says the exact text of Minnesota's oath of admission is not explicitly provided in the reference source. It typically includes pledges to conduct oneself with integrity, fairness, and honesty as an attorney, uphold the laws of the Constitution of the United States and the state of Minnesota, and faithfully discharge duties of an attorney to the best of one's ability. So that middle one, I don't give a shit if you think the law is not right. You took an oath to uphold the law and the Constitution.
Yeah, but as an attorney, it could be argued that you won't break a law as an attorney, and he wasn't breaking the law as an attorney when he was doing.
But
drugs
it's not a. You don't stop being an attorney. Like you are.
No,
you're not practicing at that time, even though it's not in your actions as discharging. So you are an officer of the court, whether you are at your law practice or in the bathtub at home. You are still an officer of the court.
Yeah, so, I get that.
Comes with responsibilities.
Yeah. I still don't think he's going to lose. Did he lose his bar license?
No. It's not about losing the bar license. I'm saying he took an oath, and now he's like, well, that law shouldn't be. I broke that law. Like, he took an oath to say that he would uphold, like he would, obey the law and uphold the law, and he broke that oath. And now he's like, well, it doesn't really count because that law is shouldn't be a law, but you don't get to pick and fucking choose.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So,
not having a lot of sympathies for drug addicts. I can understand not carrying it, but like, not if you had it, why wouldn't you use it? And he said, when you wakes up a fentanyl zombie with Narcan, he gets angry with you immediately. He's close to dying because the opioids are murdering him, but it's the best high he's ever had in his entire life. He's in a world of bliss, sandwiched between two velvet blankets on the most comfortable down furnishings you could ever imagine, floating in the sky at a perfect 72 degrees with the sun kissing his skin. He's in the best mindset he could ever possibly have, even though he's on the verge of death. And
you just
if you hit him with the Narcan, he wakes up from that, and he's a homeless man in pain on the street, and he gets violent and angry with you. And while watching Rekieta talk about his experience with the justice system, I was reminded a lot of this conversation, and I'm thinking, like, the way he talks about how much fun he had and how he made some silly decisions, but oh my God, it was so fun. I'm like, you're a drug addict who's...
Again, he says they can censure, reprimand, and suspend him for violating the oath. Most states do allow felons to be barred attorneys, so even if he fucked everything up and his conviction sticks, he can do wills. Yeah, look, that wasn't my point. Like, I understand he can remain he can remain a member of the bar. That's fine. I don't give a fuck about that. But he argues that, it's not. I broke the law, but it wasn't an important law, or it shouldn't actually be a law. But that's irrelevant.
Yeah. You're saying it goes to his character.
I'm saying it goes to your character. You swore an oath to not break the law and to, represent you as an attorney, be held to a higher standard. And now that you actually are busted doing it, instead of doing I fucked up. You shouldn't, I shouldn't do this. I won't be doing this ever again. I won't be doing this until my fucking probation expires, which is essentially what he's saying. Instead, it's like, well, actually, there's technicality. Like, you shouldn't be a real law, and it doesn't make sense. Like, fuck you, man. Come on. That's
pretty scummy.
Like, you're trying to lawyer your way out of it. So, yeah,
he's not doing a very good job.
And he says, totally. He's a shitty father, shitty lawyer, shitty person. Society would be better with him behind bars because he doesn't believe he did anything wrong. Yeah, he's not. He's escaping punishment. He thinks the worst thing that they're doing to him is stopping him from drinking.
He's not doing himself any he's not doing himself any good in the court of public opinion by having these shitty takes. Like, if he had just been like, I fucked up and I'm going to take my lumps and move on. Like, stop. Like, people want to hear about it because you keep lying about it. Stop lying about it. Just stop talking about it and be like, look, fucked up. It is what it is, and move forward. Like, I think that would get a lot more I'm not saying respect, but you get a lot more people potentially willing to hear you out. Like, okay, he's accepted he fucked up, so let's move forward with this. Not, oh well, he's not accepting it, so why am I even going to bother? Like, don't.
Or just to say the story's finished and they move on to something else.
Yeah.
Buzz got killed. You're not concerned about the custody of your children. You're not concerned about what damage you did to your family or your life. You're upset that someone shook you up and got you awake and on your feet again because you killed your Buzz. And it's like, I'm like, this guy right here, he's the same exact guy that was jerking off to Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed's Fat Dragons like a year ago. He's the same exact person. Has not changed.
You know, he looks better. His skin's cleared up. That's it. That's the only difference. The only difference between high as a kite, cuckold, like piece of shit drug user Ricada is physiological. There is nothing psychological that has changed.
30 pounds.
He's not a changed man. 30 pounds. Yeah, that's the difference.
True.
So he's put some weight back on. That's the difference.
He's
I don't
had
think his
2
outlook's
chips.
changed. We're about to find out. Like, he's still doing shit. So
has not learned anything. He might be a little bit more careful moving forward, but
he's wearing makeup.
There is 0% chance. There's not a fucking chance in hell that this guy is going to make it through 5 years of probation without fucking up again. Because
Eric says Nick is incapable of hitting rock bottom and self-reflecting because even if he was thrown in jail and he's had his kids taken away, he's a victim of the state. There will always be a scapegoat. Well, no, see, Eric, he understands rock bottom. He knows rock bottom. That's why he'll never hit it. He's better than rock bottom. He knows how to avoid rock bottom and just go skate straight past it.
It can always get worse.
Yes, it's the worst day of your life so far.
His
but
mind
it did
does
get
nothing
worse.
wrong except get caught, and it's actually the system's fault that they treat people like this because he was just having a good time in his own house, and that's why I didn't bother picking out like a bunch of timestamps. I don't want to go line by line and listen to him fucking smugly
Oh fuck! Can you imagine if his PO is a Pajit?
Holy
I
shit.
really hope his PO makes him wear those drug over badges and randomly pulls them. I hope he's Indian and says, "Sir, I'm to redeem your drug badges, please."
brain about how he got away with it in his mind. It's like, because I don't have to. I don't have to epically own him line by line because watch, set your fucking clocks. You got 5 years on this shit. You can make your own determinations, but I give him maybe 2 or 3 years because there's no way he's gonna, with this mindset, there's no fucking way that he's gonna make it through 5 years. So I told him, I said, I'll be vindicated again. You haven't learned shit. And what he got upset about, by the way, was this. The Minnesota Public Records person dropped information that we didn't have, which was that someone had found that April was living in Wilmer, which is near where he lives. And it had been said publicly that April was gone. The covert.
So Wilmer is the big town near Spicer. It's where all the shops are.
Was over, that she had moved away and they were no longer together. She's like 15 minutes away from where he lives. So the chance, like, there's no way that they're not seeing each other. And because she moved out, Kayla may not know. So when he messages me asking me to delete this post and ban Minnesota Public Records for stalking as like a site violation, I think it's because he's afraid that Kayla's going to find out that he's still with her. And I said to him, he messaged me, by the way, Easter fucking Sunday. On Easter fucking Sunday, he's in Signal telling me that I have to delete this post because it's a site violation or whatever the fuck. And I'm just like, are you not with your family at church? Are you not doing anything special today? He messaged me at like noon to 1, like exactly when somebody who with a family would be at church with their family on Easter Sunday.
We're doing Easter Sunday lunch. Like, Jesus. So at 1 o'clock on Easter Sunday, Nick is trolling the farms and notices Minnesota Public Records has outed the fact that his girlfriend lives 15 minutes away and not hours away, and is like demanding it be taken down on Easter fucking Sunday.
Who's the copyright?
After after finally being free from, like, this is the first weekend with his kids where he doesn't have this thing fucking looming over him, and he's concerned about what's going on the farms, and whether his side piece is going to be exposed to his wife. Because I mean, yeah, like the scuttlebutt, like everybody was saying that oh, she's living with the parents. She's living with the parents. She's moved back in with the parents. Even Aaron was thinking, like, even Aaron said that. Like, even fucking what's her name? The OnlyFans whore, Gino's Gino's wife. Fuck, what's her name?
Starts with K.
Yeah,
Keanu,
yeah.
Keanu.
Yep.
Even Keanu was like, oh yeah, she's living with the parents again. Nope, not living with the parents.
Maybe she was, and maybe she moved back. She's like,
I got doubt. Big X to doubt.
You don't think they would have?
No, I don't think ever there. I think that was always the lie.
Okay.
So, because why would she move back to? The only thing that's in Wilmar for April is Nick.
That's what I'm saying, though. Maybe she moved so that it was like, yeah, see, I moved, and then all the scuttlebutt died down, and nothing they can do about it. And then she moved back to Wilmar.
Eric says, I picture him sitting at a huge table with family, gritting his teeth, glancing down at his phone, texting furiously. No, he had to go upstairs and have a shower so they could text. Josh.
I was dumbfounded by it, and I said something else. Not just that. He reminded. I told him the Narcan story. I called it methadone, so I was wrong. But Narcan. I told him stop cheating on your wife because I know that's why he was upset about that. He got caught again. And he said, I've never cheated on my wife. She always consented. And it's like in his head, even the fucking...
Like, again, that's... Yes, you did. Even if you...
Oh, my God.
I'm just going to take a stab and say Ricardo got married in a church. And you made a covenant in under God to be faithful. That's one of the things. Honor and obey, at the very least, depending on what your vows were. That whole honor thing, that means you don't cheat. Like fucking Christ.
Fucking polycule shit.
Oh yes, that's exactly right. He manipulated her. Consent is still cheating. It's like fucking Christ. Well, Kayla. Well, Kayla, you had an emotional affair with the guy on Star Trek. Like on the Star Trek game. So I'm going to get to have a throuple. But it's okay because you can get railed by this beanstalk who will show you actual affection for a while that you will mistake for real love and become infatuated with until the point where Nick gets all butthurt about it and calls it off. And Aaron leaves. So, no, Thermo. He didn't cheat because they don't see marriage. See marriage the traditional way. They were crossing their fingers behind their backs when they took their oaths of marriage. Yes, so that's right.
Yes, because that works.
Another win for the Toad. Nick can't have that.
Was still like justifiable. His infidelity. You know, in the Bible, he says that he's I don't think he's religious anymore, but in the Bible, it says that when two people get married, their souls join. Yeah. You literally join, you fuse souls together. And you can't like consent to being cheated on in that context. I guess you can say in the liberal...
What God has joined, let no man draw asunder. That includes the man in the relationship.
Progressive concept of consent, then sure, that's fine. But for him... he shouldn't be okay with that, but he still maintains that it was all perfectly above board and shit. And honestly, it's down to me. It's like, because at that point he hadn't streamed. I'm just like, there's no way that he's still like this, that he's still this smug asshole. You know what he did? This was the weirdest part. I was driving at the time, so I didn't respond promptly to his messages, but he sent me a message after I told him do I even have this? Might have been too long ago. Oh, I only sent him one message, so it was all one message. And they sent me 2 messages in reply. I'm not going to read them verbatim, but I then replied to that saying, "Your contempt for my good advice has already been well established, but within the next 5 years, I will be vindicated a second time. You have no credibility, and I believe nothing you say." Because he was trying to persuade me of all this other shit, like how XYZ. And I'm like, I don't believe anything that you say, bro. You have no credibility. You lied to my.
See, I find it odd that Nick, I think Nick has become very transactional. Maybe he was the whole time, but with people, and I think that's why he maintains this sort of pseudo relationship with Josh, because Josh has something that's convenient for him. Josh has influence over the farms. Like if he wanted to ban Minnesota Public Records, he could. And I think that's why he sort of maintains that, like he keeps coming back. It's like, oh well, maybe one day, like maybe he'll do what I ask. Like, come on, buddy, you're a friend, buddy. Whereas everybody else on Lawtube he doesn't give a fuck about. So, and I think I think the people who maintain their relationship with Nick are very much the same. Because if you think about the Baldo, like the people who watched the Baldo the most, not like excluding the wine mums because they want the Ricada D. I'm talking about the Viva and Barnes. Barnes, more Barnes than Viva. Viva's just goes along. But Barnes is like, well, Ricada's already won, so I have to fucking wash the Baldo because I've staked my claim. I've put my flag down on the Ricada side, so I have to ride or die. I'm stuck. What's it called? Law of self-defense. He needs the fucking advertising. He needs to be able to go on Nick's stream and advertise his law of self-defense things.
Well, actually, that those streams being dual streamed to Law of Self-Defense's YouTube channel.
Oh, there you go. Wonder what the numbers are like on his channel. Let's see.
Let's have a look.
Law of Self-Defense. 200,000 subscribers. Jeez, he's got half the numbers of Nick.
He's got his own business on the side, don't forget. So
no, but that's my thing is he goes on the Nick streams to advertise his stuff.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. He's got his own email. I still get his fucking email blasts. I've unsubscribed and I still get them.
So he does. So the trial coverage looks like he's got.
Can you bring up on
14,000 views? He's his.
So jump over to live. Day 4.
So day 4, there's 2.2 thousand views.
25 for Nick, 13 for. Oh no, that's day 4 as well. There's 2 day 4s.
Sorry, 13 for day 4.
13 and Nick's is 25. Day 3 is before.
The coverage is 7.6,
and Nick's is 21.
Yeah, so he's getting way more exposure. There's a lot of, I guess there's overlap too. Also for live streams, the view numbers are all fucked up for live streams. Like someone who dips in and then goes back in, that's two views. So it's like it doesn't do unique views properly.
Yeah.
So
and doesn't have it like
because by the time this show finishes, there's like 80 or 100 views, and I'm like, there's no way 100 unique people were not watching this show.
No.
So it's people that dip in and out. So
or people who would stay there and they go, right, you've been here 10 minutes. Okay, another 10 minutes, another 10 minutes. And there's 3 views right there.
And that's 3 views, yeah. And then there's Joe. And then there's Joe, the ultimate transactional like person. So Joe's channel
because he's a Jew.
Because out of that's exactly
Stole
right.
the words out of my mouth.
It's the Jews. No, but I mean, out of everybody on Lawtube, the person who would have the smallest channel, like the person who got the most out of the association with Ricada, was Joe.
Well, Joe only
and
just
ironically,
hit 100K, didn't he? Didn't Joe only just hit 100K?
Joe's at 100K. Like I think he's in danger of dipping below 100K.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Exactly 100,000 subscribers. Like it's like I don't know if does he still stream every day? Like, is he still on the grind? Yeah, he's still on the grind.
Yeah. He's doing Karen retrial as well.
Yeah, so he's doing the Karen retrial. But he's doing it by himself. And look, good man. Like, fucking get her down.
See, I like the whole we can all stream together but on our own channels. The problem I have with that is when YouTube turns around and goes, right, that's all duplicated content. And
YouTube won't do that.
They have done it before.
No, they only give a shit about duplicated content once you're trying to get your monetization.
Yeah, but Joe's already monetized, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so after you monetize, they don't care anymore.
After you monetize, they don't give a shit about duplicated content.
Yeah, but if your whole channel,
if someone claims your stuff, if they review your channel and it's like, oh, this is all duplicated content, then they'll have a bitch.
Yeah.
So, but that's the excuse they give to Elb all the time for refusing her monetization. That it's duplicated content, which is bullshit. Like it's not half the stuff you can't even, half the stuff on Elb's channel you cannot even find on YouTube. So explain to me how that's duplicated.
Oh, it's the other half. It's the other half just duplicated.
It's the other half. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
No, but I have seen like 80,000 subscribers, and they were dual streaming, like two different people to two different channels, and one of them got struck for duplicated content, and it was the larger content creator who got struck. So someone must have reported them.
Yeah,
and YouTube manually
the strikes. If you get struck, it's because someone reported you, unless it's something egregious. Oh, it's like a kookaburra on the fence just outside my window, just sitting there chilling. Yeah, if you get struck, it's because someone reported you. Like, if everybody gets struck for a certain clip, it's automatic. It's because they've gone, we want this clip yeeted.
Yeah, they've thrown it into the
and usually it won't be a strike. Like usually it'll just be a like the Yee clips of Yee on Alex Jones. Those are verboten.
Really?
Like you upload that, it'll just get nuked. And it's gone. Like it's gone. It'll be like, hey, we've removed this. Sorry, we know you're disappointed. We've not issued a strike, but this is verboten. So I've got a few like that. So only time I've ever gotten a strike was when I mentioned, like when we were shitting on who's the Keffels. I think my episode that's like episodes. When I gave the episodes titled, it was literally called "What the fuck is a Keffel?" Like WTF is a Keffels. And I think she just searches like her stands just search her name, and that got a strike for like harassment or something.
And then mass report.
Yeah. And that's all it takes. The system's automatic. There's no point appealing because you'll get a Pajit who has to go through 700,000 of these in a day. It just goes no, reject. So.
Face for years,
and yes, Elb does make.
I simply have zero trust that anything that you say ever is true. And he didn't reply to this, or he did, but you know what he said? He said, "You are a good person," and then he deleted this message. So I remember seeing it because it was a notification that popped up on my car's dashboard, and then if I look at it now, it says this message was deleted. So I don't know what kind of manipulation tactic that is to say you're a good person and then delete it. Like really bizarre behavior. Can only come from a brain completely scrambled like fucking eggs by drugs and alcohol. Really excited to see the next cup from this retard. We'll see. So that's that. It's a Ricada segment. Yeah, I think because I was kind of moralizing to him a bit, and I think he was like, "Oh, you're such a good person," like eye rolling sarcasm, but it's so silly. And then he deletes it. Like he doesn't even want that to be misinterpreted. Like I don't actually want him to think that he's a good person, or maybe he doesn't want me to think that he's salty or some shit. It's just like I don't know what he wants. The social dude right over my head. I'm just like a complete dummy when it comes to reading people, and it's just a total retard.
Well, at least he admits it.
Yeah,
that's right. That's the first step to becoming an unretard. Let me just get this back out. Zoom in a bit better. So yes, here's Ricardo's channel. Let's have a look. Live.
Oh, a downward trend. Look at that.
Let's see. So by peak concurrent viewers. There we go. Okay, so this was his first stream back. 22nd. So that was his first stream back. That was his second stream back. Good date. Yeah, so he's it's about 2,000. 2,500.
You had a spike and then it's back to normal. Yeah,
like so there's the curve. Bang. As for super chats, let's see date. So I said this to US dollars, so that I don't have to keep going. It's Australian dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So he's was this 420? So he made $1,000 on that stream. $600, $500, $300, $200, $200. So yeah, he's doing these 7-hour streams. So these are the Karen Reid streams because he's not doing the night show.
No, 420 was the day he came back, not 423.
Okay, so 420 was the day he came back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And he only pulled me $1,000.
Yeah, so he pulled $1,000 US.
I'm guessing
so that's not counting Rumble. That's not counting Melton platform.
Yeah,
that's just YouTube. That's just super chats.
Yeah, but he's done a week worth of streaming and he's only got $3,000. Like, don't get me wrong, that's not bad.
It's not nothing.
But if you take out the,
I've done back. How many years of streaming? I haven't even made $1,000. So,
but for Nick, that's nothing.
But
for Nick, that is nothing.
This is one of the characters. This is a day's work. This is a day sitting in the chair, 7 hours.
This is a guy who was almost up on the level, levels of. Well, he was in the top 50.
2,500 a day, easy. Easy.
Yeah. Playboard tell you if you go all time, it'll tell you everything.
So he's a 10th of what he was to be.
So his all time, his total revenue
so far.
So his average chat value has gone down.
Mm.
Yeah. So his average chat value used to be $9 a chat.
Yeah.
Now it's $7 a chat.
Yeah. Like if you were to go by year,
trending.
It's and then
but he hasn't
go back a couple.
I don't have
years,
any.
Obviously,
you can't go back. You can only see the last. No, you got to pay.
Lame.
How much does it cost to upgrade?
$30
$30 a month.
Fuck that. No, fair enough.
Well,
100
let's go down to the. Oh no, that's fine.
Yeah. 5 channels a day of analysis. So I'm not paying 20.
No. Either way, he used to make a lot more, and yeah.
As for subscribers, I think his subscribers are flat.
Excuse me.
For the year. Oh, he's down 5.
Yeah.
So he's down 5,000. So. Here's the other tattoo.
Yeah, someone was asking about it earlier.
Yeah.
It's one of those is the Minnesota state flower and one of them is
Texas
state flower.
Yeah.
And that's what it means. So
the main streets of Houston.
They're entwined. Ricardo on the mean streets of Houston with all the black people. So here we go. We have the transcript. I'm not going to read through the transcript in its entirely, but they do ask if he wants to make a statement, and I just wanted to read his statement to the court.
The court tells me that I'm smart. People telling me I'm smart, Your Honor.
Here we
Okay,
go.
so,
there it is, right there.
The court says, all right, Mr. Ricciardo, your position here today, you have the right to provide a statement. You don't have to, but it's your right to provide a statement if you wish to. Nick Ricciardo says, yes, Your Honor, I would love to. The court says you may. Nick says, Your Honor, I actually, you know what I wanted? I was hoping by the weekend that the Third World Aristocrat would have done this as like an AI read. Like, but still, Your Honor, I've always been called smart by my mentors, by my teachers, by my community members who I've associated with. And after a while of making decisions that ended up very, very well, you start to think that maybe you are kind of smart and that you can control something, control the decisions that you make and how that will impact people. You can do things safely that aren't safe. What I did was put my children through something that I can't ever undo as a result of my decisions, not the decisions of anybody else. In the PSI, it laid out the circumstances that I feel led up to what happened. But at the end of the day, it was literally me. It was me literally holding the bag. It was my choices and its consequences are borne by the people around me as much as they are me. I had to spend a lot of time working to repair that. I've broken trust with community members, with family members, with my wife, and with my children, and with the decisions that I've made. For all that, I want to say to the court, community, to them is,
fuck you.
I'm very sorry. Fuck you, bitch. I'm very sorry. To which the judge replies, all right, well, a couple of things, Mr. Ricciardo. There's a difference between being smart and being wise. And you have, in your past, a lot of things going for you. A very solid education, solid degrees, a good family, a good career. And you jeopardized pretty much everything here by your choices, which were completely unwise. And you know better as your history in the legal field, because you didn't want to say a lawyer, because lawyers practice. You put yourself in jeopardy and your family in jeopardy by your decisions here. This is a severe or it's a serious offense in terms of public safety and community safety. This involves the possession of cocaine. It furthers the drug trade, the illegal trade in this case, by your involvement in it. And this wasn't residue or a small amount, so it's concerning to the court here. On the other hand, the state who is in a good position to review, yada 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 yada. So yes, Nick says he's smart. The judge says he's not wise. So,
and wisdom with different stats.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. So he needs a different stat break. Anyway, so that's it for the Ricciardo news. I took away the cats, but I didn't bring them back.
Well, I put them back on for like 10 seconds, then take them away again.
Yes, there's the cats are returned. There we go. The cats are back. Cats are back. All right. I still have this one in my
yes.
Sup, Eric? Sup, Snake? Kurt? Sup, Snake? Nate? Sup, Beluga? Sup, Joe? Sup, Runkle of the Keen Eyes? I miss 4 of you. 3 of you pathetic.
Projection.
Nick. So salty. Anyway, what should we do next?
Well, we spent nearly 3 hours talking about Nick. Well,
we also talked about the Pope.
We talked about Pope and something else. 2 hours about Nick.
2.5 hours of Nick. So
I won't drive everybody away straight away. So I'll leave Aussie News till a bit later.
Okay.
Because I know how much everybody loves it. Let's talk about some fucking shit takes and people who don't have any media literacy. So Star Wars Girl says, watched Andor season 2, and yep, it's real. An Imperial officer tries to grape Bix because, of course, why would you say the word rape? Because then the Twitter gods might not get you 12 million impressions. Using the power dynamic that she's an illegal and he can deport her, it's beyond fucking retarded and doesn't belong in Star Wars. This is a retarded take.
Is it? Sorry.
Yes, it is a retarded take.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it belong in Star Wars?
Because it's Star Wars. And I know that's irrational, but that's basically where the offense, that's where all the outrage is coming from. It's Star Wars.
No, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Because it's Star Wars and they don't do sexy things in Star Wars. Except Jabba and Leia and all the others.
Slave Leia.
I know.
Like the implication of slave Leia is that she's
been
groped.
Graped and groped by me, Jabba.
She's literally licked by fucking Jabba.
Yes.
Yeah, but who wouldn't?
That's right. Like Star Wars era,
True.
Carrie Fisher was hot. Original Star Wars trilogy, Carrie Fisher was hot. That's before the alcohol. So yes, this was an absolute fucking shit take. For another shit take from a Star Wars person, Star Wars theory. SA in Star Wars feels unnecessary. SA is, of course, sexual assault. You can portray power dynamics and make the audience hate the Empire in other ways without taking it to such a disgusting place. Vader wouldn't tolerate that shit, nor does the Empire condone it. It has no place in Star Wars, period, unnecessary.
I can't talk about whether that's actually true or not, like whether Vader would tolerate it. Like, I don't know that much. I'm
sure if Vader,
if Vader saw someone, like if Vader saw an official,
I seem to recall Vader, taking the fucking probe droid to mind rape Leia in the fucking first Star Wars film. So you want to tell me it's not like Vader's all fucking sunshine and roses? Yeah, that's exactly right, Eric. The Empire literally blew up a planet as an own. But sexual assaults beyond the pale. Yeah, genocide. That's fine. But fucking, and it's not like she wasn't actually raped. Like, this is the thing. This has triggered me because I watched it last night. Like, I watched the first 3 episodes. What they're doing with this season of Andor is they're releasing 3 episodes at a time. And the 3 episodes are essentially, so they're doing a time jump in between each of the blocks of 3.
Every 3 seasons is an arc. Every 3 episodes.
Okay. Yeah, so every 3 episodes, like the 3 episodes are an arc, like a single story.
Yep.
So essentially, it's like 4 3-hour movies because the episodes are 52 minutes long.
Yeah, that's
I was going to say, so it's like a movie length.
Yeah, so
3 episodes.
Yeah, they're 3 separate episodes, and they do have sort of. They are structurally separate, but they make one. And in the first season of Andor, if you haven't seen it, they kind of do that as well. There's essentially 3 movies.
I haven't watched Disney Star Wars, so
there's no defined jump, but in time between the 2, it's just 1 and 2 and then 3 and 4.
Yeah.
But there's a defined jump. Like, it opens a year after the end of the last season, and I thought it was really good. Like, I watched it, I thought it was really well shot. It was well written. It was well directed. And it kept tension working. It didn't have any, like, every so good had work shit in it. It opened with a fat chick, and it's like, dude, it opened with a woman who was overweight, but it's not like she was a soldier. She was a technician. You think there aren't fat technicians in Star Wars? There's fat technicians in real life. Talk to your local guy. Yeah, like,
I take offense to that.
What it's like, is that some sort of personal attack? No, but this is like, oh, I can't believe they had this fat person working for the Empire. I'm like, do you think fat people didn't work for the Empire? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Fat people worked for the Nazis. Like, not all fat people are jolly. Some of them are fucking terrorists. So half of Saudi Arabia is fat. So, so that was yet another shit take. But yes, it is actually very good. Like, and the whole sexual assault arc comes from so in the last season, if you haven't seen it, basically the whole season builds up to an uprising on Cassian's home planet, like the planet where Cassian's from, and essentially the whole thing just builds to a crescendo at the end until finally the people have had enough of the fucking Empire, and they have there's an uprising and shit kicks off. And essentially, the Empire comes in and breaks the uprising, and Cassian and his cohorts manage to get off the planet. So they flee to a planet on the outer rim, and it's just fields of wheat everywhere. It's the wheat planet. It's the food planet.
What year is this set?
This is set BBY4.
Okay.
So this is set before Rogue One, obviously, because
4 years before Battle of Yavin.
Yes, BBY4, yeah. 4 years before Battle of Yavin. So, anyway, they're on this planet in the Outer Rim. Cassian is on a mission, and they're waiting for him to go back so they can move on. And they're hiding there as, mechanics who fix, like, the farming equipment. And they don't have a visa to be there. And now everybody's like, oh, see, it's Trump, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, that says more about you than the writers. No Tato Trump news is fine. Yeah, I have the migrant section, but I'll do that a bit later. But hey, Tomboy, how you doing, man? Anyway, so yeah, they're there illegally. And it's like, oh, see, they're Mexicans. It's like, no, it's yes, you can draw a bow.
The actress is Puerto Rican. The actress who plays Bix is Puerto Rican.
So she's legal.
Is she? Yeah, she would be. Yeah.
So I don't know where the question is, man. When was like his status in Discord says he's playing EverQuest. So yeah, I hope he's all right.
How long ago did they film the episode?
Oh, last year. All 12 are already out. All 12 are already like done. Reviewers have already seen them. This was shot last year before Trump was even elected.
Yeah, so it's not about Trump. This is
it's because everything is about Trump.
It's about Biden.
Yeah, but
everything's about Trump. It's all about Trump. It's all everything that's remotely.
I'm sorry though. No,
this is the thing. And if it remotely has an allegory that even feels like it's about current time, immediately it becomes like if I'm on the right, I have to hate it. If I'm on the left, I have to love it. And it's like, dude, no, that is completely fucking retarded.
Don't have to hate it, but no, I'm sorry. If you
filmed this, you sounded out of hand. Like you immediately did the same thing, man. I watched you do it in the Discord. Like,
yeah, well, that's my point. Like, if you
filmed this, fucking people doing it online haven't even fucking seen the show.
If you filmed this last year, yeah, it's probably got something to do with the Republican campaign. Like, and I'm not saying, I'm not saying it's a completely valid story beat. It does make sense. Like, I have no issue with the concept in it by itself, but come on. Sorry, like this is Hollywood, this is Disney. Of course, they included it as a commentary on modern politics. It's a valid story beat. I'm not dissing.
No, but the issue that they included isn't the problem. Yeah. The fact that they included it isn't a problem. It's the retarded takes from
rightoids,
from people online who just throw at everything that could be construed as anti-Trump, anti-right. They go up.
It usually is. It's Hollywood. That's the point. Like, and I'm not saying it's a right, but it again, like you just said, it's
not simple again.
like it is. Like we know this is at least a backhanded insult, right?
Not really.
At least a backhanded insult.
No.
Towards,
so the rape, the attempted rape encounter basically starts like this. So
Mom, Thermo's doing a Tim Pool again.
I'm being a fence. I'm not being a dirty fence sitter. I'm actually taking a fucking position that the people that think this isn't Star Wars or this is bad TV or bad writing don't know shit. I'm taking a fucking position. That is not doing a Tim Pool. Tim Pool, I'd be riding the fence going, I don't want to offend like the people who don't like Star Wars or the people who think all Star Wars is bad because Disney is woke. Like, are you telling me Disney can't make good stuff? Yeah, they can. They don't do it very often.
Yeah, I'll basically say Disney doesn't make good stuff anymore.
And the thing is, just because something's woke doesn't mean it's bad.
No, you're right.
Like, it can have woke tropes to it. That doesn't mean it's been poorly done.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I've watched the first 3 episodes. I have not seen woke tropes.
Thermo, while you were watching it, were you ever pulled out of it?
Once.
You weren't ever pulled out of it, like you were still stuck into the universe.
I was there. I was absolutely.
Yeah,
so it kept my attention. I was like, it built tension really fucking well because you like the whole time you're like, are they going to get away? Because so they're on the planet, they're on the farm planet with like fields and fields of corn, and an Empire ship shows up. It's not a Star Destroyer, it's just like a smaller ship. And they point out that, spurging over people trying to talk. Oh, sorry, yeah. It's not a Star Destroyer. It's an audit ship. Like this ship just goes to these outer rim planets, to audit, basically get a lay of the land, how much food is created, because all these planets exist to provide grain for the empire, to provide silk for the empire. Like, this is a galactic economy. So this is basically planet Iowa. Like, it's just fields of corn. And
do they have a cotton planet too?
But yes, they do. But it's made by spiders, so it's slave spiders. So, so anyway,
I was hoping it was something.
They're going to do an audit, and they go by section by section, and the people that are there illegally, like, they're hiding out. So they try to run away, and they catch them. And the lieutenant, or the guy, like, I think he was a lieutenant. He's in charge of, like, the audit, like the auditors on the ground. It's only like 20 or 30 stormtroopers and some other guys as well. And they're just there to check the provisions and see that stuff's available and that the everything's being collected properly. They're basically functionaries. They're bureaucrats. And the lead bureaucrat sees Bex and is like, oh, hey, like, has small talk with her. And then hits on her, and then she says, "Oh no, like, I don't think my husband would appreciate that." And he's like, "Okay, cool. When's he coming back?" And she's like, "Oh, soon." And then literally an episode later, you see him by himself in, like, a speeder with his driver, like, he's being driven to a location, and you realize that he's going to that house, and she's there by herself because the other guys are off. They're trying to get out of Dodge. They're going to go to another area to avoid the audit, so they don't get captured, so they can come back and be there for when Cassian returns from his mission. And then they can all leave together. So he's coming down the road, and she realizes, and he comes inside. And the vibe is incredibly apparent that he has done this before. Like, his driver is just sitting, like, his driver / guard is just sitting in the car. He's like, yep. Like, you can tell the driver has gone through the motions before. He's done this 1,000 times. Like, this guy's a certified creep. And you're like, but you're not quite sure, but you sort of get this sort of feeling in your stomach, like, okay, I know what's happening here. And he goes in and he's like, I know you're, like, they chat back and forth about where her husband is, and he says, like, just out of the blue, I know you're illegal. And then he explains that he understands, like, there's too much work. There's not enough colonists. It's just a fact that it has to happen. And then he starts talking about how he always looks the other way, but sometimes he needs help. He needs to feel better. He needs some help to feel better. He needs someone to help massage his shoulders. And the subtext is very fucking thick, that he does this a lot. So if there's someone who he's figured out isn't, like, because he's an imperial, like, imperial officer, you can't do shit to him. Otherwise the Empire will fuck you up. You'll end up in prison. So the implication is this is how he gets his fucking rocks off. He goes around and the women voluntarily,
in very massive big quotes,
voluntarily, like, they're sextorted into banging the imperial officers have needs too. And you get this feeling, like, because a lot of the show looks at the bureaucracy side, because it's not an action show, it's a political thriller, which is why it appeals to me. I'm a big Tom Clancy fan. But
and that explains why Anna has no fucking clue about it.
That's right. Yeah. Why most of these content creators are like, oh, I don't understand. Where's the lightsabers? Where's the Force? Not a single lightsaber. No Force. None of that. There's no Jedi.
Because they're already dead at this point.
It's just an authoritarian regime. It's not even that authoritarian. It's not the Empire in the later ones. Like, it's not it's not the Empire of Star Wars, the first film, like the A New Hope. The Senate very much exists. It goes about its business. It's very much the banality of evil.
Yeah, because the
evil's very humdrum. They have meetings. The first episode dedicates a third of the episode to Director Krennic so the guy who managed
we were this close to greatness.
The Death Star project. So the guy managing the Death Star project, has a fucking board meeting with a whole bunch of brass of the Empire, talking about how they can basically destroy this planet to get the minerals from it. And the planet is literally the galaxy's source of silk that they use to make their clothes. And not a single person in the meeting is horrified by this. Because it's basically nonchalant that yes, if we extract it, the planet might collapse. There's about 40 million people there. We'll have to move them on, and it's all just so humdrum and banal that you get the feeling that okay, the Empire's done this before. Like there's this
name. It's in the name, Empire. Like
and it's very the Death Star stand up. Yeah, there's a sprint. The sprint one is getting this ore. But no, it's very much humdrum. And the woman from last season who works for the ISI, which is like the Imperial Intelligence. So she's an Imperial spook. She basically said, like, Krennic tapped her to come along, and he's like, "You've already got an idea. Tell me what it is." And he's like, she's like, "Well, you need to foment rebellion on the planet. We need rebels on the planet. That'll give us an excuse to come in and break the rebellion there. And as part of breaking the rebellion, we'll have a reason to go in there. And if something happens on the planet, well, we can blame it on them." And it's like, and like you see how the Empire is been twisted into this thing. This fucking just banal bureaucratic evil that just sort of crushes down on people. There's even a bit in one of the episodes on the farming planet where one of the farmers actually says, "I just wish they'd leave us alone. Like, I just wish they'd leave us in peace to do our work instead of just basically coming and micromanaging." It was very libertarian.
Oh, no. How anti-Trump
concept.
of them.
Yeah, how anti-Trump, yeah.
Yes.
Like it's bureaucracy. It's authoritarian nightmare.
I don't see how that's twisting the Empire into anything. That's how the Empire's always been.
No, I know, but because this is earlier on in the Empire, this is before they go full fucking genocide.
I thought they were always like this, to be honest.
No, but they weren't blowing up planets.
They had to do it slowly.
Yeah, Alderaan wasn't blown up yet. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, this is before Death Star's ever constructed. This is before anything in Rogue One. Like it's the Empire
but this
is
still
bad, no doubt.
But Vader exists. But this is after Episode 3, though.
Yeah, Vader exists absolutely.
Yeah.
The Emperor has taken over.
Palpatine's already in charge.
Palpatine is the Emperor.
This is how, like, yeah.
But there, like I said, there is still a Senate. One of the first things that happens in A New Hope is the Senate is abolished.
Yeah, they dissolved the Senate.
They dissolved the Senate.
About it.
So at this point in time, the Senate still exists. So there's this idea of democracy still. So you still have senators. You still have the pretense of democracy. The pretense of the republic is still there, but it's minimized and sort of crushed under this authoritarian boot. And it's just So anyway, it all does make sense, and I would highly encourage you, if you like sci-fi, even if you don't like Star Wars, watch Andor, because it is a good Star Wars series, but it is also a good sci-fi series. Like if you've never seen Star Wars, you can pick this up and enjoy it. Knowing a bit about Star Wars adds a bit of depth to it. Like you get a bit of like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, that's this. So. No, don't pay them. I don't give fucking money. Don't fucking buy it. Fuck Disney.
Or rent
sail the seven seas, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Nah. Yeah, it doesn't.
So yeah, these two takes from Star Wars Girl and Star Wars Theory are garbage. I agree with this guy's take. Andor is like the only truly great thing out of Star Wars in the last 10 years, because it wasn't made for babies or people who clap when they recognize names or words they've heard before. This attitude is why most Star Wars things are devoid of any depth.
Yeah, but is it as good as KOTOR? Is it as good as anything pre-Disney? Like, sorry, right? That's where I draw the line. Is it as good as things prior to Disney? If the answer is no, I'm not interested.
Well, Empire is a thing, so yes.
What do you mean Empire is a thing?
Empire Strikes Back wasn't the greatest film.
Didn't say it was.
So
it was just a Jedi.
Tim is asking, is Andor
as good as Disney Star Wars?
Andor something different. And let's not forget that fucking the original trilogy is pre-Disney Star Wars. So let's not go fucking insane. So yes, my answer is yes. It's better than some pre-Disney Star Wars.
All right.
So
I know it's not a Jedi story, but it's like that's what I mean. Like, is it just as good as things before Disney? It's because
yes, yes, it is. It is as good as things before Disney. That is the first time I can actually know. The other thing that they did is the first season of The Mandalorian is good.
Yeah,
so it's up there.
I've completely forgot about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I know.
Was it
because it was a
Mandalorian
fucking
or was
really long time.
Or was it Boba Fett that they started riding around?
Boba Fett, they ruined it. But the Boba Fett one's terrible.
Is that the one where they rode around on Power Ranger scooters?
Yes, they rode around on the Power Ranger scooters.
The color coordinated scooters. Yep.
Anyway, so if you're watching catch up, you if you're in the replay crew, I will probably have to take this section out or mute it or blur it or something. I'll probably just mute it because it'll probably be an audio claim, not an audio visual claim. But so anyway, this is a scene from the third episode. So this is towards the end of the 3 parts that make up the sort of section. It's like Mon Mothma dancing to awful 90s techno music is beyond cringe. Disney Star Wars sucks again. So we'll watch it and then I'll explain it and then I'll add context.
Power of 1, the power of 2.
No, look, that's a good EDM. That's a good EDM beat.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's not bad music. It's not
awful.
I mean,
if
you're watching it, it's always been cream. If you watch it,
if you're
in it,
you're
it's
like, if you just watch this clip, you're like, okay, what the fuck's going on here? It's pretty crap.
I gotta admit,
it seems a bit cringe.
Yeah. Oh no, so, there's probably some context.
So what you need to understand is this is this is part of a wedding.
Yeah.
So throughout the whole 3 episodes, Mon Mothma is in the middle of a wedding, and the wedding is to basically marry off her daughter because it's an arranged marriage between her daughter and another wealthy financier, like a wealthy financier. Now, this wealthy financier is going to help fund the rebellion. So Mon Mothma is sacrificing her daughter because she didn't. Mon Mothma is this chick, the chick dancing, the hot Australian Irish chick. She's had an arranged marriage. So the guy in blue who was looking at her like, what's going on? That's her husband. They had an arranged marriage. It's quite loveless. It's quite apparent throughout the episode and throughout last season that they have affairs. So it is what it is. So this is a I think a Cameranian or Calarian or whatever. I can't remember the fucking name of it.
Whoever said it earlier, like if you have to explain it, you've lost the argument. Like I think that's what's happening here. Like this is not like
argument.
The context makes sense.
It's not an argument. I'm providing context for an out of context clip. That people are like, oh, this is so cringe.
Like even in the context of a wedding, and like the context makes sense. Yeah, everyone's getting shit faced and dancing.
Getting
it's
to
a
the
celebration.
fucking context. My point is, I'm getting to the context. I'm not at the fucking context. I'm explaining the depth. This is the thing. Entertainment has nuance. It has layers. Good TV,
like an onion,
has layers like an onion,
like an ogre. Yes,
it gives things depth.
And sometimes makes you cry.
Her dancing shit-faced makes no sense if you don't understand the context. It's just a woman dancing shit-faced to good EDM music at a fucking weirdly dressed room. But the context is... but that's not the entire... It's a fucking tweet. I don't have fucking more than 288 characters to fucking say something. Here, I have unlimited characters to say something, so let me fucking finish.
So let him cook.
He's not cooking though.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting him.
If you let me fucking finish.
It's a dance.
Every
It's
time you
wedding.
knock
There's
me
an
off track,
emotional
I have
reason why she's looks shit.
Every time you knock me off track, I have to take 4 or 5 steps back so I can walk back over.
Fix your
what I've
balance then.
fucking said.
Keep going. Keep going. I'll shut up.
So she's at her daughter's wedding. She's given her away for the sake of the rebellion. Her closest friend has lost a bunch of money because of what the rebels have done, and because of that, he's getting a closer association with the Empire. The 4/4 says for $20 says let thermo cook. Yes, thank you, man. Let thermo cook. So she's losing her best friend to the Empire. So she then there's this scene, which is fucking fantastic. Like, there's a whole lot of subtext there, but it makes sense.
He told me he'd stay away from Skolden.
So if you haven't seen the series, this guy is Lucian. He's basically the founder of the rebellion. It's his idea, basically. The entire thing is his idea to rebel to build this rebellion.
It's the best for you. Is it right?
I know.
I warned you from the start.
I just can't believe it. I've known him my whole life.
People fade. That's our curse. What would have happened if I wasn't here? Would you have told me?
I'm meeting him next week. Yes, I would have told you. I'll warn him off. I'll find what it takes. I'll get a number.
You know the number. We'd be vulnerable forever. You need to be protected.
So she needs to be protected because she's in the Senate, so she has political power, which gives the rebellion some cover. She can find things out and basically be a source of information. Gives them legitimacy.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Sorry, you just missed that bit.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
How nice for you.
And so that leads into her getting shit-faced and dancing up a storm. Now,
yeah.
So basically, she's just been told, she's coming to the realization that her oldest friend is going to have to be killed, and it's her fault. So she's lost.
Why she's dancing shit-faced.
That's why she's getting shit-faced and dancing. And this whole sequence of her dancing and all of it is interspersed with what Cassian's doing, and the guy basically walking off to his doom. So it's very well executed. It's great. But these sections, the Mon Mothma sections, and this wedding especially, the wedding is over 3 days. It's meant to give you an idea of the elites in Star Wars, how decadent it all is, because there's very much a stratospheric thing going on in the Star Wars universe. Like the elites are like uber wealthy. Like there's very much a social strata, and Mon Mothma is your window into the upper crust of it. So yeah, that's the point. So people shitting on that whole fucking sequence. Just if you haven't watched it, you can't really make a good critique of it.
I already gathered that context just by reading the tweet here. Like she's come to some. I gathered she looks.
I'm glad my tweet makes.
No. So like she looks depressed in the screenshot below or the thumbnail. Yeah. Like I can see it on her face. There's something
you
that
can see her husband recognizing it, and I can't remember the last season because it's been 2 years, but I can't remember. I don't think her husband is aware of the rebellion, of Mon Mothma's involvement in the rebellion yet.
Yeah.
So and her getting shit faced like this is very much out of character for her. She's usually very controlled, and the husband, you see when she's dancing, the husband sort of sees her and he's happy, and then
I think the real issue. I think they're just taking issue with the music. To be honest, I think like dancing to awful, like the thing they insult the most is the techno music, not her dancing. Mon Mothma dancing to awful 90s techno music is like that's I don't know. I think they're just complaining about
it. Feels bad without the lighting.
I like the music, but it does feel out of place for Star Wars.
Without Not really.
But even them saying that it's awful techno music.
I'm just conditioned to hear the Cantina music. I'm sorry.
That's not awful. That's not awful 90s techno music.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to agree with Bull. It is not awful 90s techno music. It is actually.
I've heard much worse.
It's not awful music. It's not awful music.
It is like that is a great track. It's actually on this. It's actually on the. It's the second last track on the episode 1 to 3 soundtrack for Andor. It's called.
I just think it's just out of place for us because when we see techno, we see like the lighting and all that.
Yeah,
the strobing.
Yeah. When I hear when I think Star Wars music, I think
very weird
or John Williams. Like
to have techno.
The irony is the people who fucking get triggered, like see this stuff and go, "Oh, the Star Wars bad." Like if you look at the fucking replies. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, it's my God, they even managed to make the rebellion lame and gay. Like, that isn't the rebellion. Only 3 people in that room are even aware the rebellion exists.
Yeah, the rebellion doesn't even exist. Yeah, a Rebel Alliance itself doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, and this goes, media literacy is at an all-time low, especially among your crowd. We're seeing here's Mon Mothma drinking, crying, and dancing because her lifelong friend is about to be murdered for the rebellion, and she's trying to make it go away in her head. It's an emotional beat in her story. I don't know how else you would have spelled this out for you guys, but since it very deliberately showed you every part of this happening. Yeah, if you watched it, you understand, and it's not cringe.
No.
But this is, and I don't even think it's media literacy. I think people like this understand, but they're doing it because
these people are young.
2.4 million views, please. Young, this person hosts a fucking Quantum Leap Revisited podcast.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many young people cover old shows. It's fucking crazy. Like,
but it reminded me of Isaac Asimov's quote about science fiction stories. Individual science fiction stories may seem as trivial as ever to the blinder critics and philosophers of today, but the core of science fiction, its essence, has become crucial to our salvation if we are to be saved at all.
Yeah, I remember the story of
science fiction stories. Let us tell aren't about galaxies far, far away. Science fiction stories about the human condition.
About us.
They're all about us. They're just told through an abstract lens.
I remember the story of Isaac, and I don't know if it was ever a true story, but I remember the story of Isaac Asimov sitting down in a college class where people were analyzing, I think it was iRobot. And after the lecture, he's like, "You guys were completely wrong. I didn't write, that's not what the story was about." And then they told him he was wrong. Like,
that's not surprising.
Not surprising. Like, media analysis is just like that. There's just such a disconnect between between the creator's intent and what audiences actually see.
This is actually the quote I was actually thinking of. I wasn't thinking of the Asimov quote. I was thinking of the quote from Stargate about the Asimov quote. Science fiction is an existential metaphor that allows us to tell stories about the human condition. Isaac Asimov once said, "Individual science fiction stories must," like, that's where I got, like, that's what I was thinking of. It's the first part. It's an existential metaphor that allows us to tell stories about the human condition. All sci-fi stories are about ourselves because we can only write what we know. And what do people know more than ourselves? Humanity.
That's spoken by the guy that's playing a robot that's pretending to
plays Teal'c. Yeah, that plays the Teal'c analog in the
other dude. Yeah.
See, Baldo, a man after my own heart.
In a galaxy. X something.
Wormhole Extreme.
Wormhole Extreme. Yeah.
Yes, Wormhole Extreme.
200
Another fantastic show.
200 is a good episode.
Yeah.
Not the best. My favorite one's probably one where they loop time, and they're golfing.
It just popped right into my head.
Into the thing, and he screams at the general, "You in my backswing!"
In the middle of my backswing.
That's hilarious.
Yes, that is a very good episode. Yes, if you haven't seen Stargate SG-1, it still holds up.
Used to watch it. Used to watch it.
The movie still holds up.
Yeah, the movie still holds
up. The first movie. Yeah. Do you know if they're still doing the second or third part to the first one?
They're rebooting it.
No, they were doing
There was talk about a sequel movie that's dead. Amazon owns it now. They're
MGM sold finally.
MGM sold it. Yeah.
Shit. So Jack O'Neill's going to be
McKinney says must sleep or catch on Thermos TDS parts when I wake up. There's surprisingly little TDS this week.
We barely talked about Trump at all.
We've barely talked about Trump at all, and I was 3.5 hours in. So sleep well.
2.5 we spent it at Nick.
You can all go to sleep now because it's time for Aussie news. As I scroll down to the button.
Oh wait, I got it wrong. He's not smoking 2 cigarettes. One's a cigarette and one's a filter. The crocodile.
Oh, in the video, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the crocodile. He's smoking a cigarette and he's smoking a filter. It's like they just broke it off, shoved it in there, and lit them both.
Emails show Melbourne COVID curfew was not based on health advice. Opposition says. The Victorian opposition has obtained an email exchange under Freedom of Information, which shows then Premier Daniel Andrews announced Melbourne's first COVID curfew before it was recommended by public health experts. The email shows health department officials did support a curfew, but had not advised cabinet to impose it. That seems like a technicality. Like, yeah, we support a curfew, but we didn't tell you that. So the government said it did what was needed to protect Victorians when it banned 5 million Melbourne residents from leaving their homes without authorization between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. during lockdowns in 2020 and 2021. 2020, like, that's insane that like we did that that we accepted that for so fucking long.
What's this wee shit, white man?
Yeah. Well, I didn't, but because I'm not from Melbourne.
5 million Melbourne.
I can't believe RC accepted this shit for so long. But RC and Costy tolerated this shit for so long. And Tombolo. I think Tombolo had to tolerate this shit as well.
I mean, if you fight back, you're just going to another prison. So what's the point?
Pick the prison, which is doubly ironic because this is a prisoner island.
It's like prison inception.
A prisoner island hidden in the summer for a million years. Nobody gets that Ice House reference. That's fine.
I only know Electric Blue. Sorry.
Yeah, no Electric Blue.
The woman in that video was hot.
Labor's primary vote has risen.
Did you just say all men in that video was hot?
No, the woman.
The woman.
The woman in the blue dress in Electric Blue. Yeah.
I heard all men in that video was hot.
No, their mullets were amazing though.
Huh.
It's an old song. Jesus, it's a song from the fucking 80s, boys.
Well, the national two-party preferred remains unchanged at 52 to 48. So FON lost 1% and ALP gained 1 for what amounts to a push. Nothing changed. So this was last weekend. I'm sure there's been more polling. I'm not going to be looking
Who
it up.
the hell is 6 News?
Leo
Puglisi. Is that Theo?
Okay.
That kid, that fucking 16-year-old who started a news outlet and is like now fucking huge.
Gotcha.
So, 41,000 followers on Twitter isn't that big, but still, it's about 10 times what I have. Sorry, it's about 100 times what I have. Anyway, Australia is shooting. The startling reason Australia is shooting koalas out of a tree from helicopters. The government says it's for the animals' own good. So animal advocates are demanding an independent review after the Victorian government began euthanizing koalas from helicopters for the first time.
Fucking Victoria.
Local rescuers are concerned about what happens to the joeys after their mothers.
What the fuck are we doing?
So this is because of the bushfires. It destroyed a whole bunch of eucalyptus, and instead of letting them starve, they're just going to shoot them in the fucking head.
Can't we locate them?
Can we do that to communists?
As I have mentioned many fucking times, total koala death. Yes, TKD, yeah. As I've mentioned many times, koalas are unbelievably stupid animals, as evidenced by the fact that this koala is climbing a burnt tree.
Almost as stupid as pandas. And pandas are retarded.
Pandas are pretty stupid, but pandas can recognize food when it's on a table. Koalas won't eat loose leaves. They don't see it as food. So if you're feeding a koala, you have to have the leaves on a branch, and you have to hold the branch in front of the koala's face so that it will eat it. That's how dumb koalas are. They don't have enough brain power to recognize their food when it's not on a leaf, and that's because their food is poisonous and it's drugged. So koalas are poisoned and drunk almost the entirety of the time they're alive. So yeah, we're shooting them from the helicopters because the trees were destroyed. So
they can't go in there and rescue them and relocate them.
That sounds like so much effort.
Yeah, too much effort, especially in Victoria when we had no money.
That's right. Because Dan Andrews spent it all.
But we got enough money for a gun and a helicopter.
Well, do you reckon I could get some cheap pelts then?
I bet it's against the law to even take them from dead koalas.
Well, they got to catch me first.
Tom Ballista's koala recovery will be slow if they're all shot. Yes, practically non-existent.
Tonight we can show you the dramatic moment police took down an alleged armed man accused of a wild carjacking spree and shooting on the Sunshine Coast. The 41-year-old charged with multiple offences as tributes flow for a young woman killed among the chaos.
I thought the cops killed the young woman based on like the storyline. Tribute for the young woman shot and then dramatic takedown. I thought it was the young woman being shot by the cops.
Down! Get down! Out of the car now! Get down!
Guns drawn, aimed at a man allegedly
That was a
behind.
learner. That was a fucking lunatic.
Guns drawn, aimed at a man allegedly behind a deadly crime spree.
Get down!
Yeah,
Hands
stole it.
behind your back! Hands behind your back!
This is the moment officers pounce on Bradley Donald Towle, accused of a fatal crash, carjacking spree, and shooting on the Bruce Highway yesterday afternoon.
Put your hands in custody. Hands behind his back, bleeding.
22-year-old Jocelyn Grace Molly killed in the carnage. Her mum, Amanda Chippendale, telling News Corp she was a beautiful young woman, gentle soul and a hard worker. My heart is shattered. The accused alleged 40-minute rampage began just after midday at Palmview. Police say Bradley Donald Towle lost control of the red Porsche he was driving, causing a six-car smash that claimed the life of 22-year-old Jocelyn. The 41-year-old then accused of jumping out of the Porsche armed with a gun, shooting a 62-year-old man in the arm and then stealing his car, allegedly crashing it on Steve Irwin Way 20 minutes later.
Yes, that's Steve Irwin.
For
that's the
carjacking
highway
a
up to-
16-year-old learner driver at gunpoint.
Oh, the offshoot
Police
of the way,
arresting
sorry.
him
Up
further
towards
down the
Australia
road
Zoo.
10 minutes later. A loaded shotgun retrieved from the getaway car.
One in the chamber, loaded.
Those bloody
As more
semi-automatics.
witnesses caught up in
I
the
know it's not a
chaos
semi.
come forward.
Everyone ran back to their cars because they were saying he has a gun, which is just obviously not something that we're used to hearing in Australia.
The Tawantin man is now facing 15 offences,
great, the
including
Tawantin
armed
man.
robbery, possessing dangerous
Oh, no.
drugs, and dangerous operation of a vehicle causing death. Tal didn't
There was
appear in
no
court.
attempted murder.
What, they didn't charge him for having the L plate displayed when he's not a L plater.
That's not a crime.
It is against the Queensland
Yeah.
law.
Is it? To have your L plate,
Yep.
to show an L
I
plate?
don't
is
even
not
think
allowed?
I don't even think there's an exemption for
Instructors.
there might be an exemption for companies that are or whatever they
Yeah,
call it,
training companies.
instructors.
That's why they have it on the roof.
No, ours have them on the bumper and on the.
Yeah,
like
I see
bonnet
driving
They're
schools.
not on here in New South Wales. They're not on the bumper. If you're a
I see
school,
driving
it's
schools
on the
driving
roof.
around with L plates on all the time, like with a single
Yeah, no, there's-
occupant. Like,
And they have both.
They
Like
should
they'll,
get
they'll have
both.
an L and a P plate.
They should get pulled over. Then.
One of the
Today,
coolest things I
we're still-
saw was a guy had bought a whole bunch of P plates, like 6 of them, and he zip tied them together into a cube, and he's hanging it off his tow bar. Oh, that was pretty cool.
Excuse me.
In hospital under police guard. His matter is expected to be mentioned again tomorrow. Tonight, Bradley Donald Towle is out of hospital and spending his first night in the watch house. Hataya Grupski, 9 News.
Yeah, but what watch house? No, I mean, like, is he in Sippy Downs or is he in Sunshine Coast?
I have no idea.
It's
a couple.
Is he in Landsborough? Like, was it where he was arrested or the first crime committed?
No clue. Closer to me, disturbingly close to me. Horrific details photos emerged in athlete's murder case. Police revealed shocking new details surrounding the 48-hour period that blew the case of teen athlete Audrey Griffin's alleged murder wide open. So she was actually murdered back in March. Local New South Wales Central Coast community has been rocked by the tragic case since the 19-year-old body was found partially submerged in Erina Creek near the entrance road Erina on the Central Coast at about 3:45 p.m. on Monday, March 24th. Police were treating it as not suspicious. So they found the body of a 19-year-old partially submerged in the creek. And we're like, nothing sus here. The investigation took a dramatic turn over Easter with New South Wales police arresting 53-year-old Adrian Noel Torrens in the inner city suburb of Surrey Hills about 12:20 p.m. on Monday. He's been charged with her murder and 11 other unrelated domestic violence matters.
Oh, shit.
Griffin had been reported missing only a few hours before her body was found, with her friends last seeing the 19-year-old at about 2 a.m. on a night out at the Gosford Hotel. Initial inquiries led police to believe the death wasn't suspicious. Police will now allege the Torrens had a physical altercation with a teenager. Extraordinary details of the allegations police are set to make emerged on Tuesday, with the Daily Telegraph first reporting bombshell details about the 48 hours period that broke the investigation wide open, including police believe Griffin did not know Torrens before her death. Police allege Griffins tried to fight Torrens off after he followed her as she was walking home from a night out with friends. Police will allege Griffin scratched Torrens during the incident, collecting some of his DNA under her fingernails. Police will allege Torrens struck the left side of Griffin's face and knocked her unconscious, causing her to drown, or he held her underwater. A witness living near Erina Creek told investigators she heard a high-pitched screams around 3 a.m. on the night of Griffin's death. The witness reported to have dismissed the noise under the assumption it was a fox. Police will allege Torrens' phone pinged at 2:43 a.m. that morning near where Griffin's body was discovered. Police have released the footage of Torrens' arrest. He is an Aboriginal individual.
Of course he is.
Torrens is from the glamorous harbourside suburb of Milsons Point. Court documents revealed he'd been charged with several counts of contravening an AVO over the past month that is unrelated to Griffin's death. He was refused bail and the matter was briefly held in the Downing Central Local Court. Police on Thursday released a photo of the man they believed had information assisted in the investigation. So there's the photo of the assailant they released. This is a matter that has not sat well from us from the beginning. For a 19-year-old woman to meet her death in a creek was unsettling for us because we want the answers. These are the type of cases where police want answers because families want answers. So there she is. Thankfully, the man charged with her murder was found dead in his prison cell.
Man, that's quick justice.
Yep. So the swift hand of justice reached out and strangled himself. So he,
just like Epstein,
he was found dead in his cell. So, and funnily enough, the Department of Corrective Services sent their condolences to the murderer, to the murderer's family. So,
of course they did.
So yeah, there's the victim, 19 years old, Audrey Griffin, her name was. So she was apparently a runner. Not fast enough, I guess.
Do you think this is actual
too soon?
You think this was actual justice for the family?
No.
And for her?
No, it's not justice.
Not really.
He should have gone through a trial, had his guilt proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and then executed. Preferably in the most painful way possible. She was preparing to begin a 10-week so she was preparing to begin a 10-week officer training course with the Royal Australian Navy. So yeah, 19 years old, murdered by some rando who should have been in prison because he'd fucking violated his AVO 11 times.
11.
Yep, he had 11 outstanding. He had 11 outstanding AVO violations. So Speaking of dead women in Australia, Virginia Giuffre, one of Jeffrey Epstein's most prominent abusers, dies by suicide.
In quotes.
Now, before everyone does the Giuffre didn't kill herself.
She didn't.
She totally did.
She didn't.
She did. She totally fucking did. She was spiraling out of control for weeks beforehand.
Yeah, I believe it.
So she was fucked from get go. Like I was talking to the wife about it. She was molested as a kid. Like she was broken before. This is the thing. Like I was talking to my wife about it. This is the thing with the people. He and not he. He didn't really recruit them. He just paid them.
Ghislaine.
The girls that Ghislaine found, they all fit a type. They were all broken. And Virginia Giuffre was broken. And she remained broken till the day she died. Like, this is a woman who, I think we covered it on the show, 2 weeks ago, was saying, I'll be dead. I was in a bus accident. I'll be dead in 4 days. I have kidney failure. I'll be dead in 4 days. Yeah, no. She went like there was like a low speed collision with a bus. No one was injured. It was like it was a cry for help. Like she was fucking insane. She'd lost her kids to her husband in Australia. Think about that. Think about how fucking like how rare that is that dad gets custody because mum is so fucked up. So. And also, she had no support. She had no support system. Her family is in Florida. She was in Perth. Like, she's in West Australia. Yeah. So she couldn't take it anymore and ended it. So yeah, it's very, very sad. But this isn't one of those. Oh, she didn't kill herself. No, she did. She absolutely did. Epstein. Now he didn't fucking kill himself.
Just looking at Ghislaine's titties. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Can't stop.
They cut it off. You could have seen him in this image.
Sounds like Tim's got a mummy fetish.
We've talked about this before. We've covered it all before. Don't act like you never looked at them.
Timothy, tell me about your relationship with your mother. A protest in Melbourne has turned violent today. Shock.
Sorry, what was that, Tim?
Oh, no.
So those pictures are 20 years ago. Ghislaine's like not that old there.
You still would. I know it. A protest in Melbourne has turned violent today with Africans attacking and throwing glass bottles at police. Africans accusing police of racially profiling after they shot a crazy Somali man when he charged at them with a knife.
Oh yeah, because that's smart. Like,
of all the states to charge at a copper with a knife, if you're elderly, you don't do it in New South Wales. If you're anything at all, you don't do it in Victoria.
No, do not charge.
Hell, in New South Wales. Hell, in New South Wales, if you've got a walker and the knife is on your walker and you're slowly moving towards the officer, you will get shot as well. So
I just think it's hilarious. It's a black guy claiming racial discrimination, or it's a black community claiming racial discrimination, and they go and burn the fucking place down.
Yep. I'm so mad. Yes. Let me burn the whole fucking place down.
It's almost like these.
To be fair, it's Melbourne, so it couldn't have happened to a nicer place.
Sounds like black.
Holy shit, that's fucking loud.
5-year-old Atifada Ahmed has just turned violent. We've seen members of the public throw glass and bottles at police, and another member of the public has just been crash tackled to the ground by officers as tensions rise. Yeah, you can see people sitting on the ground as officers form a wall and a boundary in the middle of the road.
Is that a little person or was that someone just kneeling?
Squatting, kneeling, yeah.
I hope it's a little person because that's much funnier.
Member of the Lollipop Guild. Yeah.
Look at that little twig bouncing around. Thinking it's fucking hard.
Whole lot of darkies here. What's that red, pink, Hybe's vest say?
Probably media or something.
Legal.
Legal repeater.
Legal observer. Media. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
totally
they're No, they're
covered in tattoos.
It's
to
a big thing
record
in
the police.
Yeah, they're there to record the interaction so that the police are quote unquote.
Everyone's the media.
It's
now,
like a
really.
First Amendment auditor.
Yeah, exactly. Just a
yeah.
person there, just recording, not making trouble. Don't hit me, don't shoot me, officer.
I understand the vest. The vest is to say I'm not part of the protest. I'm just here to make sure.
That's right. Yeah,
it's documented.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense.
The Victorian police take extra training to walk backwards. Fall back
until you get some faggot wearing one of the vests throwing a brick, and then all bets are off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also in Victoria.
Mayhem has returned to Melbourne with a rally over women's.
I don't think it ever stopped.
Chaos on the city streets.
Opposing protest every fucking week now.
Police caught in the crossfire as officers used pepper spray to keep the peace.
Oh. Street fights break out in the city. Fists fly as transgender rights protesters and opponents scuffle in skirmishes.
So Mal
used to.
The turfs were there too.
I love the framing that people who just transgender rights protesters and opponents. So women's rights protesters and opponents. I think you mean.
Yeah, as I understand, it was literally trannies versus turfs.
Yeah,
so
it was trannies. I know which side I'm on, and it's not the tranny side.
Dispersed crowds. Police storming in to arrest 2 people across 4 hours of mayhem.
That all? 2 people?
This protester unmasked on Swanston Street, others obstructing roads and blocking trams as they marched through the city. Hours of cat and mouse with police through the CBD. Former state MP Andy Medic caught up in a fight, pushed to the ground behind State Parliament.
I want him arrested for assault.
He'd earlier been escorted
Learn how to
off
throw people.
carrying a transgender flag.
How did you get onto the steps there?
Go do some judo.
I have a pass.
A women's rights protest was organised for midday at Parliament.
It's women who are losing their rights, not people who have a gender identity.
Women's spaces, women's sports, men are encroaching on all of that. It is frightening.
I found it very difficult to walk past those people. They are rabid. They are insane.
It's really important that they are able to say what they want to say about women's rights.
I'm very disappointed with there's no more redeeming in this video.
A counter-protest pushing trans rights was organised
wrong state
for 11:30. Also chanting for Palestine and against
Victoria.
police.
There you go. They're pro-Palestine and anti-police. See, 1 out of 3. That's all I can agree with them.
I thought more
and it's the anti-police.
It's from New South Wales. No, okay. No, you're right. You're
Oh,
right.
redeeming. No,
Okay.
it's Victoria.
This is the Victoria State.
I didn't know. I completely forgot, to be honest.
Hang on.
Fair.
And more redeeming.
Who?
The woman who was kicked out of the Liberal Party for being a TERF.
Yeah.
And then
that was the state
sued
Liberal.
and then bankrupted the Liberal Party leader.
Yeah.
And
Bring
was
her
then
up.
readmitted to the party.
She was reinstated, but yeah, she was
Bring
kicked
her
out for
up.
about a year. Yeah.
Damn, look at them chompers.
She's thick.
Oh, that's not her.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's change.org. God's sake, what's this fucking petition?
We're almost there. Oh, we're halfway.
Oh, it's the Dan Andrews statue. That's so fucking cringe.
Oh, God.
Give that man a fucking statue.
Well, he's going to get a statue because of his tenure as premier was so long.
He saved you all.
And he saved you from the flu.
That's what he says.
Comes in being able to drown out the hateful voices.
Hundreds of officers.
Trans Justice Project.
I read that as
Called
Trans
into op-
Jews Project.
to trans.
Ew. Parliament after clashes at a similar women's rights rally 2 years ago.
To reduce the risk of violence again, police have widened the cordon zone to keep the sides apart. And just next to Parliament, the riot squad
ready to crack
As the
some
first
fucking
group tried to
skulls.
leave, police tried to give them safe passage. Police say 4 officers needed medical
Look at this
treatment.
fucking mate. Look at this fucking guy.
What's going on, eh?
Skinny man.
Just came out for a skinny side
Where's
latte.
everybody going? Like, wow.
Officers needed medical treatment after protesters threw missiles at them. Paul Dowsley, 7 News.
And
Were
the
they
Kafia,
incendiary
of course.
missiles?
Kafia, of course. Gunther Roger, man, Uncle Mark Brown was booed and heckled by members of the crowd at Melbourne's Shrine of Remembrance on Friday morning.
Unfortunately.
Neo-Nazis.
Well, one of them actually was. That's the problem.
Man on my mother's side, and I'm a Bunurong man on my father's side. And this morning, I'm here to welcome everybody to my father's country. Beautiful Bunurong country. But before we do that, we pay our acknowledgements and we pay our respects. We pay our respects to all of my ancestors.
Why just your ancestors?
Respects to all of my elders. And we pay respects to all of my community members. Past, present, and emerging. And we acknowledge the
because future's too hard. Like, fuck it. Fucking welcome to countries, man.
continuous and unbroken connection to country for the Bunurong people. We also pay our acknowledgements and respects to all traditional custodians of
Oh,
Australia.
I didn't realise Aboriginals wore
Aboriginal
baseball
and
caps
Torres Strait
300 years
Islander.
ago.
Who work, rest, live or play on Bunurong country. We acknowledge their continuous and unbroken connection to
Dude, bless the guy. I know it's probably a Nazi.
It was.
But bless the guy who's like, it's Australia!
Yeah.
country for all of
to
their
be fair,
people.
if you have these opinions, you are a Nazi.
And we thank each and every single one of them for being here with us. But today, on the sacred lands of the Bunurong people, we all gather in the spirit of respect and unity. And this welcome, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to honour and respect the deep cultural heritage of the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nations, whose elders and community members have generously looked after these lands for countless generations.
Oh, it's what happens when you give the welcome to country and spit it out.
My people have a deep spiritual connection to these lands.
What do you mean, your people?
Encompassing all of our rivers, our mountains, our coastal areas, and all of our beautiful bushlands that surround us today. Our traditional territory spans from the Werribee River in the west and moves to Diggers Rest in the north. We move over to the Dandenong Ranges, the Yarra Valleys, and down to Wilson's Prom. We encompass the top end of Tasmania, which we share with the beautiful Palawa people.
Oh.
French, Phillip, King and Flinders Islands are also ours.
They're all ours. They're all ours. That's
We
ours.
was
That's
gangs.
Like, what the hell? Like, fucking yeah, they didn't get the memo. We voted no.
You only voted no on the voice, Costy, not on Welcome to Country. That's the response the lefties have been putting out. It's
You're gonna start a petition to have a referendum on banning the voice on banning welcomes to country. Get added to the Constitution. Wait, how did this? This is the first time a referendum has 90% of the vote.
You know they never.
Same, Costy. The intent was for everything
Of
of
course
this shit to
not.
go away, but that's not what was on the ballot paper.
Look, it's why I would love for Australia to have some method to get like a referendum on the ballot, like a ballot initiative, like they do in the US. Like I'd love to do that would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, to have just enough people just fed up with this shit.
If you get if you get 100,000 Australians to sign a petition, you get it in the next federal election. It goes on the ballot.
I don't want to ban.
You know how many fucking communist shit they'll try to put through.
Yeah, but that shit'll lose.
Yeah, I don't want it banned. I just want people to stop doing it. But I don't know how you get it to stop without the force of law. This is the problem.
You boo it at every opportunity.
You have to boo
it.
Yeah,
you have to boo it.
Shame it. Yeah, shame is perfect.
Like you have to fucking boo it. Why? This is the thing. It's fucking Anzac. This is an Anzac Day dawn service.
Yeah.
Why are you having a welcome to country in an Anzac Day dawn service?
Because you got to have it everywhere.
Like I can understand if this guy was a veteran, and he was representing like Aboriginal veterans. He's not. This is a welcome to fucking country.
Mm-hmm. Which he's saying to probably many, many fucking locals, and that's the part that pisses me off.
This dawn service commemorates people who have fucking died for this country,
including the Indigenous people who had to lie about their heritage just so they could enlist.
Tomorrow says they say such referendums are divisive, but in reality they're scared because they're so unifying. Yeah.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, the Indigenous Anzacs had to lie to actually enlist because back then, they were not allowed to enlist based on because their heritage was too black. So they said, "Oh no, I'm mixed," and they went to fight for Australia, not for their made-up Indigenous nations.
Yeah.
You know, instead of booing, I think they should have started singing "I am Australian." We are Australian.
Yeah.
Yeah, just start singing "We Are One."
Literally drown it out with another louder voice.
Because people who don't you get so many people in there singing it, just drowning out this fucking welcome to country bullshit.
I think we should just sing that instead of doing the welcome to country.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of national pride, but I would totally
open everyone like all these events. Open it with a rendition of "We Are One" by the Seekers.
Yeah.
Make it the anthem.
These are the traditional lands and territories of the Bunurong people that I welcome everybody to today.
Most of the people there live on those lands.
We have a deep spiritual connection to our lands.
We don't care about your spiritual connection.
And we have a strong cultural identity tied to our ancestral plains.
There are like 5 of you.
All of our stories, our traditions.
Give or take.
Our language.
Almost no one speaks your language.
Bunjil's law.
And here you are speaking English.
We're interwoven with the very fabrics of the soils that surround us.
What has this got to do with the Anzacs?
Reflecting my people's profound knowledge, wisdoms,
profound knowledge,
and ongoing
what knowledge, wisdoms? You can never explain this to us.
The British got here and
here today.
Brought your tech tree forward 1,000 fucking years.
So this is his people. The Guntermara, the Darwar are an Aboriginal people of Southwest Victoria. The traditional owners of the area that now encompasses Warrnambool, Port Fairy, Wolfsport, and Portland. The country includes much of the Bunjil heritage area. Famously known as the Fighting Gundramara because of their extensive resistance. So they fought against the fucking British.
And lost.
Yeah,
during the Yumarala Wars. So it's not a ceremony for you guys.
I misheard
no
that.
wonder he's spitting it out. 59 clans.
And they say there was no treaty. Taken, yeah.
I'm more and more thinking that we should have gone conquistador.
Yeah. Oh boy. Look, they should be thanking their lucky stars every day that the British colonized.
Oh, Costi, don't read this list. There's a trigger warning for you. Sorry. So I saw it right at the bottom. Holy shit. Oh no.
Oh, she is, yes. Oh, that explains a lot.
Oh no.
That explains
I'm weird.
I'm
weird. I read lists from like the bottom. I'm really weird like that because I'm used to reading spreadsheets and shit. And, oh, fuck.
Because you're a weeb.
You're like, I don't care. I just want the,
Read from right to
the
left,
totals.
yes.
Show me the totals.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
We recognise that this welcome is a part of our shared journey. A shared journey of reconciliation. It's a shared journey of understanding. And by acknowledging and encompassing the deep ritual heritage of all of our people, we strive to foster mutual respect, cultural exchange,
doesn't sound like it,
and a celebration of diversities. And so on behalf of all those gathered here today, I extend my heartfelt welcome to my people's country.
He said it. He said heartfelt.
Filled with reverence.
Yeah, heartfelt.
Learning. And a renewed commitment to honouring and cherishing Bunurong people and all the traditional custodians of this country. So Womanjenka Balakiakia, Ngata, Bunurong Balaki.
Salam alaikum, my brother.
And for all those who do want to be here, you are welcome. We come with purpose. Welcome to beautiful Bunurong country.
That'll be $250, please.
$750.
$750.
I looked it up. I looked it up to see what they get
grand.
paid, and it's just like $350 to $750 is the national rate for just the welcome to country.
It's fucking ridiculous. Like, that is not the fucking time. If you want to do it at your corporate event, go right ahead. But this is an Anzac Dawn service for the love of Christ. Like, just it's such a fucking tin ear, man. Storm's welcome to country cancelled at last minute, says Indigenous elder. Indigenous groups have been left dumbfounded and distressed after the welcome to country at the Melbourne Storm's Anzac Day NRL match was cancelled at the last minute, hours after neo-Nazis, plural. Everybody booing was a neo-Nazi. Everybody who doesn't like a welcome to country is a neo-Nazi. Auntie Joy Murphy said she had scheduled the performance.
Yeah, I just look at this and this kind of language is just going to push people to the actual neo-Nazis.
Oh yeah, the more
because
you
they'll
label
think
someone,
that they're reasonable.
Well,
you keep watering it down.
Yeah,
watering down the definition of neo-Nazi,
and eventually people are going to embrace it.
Instead of neo-Nazi being someone who ascribes to the ideas of Hitler, thinks he did nothing wrong and hate the Jews, now neo-Nazi means someone who doesn't like welcome to country. Someone who doesn't like being welcomed to their own fucking country.
Unironically, that's what some crazy lefties are saying. It's just like, but again, anything that the left doesn't like is Nazism, right?
Yeah, it's like someone says, "Oh, that person's a Nazi." 10 years ago, you were like, "Shit, I need to not associate with that person." They say it now, and it's like, "Are they really?"
10 years is where
I hate it because there are actual Nazis in Australia.
Yeah,
Like,
one of them was
arrested.
One of them was arrested for booing at that ceremony. Joel, somebody, whatever his name is, like he was one of those.
The national an actual Nazi now.
He was. Well, he was a member. He was one of the NSN members. Yeah.
Okay, so that was an actual Nazi. So
they
went through all the people who booed and went, "That guy's an actual Nazi. We arrest him."
Yeah, they managed to find.
We're arresting him for being a Nazi.
And didn't Shorten
Jacob person? That's the one. Yes.
Didn't Shorten say that? Oh, we need to use the full extent of the law to punish this person.
Yeah.
Like, come on, really? That's fucking retarded.
The group jeered from the
each time a speaker thanked the traditional owners, the group jeered
in the middle of the crowd. So everyone just backed up and pointed at them, saying, "Hey, officer, it's these people."
Other crowds cheered. They tried to project their voices. It sounded like there were a whole bunch of people who were like, "No, fuck this shit. Like, just get no."
Yeah.
Oh, I know this guy. This is the
we've covered him before.
The Nazi salute guy.
Yeah.
First guy to be convicted.
Mm-hmm.
Indigenous soldiers have served in every conflict involving Australian defence contingents since 1901. At least 70 who fought at Gallipoli. All right, well, let's do a ceremony for them.
Were any of them from the nation that was that I can't pronounce it. Whatever the fuck that nation was, the guy was talking about.
Look,
were any of the 70 from that nation? If so, okay. But
welcome to country makes sense for new citizens. That makes absolute fucking sense. Like, sure, welcome to country.
Yeah,
okay?
you're part of the.
I'll give him.
You're not being welcome.
I will give him that. I'll give him that. Right.
Mm.
Welcome to country.
Yeah.
Right. You're coming on quote unquote indigenous land, but welcoming people who live on that land already to that land is retarded. It makes no sense. Like, because I'm sure there's people there that have lived there for years and they're going to a dawn service in Melbourne because it's the closest one to them. And then you get some Aboriginal preaching to you about how this is my land and you're welcome on it. How about go fuck yourself?
Well, the implication is that all the people who died defending Australia, they did wrong. Because this isn't Australia. This is this country. This is that country, and we've stolen it from them. So all the Anzacs were just defending stolen goods.
Yeah, it's a slap in the face to every single service member who's ever served.
Even amnesty.org.au says always was, always will be Indigenous land.
Yeah.
Right? One of the biggest charity organizations in the fucking country. Literally, it's on
London, heartbroken after Welcome to Country called. Like, I'm sorry. Really?
Heartbroken. Oh, I couldn't.
Look,
heartbroken.
This is the Aboriginal elder. This is the Prime Minister. This is the Aboriginal elder. This is the Prime Minister. How are they not related?
Corporate need you to find the difference.
Yeah, need to find the difference between the two photos. It's the same. The Italian guy is as dark as the Aboriginal. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Daily Declaration, which I've never seen before, but is apparently a Christian news site, welcoming the Anzacs to their own country. Welcome to Country ceremony at Melbourne's Anzac service drew jeers and media outrage. I haven't explained Anzac for anybody in the chat, but Anzac is, like any Americans in the chat, Anzac is the Australian New Zealand Army Corps. Essentially, it is what the Australians fighting in World War One at the landing of Gallipoli, they fought under. So they fought under the Anzac banner. And now, because the 25th of April was the day of the absolute botched landing in the Dardanelles at Gallipoli. Thanks. See, everybody's like, "Oh, Winston Churchill's a monster because of this and because he fought World War II and he could have ended it earlier." No, he's a monster because he sacrificed the lives of thousands of Australians for a botched invasion. Not any other reason.
Nothing.
Because he was the Lord of the Admiralty during the First World War, and he planned the fucking invasion of the Dardanelles. So without Winston Churchill, the invasion of the Dardanelles wouldn't have gone the way it went.
Yeah, but there was also the fact that we either overshot or undershot, and
it was a fucking shit show. The whole thing was a shit show.
Around.
It should never have taken place. The location for doing it was a nightmare.
The Diggers, the Anzacs, fought so valiantly that even the Turks were like, "Hey, that you guys put up a good fight. Respect,
mad respect.
We'll let you come here and celebrate every year." You know.
Yeah, there are Australian.
There's dawn services at Gallipoli every year, hosted by the Turks.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
Sister Media will no doubt spent most of today interrogating this morning's events in Melbourne. Why don't we go there? Is Anzac Day the time and place for a welcome to country? No. Today's was brought to you by Uncle Mark Brown, a senior cultural heritage officer at the Bunurong Land Council, whose invocation began as follows. I'm a Bunurong man on my father's side, and this morning I'm here to welcome everybody to my father's country, beautiful Bunurong country. But before we do that, we must pay acknowledgement. We pay our respects to all of my ancestors. Service of law, there's nothing wrong with being welcomed, but context is everything. It all depends on who's being welcomed and who's doing the welcoming. Welcome to countries are by and large performed by Indigenous Australians and offered to non-Indigenous people. The subtext is that the latter are somehow foreigners to this continent. Indeed, that is the explicit message of archivists, of activists who habitually frame non-Aboriginals as invaders. I was born here. My parents were born here. You can go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm as native as you.
I'm even more native because more than my parents were born here.
So
how far do you want to take it back? Like exactly, it's retarded. It's
so. As far as I'm concerned, if your parents are born here and you were born here, you're a native.
Yeah.
Where you can where your parents were born, it's a nice curiosity. Has no bearing on your Australianness. And hell, if you've dragged your ass through the process to become an Australian citizen and traveled from across the world to partake in the Australian dream, you're just as Australian as I am, my guy.
Yep.
So there's a handful of natives, actual natives, and people like this.
Yeah, I'm one of those natives.
Uncle Mark Brown. No, you're not one of those natives. I'm talking about
by your definition. Yes, I am. I'm my family. Both sides of my family were here.
No, I'm talking about the people who were here before settlement.
Yeah,
and
they were talking about
Uncle Mark Brown.
Indigenous.
Uncle Mark Brown would not exist. I guarantee you, there is as much white in him as there is Italian in me. So,
I mean,
there are very few pure Indigenous people. Yes,
and I'm somehow 60% Italian, despite only having one Italian parent. So,
no, that makes sense.
Yeah, it means one of my ancestors on my mother's side has some Italian blood as well.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with being welcome, but context is everything. It all depends on who's being welcomed, who's doing welcoming. Yeah. But the diggers, thousands of whom, by the way, were Indigenous, not thousands, about 97, didn't fight and damn you, Costy. It's like data point.
Well, actually,
I thought it was thousands.
Going back to it, it doesn't have. You don't actually get 50-50 from both your parents. You could have got 60% of your DNA from one and 40% from the other. So you could have got the 60% all from one parent.
No, but your chromosomally. So
Yes.
your X chromosomes can't come from your mother.
No, they can't.
Sorry.
But 60% of your DNA can come from one parent. Like, it's not a 50-50 split.
Pro engineer makes a very good point. Two things can be wrong at once. Booing at a dawn service is pretty scummy, but having a welcome to country at a dawn service was a divisive move by the RSL.
Yeah.
1 billion% agree. That is fucking spot on, my guy.
Wish it didn't come to booing, but
yeah.
RSL fucked up, so
I can understand the urge.
Yeah.
At a dawn service. Because, look, if you've not been, you won't understand, but it can be pretty solemn.
I've been. I was in the cadet side to perform.
Yeah, it can be a pretty solemn event.
Especially if you had members of your family.
Yeah, if you've had family who served, it'll be very solemn.
Yeah.
Yeah, not who died, but a couple
the diggers
served,
who didn't, but the diggers, thousands of whom who were Indigenous, didn't fight and sacrifice to be welcome to their own country, nor did they return from battlefields abroad to stolen land. They were welcomed home. Anzac Day is a chance to commemorate their indispensable role in carving a nation out of nothing with their blood, sweat, and sacrifice. As one commenter put it, they tamed the land, they built the cities, and they defended its shores. We don't need to be welcomed to a country our ancestors forged with their bare hands. We hardly honour Anzac's memory by indulging in divisive rituals and insisting Australia will be perpetually petitioned by race. Here's the rub. These lands and country acknowledgements, formalised and popularised in the 80s, were introduced on the national stage in an effort to make Indigenous Australians feel more included, but the message they inevitably communicate is that everyone else is less included. As political veteran Mark Latham asked today, has anyone ever experienced a welcome to country that has actually made you feel welcome? Yeah, I can't say that I have.
I've never personally experienced a welcome to country.
I've experienced a few.
I usually have acknowledgements to country, like at the start of speeches and stuff, but every once in a while I've seen, because there's a technical difference. Welcome is the whole speech, and acknowledgement is just the.
This guy said, "Mate,
I can understand that. Hey, this, we're proud of our heritage, and some of our people are Aboriginal, and this was their land, and here's a Aboriginal
Yeah, that's acknowledgement engineer. That's not
Imagine
the
it's the
full
worst
welcome.
ones that people insist on doing in a Teams meeting.
And that's the more common one is the acknowledgement.
No, I've got you one worse on their email.
Yep. You must pronouns
signature?
and acknowledgement of country on the email signature.
It seems like every government fucking website has an acknowledgement.
It's on the
It
bottom.
does.
It's in the footer.
What-
I have to test that shit. I have
What
to
land?
yeah.
Are we on? Like, is it the land of the server, or is it the land of the person who wrote it, or what land are we talking about?
The browser that it rendered in. That's
Most of the time, it's a generic one, just traditional owners. They don't specify the nation. It's fucking annoying. I have to test all that copy and stuff. I test all that shit.
My uncles died for Australia, not for the Jabadung tribe. There are great stories they could tell. In my old hometown, a lot of blokes captured in Singapore only survived because an older Aboriginal soldier had incredible bushcraft skills. He'd adapted to the jungle. He kept them fed on jungle bush tucker. Getting someone to grandstand for 5 minutes and effectively saying Australia is illegitimate deserves to be booed off stage. It's shit.
Yeah, I was in that very thing.
Like I've said it before.
Agreed.
Like I have mentioned many times. I have sympathy for the plight that Aboriginals suffer, the actual Aboriginals in Australia. This guy ain't it. The guy doing the welcome to country is rich, entitled. His belly is full. He has a job that he didn't earn because he works for a land council.
Was he stolen? Was he part of the stolen generation?
Maybe.
he's too
I don't
young.
know. Probably not. Probably too young.
Then he can shut the fuck up.
Anyway, they were apologized to.
Like,
yeah, right.
I think the only Aboriginals who have any leg to stand on are Aboriginals who were actually stolen.
Yeah.
Actual Aboriginals who were part of the stolen generation.
And they're pretty old.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're the only ones that have a proper leg to stand on. And if they're like, look, we need compensation, you know what? That's a discussion that I'm willing for Australia to have. Anything else is just bullshit.
Here's the Premier strongly condemning it. To pierce the somber silence of the dawn service is more than disrespect. It dishonors all who have served, fought and fallen.
Yeah, and the Aboriginal disrespected it really badly.
Unless that guy was an Aboriginal serviceman, Aboriginal servicemen weren't being booed. Like that, they explicitly learn the wrong lesson.
Yeah, the guy didn't mention the Anzacs at all.
Servicemen.
Yeah, there was
and
plenty of
women.
opportunities to do a welcome to country to not necessarily do a welcome to country, but to do some sort of adapted speech that recognized the indigenous soldiers.
But he didn't do that
this
at
is
all.
the thing. If you want to be inclusive, you can do it. There's a way to fucking do it. But this is that way is just fucking lazy and invites division.
It's ham-fisted.
Yes.
It's slamming it down the people's throats, and not in a good way.
Yep. And people fucking hate it.
Yep.
So,
And people are fed
anyway, that's Aussie news for this week. Let's talk about Pete Hegseth. They're really trying to get rid of Uncle Pete.
No, not Uncle Pete.
There was this story that was immediately discounted by the White House. Then there was this story about Pete having an unsecured internet set up in his office to connect to Signal. They won't fucking stop with this Signal thing. There was another story about, Pete Hegseth sent attack war plans to his wife and his brother. It's like, how the fuck would you know? Like, unless his wife and his brother are they're just making this shit up at this point. It's fucking absurd. Like, it is a full court. It's a full court press to get rid of this guy.
The two people familiar with the line said Mr. Hegseth had it set up. So they're making shit up because they
What's hilarious is that they're all bitching that it's classified information. Funny thing is, who has the power to declassify it? Pete Hegseth.
No,
Pete Hegseth can. Yeah, but he can declassify the information going out because it's his department.
Okay.
He can be the one who says no, it's not classified.
I'm sure the president can only unilaterally do it.
Yeah, I didn't think secretaries had that power.
The secretaries can do it through a process.
I thought he had the ability to just do it straight up.
I don't think.
But
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's bag, including $3,000 in cash, is stolen from a DC restaurant. So she was eating dinner at a downtown Washington DC restaurant Sunday night, and so she had her bag stolen. So Secret Service, who provides security for Noem, reviewed security camera footage at the Capital Burger restaurant and saw an unknown white male wearing a medical mask steal her bag and leave the restaurant. Thief got away with her driver's license, medication, apartment keys, passport, DHS access bag, makeup bag, blank checks, and about $3,000 in cash. What the fuck? Why does she have blank checks?
I don't know. That's probably a US thing.
Why does she have a driver's license and her passport just carried around with her?
That sounds like a fed up.
So,
got a GPS tag in it.
I'll give it to Brenda. I'll give it to Brenda Dooley. This is funny. Kristi Noem is such a badass that she sat down this morning and confronted the homeless man that stole her purse at dinner last night.
Oh, but what about the suit? Well, people were going off at pool for not wearing a suit. I'm like,
why do you wear a suit? Why do you wear a suit?
Oh, Trump!
Why do you dress like a homeless man? Why do you wear a suit?
Trump attacked Zelensky for not wearing a suit. Why did he let Tim Pool in the press pool?
Case is classic intelligence community sources. There's nothing concrete in any of this stuff against Hegseth. It's just military and doctrinative complex. Out to get him since he advised President Trump not to attack Iran.
But but Baldo was right.
I don't know that he advised President Trump not to attack Iran. I think that Peter Hegseth's like, let's go blow some shit up.
Yeah, he's probably itching to. So, but Baldo was right.
Well, he's got hoothies.
Yeah. Secretaries can declassify stuff as long as their agency classified it in the first place.
Okay.
So DOD, he could declassify stuff.
Let's get some migrant updates. El Salvador denied the 4 House Democrats' request to meet with Kilmar Garcia. Our request has been denied, and the reason because it's not an official trip, not taxpayer funded. Rep. James Comer denied that. So
nice.
People posting this. My theory as to why it wasn't an official trip is because if they went down there officially, they would be stepping outside their jurisdiction and they could be charged with international interference. So they had to go down. Yeah, so they had to go down as independent, and because they were independent and not part of an official trip, they got turned around, which is hilarious. Because technically they're just citizens at that point. They ain't no one special.
Yeah. Here's a photo of a Minnesota judge being arrested by ICE, federal agents. Lol, did they use two sets of cuffs? That's nice of them. They arrested her and put her in the car with wearing her robes, which I think is hilarious.
Nice.
When they picked her up, believe
this
judge was arrested. This is disgusting. Yada
this
yada.
Is fascism. This is fascism.
She wasn't given due process, and sure enough, here's her arrest warrant signed by a federal judge that authorized her arrest.
A fascist judge.
But there it is. Stephen C. Dries, United States Magistrate Judge.
Obstruction
a Wisconsin
or
judge. Obstruction of or impeding a proceeding before a department or agency of the United States and concealing an individual to prevent his discovery and arrest.
Yeah. Oh, was this the judge that was like, oh yeah, no, we've got him in my house?
No, this wasn't. That was another one.
No,
this
is the one that comes next.
Yeah,
yeah. Cantor posted this. It's happy no one knows about the law day. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
What makes Judge Hannah Dugan's case doubly shocking is the fact that these domestic violence victims were in fear for their lives about testifying because they were terrified both defendant and his friends will either assault or even kill them to the point where they are demanding anonymity in this case. The media doesn't know their names. The record shows. Judges know it's extremely hard to get victims to testify in domestic abuse cases due to dangerously high recidivism rates and the fact these cases too often end in death. That she is accused of letting him escape through the jury door in front of them, and he is now at large, has put their lives at risk. The victims in the Eduardo Flores Ruiz domestic battery case were his roommates at a residence in Milwaukee. The incident occurred on March 12th, 2025 during a dispute over loud music. Flores Ruiz is wildly and uncontrollably accused of wildly and uncontrollably punching a victim approximately 30 times during a violent altercation, almost beating him to death to the point where he had to be hospitalized. Flores Ruiz, a Mexican national who had previously been deported in 2013, also punched a roommate's girlfriend in the head and arm and shoved her so hard she collapsed to the ground in the kitchen. Judge Dugan knew these details. Why did she help him escape? Why are Democrats and the media talking about victims? And why aren't the media and Democrats talking about victims and these details? Because they don't do that. They don't do that. They have to avoid it.
Because
I think that's hilarious. She was like robes and all off to fucking jail. And feds also arrested Judge Juan Cano and his wife for harboring a Tren de Aragua gang member. Here is the alleged gang member who look.
Yeah,
let's
that's
be
the
real.
one you were thinking of, Baldo.
No, I remember. I was thinking it was like the mayor or something in San Francisco, the governor or something, and he
I was the governor of
that'd be Newsom.
Wisconsin. Maybe the governor of Wisconsin.
Oh, it's
yeah,
Tim.
one of them.
Not Tim. Not Tim Walz.
Not Shapiro.
No, not just Shapiro, but I remember there was a governor who said, "Yeah, we have one in their house," and
that judge appears to be a day drinker. And the judge actually resigned. The one from New Mexico. He was a magistrate judge. They executed a search warrant on his home and took a 23-year-old Cristian Ortega Lopez into custody. Ortega Lopez had reportedly crossed into the US illegally through Eagle Pass during the Joe Biden administration. He was released from detention within days due to overcrowding the facility. After his release, Ortega Lopez became acquainted with Judge Cano's wife, Nancy Cano, and began working in construction. At some point, Cano allowed Ortega Lopez to live in their home. Like, I've got your solution. I've got your solution. E-Verify nationwide. They do it in Florida.
E-Verify.
You want to hire someone? E-Verify. You got to verify they're a fucking citizen.
You got to do that here.
It is illegal to hire an illegal, and yet it happens, and nobody gets fucking punished. So let's talk about Kanye.
So how many judges is that?
2.
3? 2 judges.
That's 2 that I know of.
I thought we just saw 3.
No, that was 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
2 judges and one of the judges' wives.
Yeah, 2 judges
were
and
arrested.
a judge wife. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's talk about Kanye. Kanye West was banned from Twitch just 7 minutes into his first stream.
Oh, he speedrun it.
I think
that took their time.
Where's swastika, nigga? Hell Hitler, nigga. Where's swastika?
Can't imagine why he got banned so fast.
Oh, they banned him. He had 0 TOS violations, not even one time.
Can we please add that?
Nigga, hell Hitler, nigga. Where's swastika, nigga? Hell Hitler, nigga.
Isn't there a longer version of that clip by a little bit?
Yeah, he'll be fine on Rumble. Yes, he'll be fine on Rumble. They welcome him there.
Just be thankful you're not Victorian, Turbo.
Yes, that's right. No, I didn't. No, they're going to arrest. They're going to arrest Yee, not me. Yee continues to sound off after alleging sex acts with male cousin, but this time it's about his kids. So yes, he was ranting about how he blew his cousin.
No, he released a song.
He released a song where he talks about blowing his cousin.
Where he talks about blowing his cousin. Well, him and his cousin blowing each other when they're like underage and they're looking at
get some help
at porn, essentially.
Yeah,
it is messed up.
Some Stephen King child orgy shit.
It is bad, but apparently there's more. It's at the headline said.
His dad had Playboys, but his mother's magazines were different. This is from the same performer who tweeted and deleted this a month later that his late mother, Donda, was a lesbian whom he'd caught hooking up with his babysitter. Then he announced he had performed oral sex on his younger male cousin until he turned 14. But on Tuesday, it was about the children. I don't need just to see my kids, he tweeted. I need to raise them, and I'm a good dad, and I'm a great father to have.
So the context is that Yeah, his cousin looks like he's going to be serving life.
His cousin? Why? What did his cousin do?
I don't know what his cousin did. He killed someone, I think, and he's going to be serving life. And yeah, he drops this and he's like, it's like, here. I'm letting the boys know.
This is Ye's cousin.
Apparently it's murder. Or supposedly it's murder.
Son is called cousin about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years ago. Yeah. After I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6. And then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboys, but magazines I found on the top of my mum's closet were different. So his mum had gay mags. My name is Yi, and I was a dick till I was 14. Someone really needs to get like one of those elephant tranquilizer guns and just fill it with like antidepressants and antipsychotics.
No, what he needs is
around and
microdoses.
shoot him.
He needs psilocybin microdoses. It'll fix him.
It might actually, yeah.
It'll fix him. But like his cousin's in jail. It's like it doesn't really hate his cousin that much. Now the whole block knows he's gay.
The whole jail, like, yo, I want to stick my dick where Ye stuck his.
Like, oh my god!
When a man's tossing your salad. Anyway, I had a glow.
I'll be your cousin today.
You're gonna be my cousin today.
Oh god!
All joking about sexual abuse in minors is hilarious. That's anyway. So there was a thwarted. So Pugliacci, the hated, says so there was a thwarted, quote unquote, right wing terror attack in the UK today, and the alleged perpetrator posted this to his Facebook beforehand. I don't think I've ever seen a glowy glow this hard in my life. This is a hack job. And the guy's name is Oz Lawrence, not to be confused with Oz Lotto. Attack information event: the Otley Run massacre targets students, nightclub goers, pub crawlers, Otley Run participants, society, humanity, human race, neurotypicals, and police if I need to. Date blank. Attack type: spree killing, mass murder, terrorism, revenge, misogynistic rage, homicide, suicide. Location: Otley Road, Leeds, England, Headingley, LS6. Perpetrator's name: Owen Oz Lawrence. Ethnicity, nationality: white British. Religious views: agnostic. Political views: reactionary with some small L libertarian sympathies. It's Tim.
I saw this and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, totally.
I have explored far-right ideas by reading through Brendan Tarrant's 74-page manifesto titled The Great Replacement. If you read that, I have read that, and it has encouraged you to do something. You were retarded to begin with.
It was Spyro the fucking Dragon and Candace Owens, don't forget. That's who really did it. And if you go back from that, it was clearly the Jews.
Yeah, it was the Jews.
Piece of Candace.
Absolute fucking nonsense.
I think one of the cops accidentally copy-pasted the whole false flag file and not just the part that was the manifesto.
This is like the AI spat it out. This is how you do it. But look at these weapons. This is a mass. He's saying it's a mass. It's going to be a massacre. Weapons, crossbow. Okay, maybe.
That can be deadly for one person.
For one person, yes, and then you have to reload it. Break barrel air gun. So as in,
well, it might break the skin.
No, yeah, that might annoy someone.
It's a pellet gun.
Someone in the eye, they might lose an eye.
Yeah,
so you're going to pepper them up.
Like
Sig Sauer Rattler CO2 gun.
Sig Rattler. I want to blaster.
It's a what? A gel blaster.
A gel blaster.
Oh my god!
Well, you can get them in BBs. You can get BB.
Oh wait, hang on.
I don't know about the UK.
Those combat gloves are going to really seal the deal, though.
Yeah, Powerline Guy 515 steel BB gun.
Yeah,
combat like, dude, rodents better watch out. This guy's coming for you. Like, if you're a small animal, this guy's going to fucking get you.
You're fucked.
You're fucked. Combat gloves, Brooklyn Basher, unbreakable baseball bat, blank fire gun with modified ammo, 2 homemade lollipop shanks.
Oh my, what?
Oh my god, this went
Just
from,
get a knife.
This went from
Oh wait, there's a band.
A knife
He's like, Deus Vault, my fellow brothers and sisters.
How do you do?
He's
fellow
wearing
whites?
a Deus Vault shirt, and that's what he literally comments.
Yeah.
Wait, Isaac Butterfield's in the UK?
Like this guy says, he's made endless posts about mass murder for years. Nowhere the police didn't know about him. By the way, this idiot is going to get another Netflix drama. Here's him doing a Nazi salute as his cover photo on fucking Facebook. Here's him. Here's him sharing like an Anders Breivik video on BitChute on his Facebook. Is feeling thoughtful. Here's a thought experiment. If you knew your days were numbered, that in actual fact you were going to die very soon, let's say like a few days, then suddenly became aware that anything you did now would have 0 consequences for you, what would you do? I mean, you could do anything, and I mean anything you wished. It would not matter at all. It would not backlash on you at all. No fear of going to prison or people seeking vengeance against you. What would you do? And then the previous post is, picking cherries sounds like a chore. It sounds boring, but that's my take on what's coming.
Yes, totally mentally sane.
Post Chatnam Barker. I don't identify with far-right ideologies, although at that time I admit I did flirt with our ideas a bit. At present, in the year of our Lord 2025, I am without a radical ideology, not sure what to believe. There is nothing worse than being agnostic about most things, although in times of need, a belief in God is as I understand, him does tend to help.
Hello, fellow kids.
Yes, how do you do, fellow extremists? Like,
you have to change
Jesus
your subtitle to
Christ.
an extremist podcast.
Yeah, an extremist podcast, a far right extremist podcast.
Yep.
Like, yeah, how do you do? Hello, fellow nuts. Yeah, right. Hello, do you agree with Vatican II? Yeah, I love the Latin mess and shit. busted for real. Do you also own illegal short-barreled firearms?
Oh yeah, one of those weapons.
The Oatley Road leads at 2:47 p.m. today to reports of an ongoing incident involving a man seen with weapons. Officers attended and located 3 people who had suffered injuries, which at this time were not being treated as life-threatening.
Yeah, the
Because
baby's
no,
done
really, not life-threatening. But he had a break barrel BB gun. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like I said, this man is a danger to himself.
They were all 3 of them were BB guns. You can, which are legal in the UK.
hang on now. One was a pellet gun.
This is what's taken place, and further updates
they're
will
all
follow.
BB guns.
Number of police scenes remain in place, and ensuring public safety remains our priority. You know what? Next week we're going to start hearing about how they're coming for your BB guns.
Well, are they already illegal in the UK?
Yeah, you can have BB guns. BB guns are fine. You have you can have airsoft. Airsoft's legal in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh,
this
yeah,
is the fucking retarded part.
Not here.
You and I have to get a license for it.
Holy shit. Oatley Run horror. Leeds live. Calm the fuck down. Everything we know about as 3 injured amid reports of man brandishing guns and crossbow. Your crossbows are done. You cucks. Your crossbows are over.
Back to the bow.
Buy them now while you still can, and buy hundreds of heads.
Make your own.
Yorkshire Ambulance Service confirmed their attendance. I guarantee you no one went to hospital. Unless he managed to hit someone with a bolt.
Yeah, or through the fucking crossbow.
Many reports suggested a man with guns, a crossbow, and a bat.
Tombolo, yes, but you need a license for it in Australia.
Yeah, they're treated like firearms.
You can't import airsoft.
No, you can get gel.
Like proper airsoft, you can't import it.
Yeah, it has to be heavily modified. It's fucked.
It's treated like a full like bringing in a semi-automatic. Like it's treated like bringing in an actual like rifle.
Yeah, they're classified. They have the same license categories as actual firearms. It's fucking retarded.
And what's worse, in Victoria, it's illegal to have gel soft.
Agreed.
Or any gun that looks like a gun.
Yeah,
In Victoria, it's illegal to have a samurai sword.
Unless you're a collector or have a member of a club and stuff like that.
You need to be a member of a club.
I looked up the laws and that.
License.
You know, but and all it took was one guy with a broadsword getting shot by police.
Yeah, but look at what they did with fucking paracetamol. Like the government just overreaches on everything.
Yeah,
that's Australia. That's Australia, though.
Cigarettes, cough, cigarettes. Though I'm actually happy about cigarettes because my wife is quitting.
Hey.
So we will save thousands a year. So, anyway,
can't have fireworks. Got to wear helmets.
May
can't drink on the sidewalk.
May all your terrorists be as competent as this guy.
Yes. He's hoping.
Discord co-founder and CEO Jason Crichton is stepping down. He's going to stay on the board and serve as advisor. So it's another. I think this guy's a Pajit. Human Sakhini. I think he's of Indian descent, which is hilarious. More and more people from India are controlling more and more of the of tech, big tech. Apparently, we're winning. I don't agree that Grums is. I don't agree that Grums is a we. You don't stand for
we Grums.
But, yeah. So for those who may not be aware, Oblivion the Oblivion remaster was released this week. It is very popular because Oblivion was a fucking baller game. Despite introducing the concept of microtransactions through horse armor. Yeah, see, it was the first big game with microtransactions. You could buy horse armor for your horse for like $4. And then
don't worry.
EA Games just went, wow, that's a great idea.
No, Steam. Sorry, not Steam. Valve with Team Fortress 2.
Oh
yeah, hats. All the hats. Yeah.
So that was just the loot boxes.
I never played Oblivion. I played Daggerfall demo.
You should. It's good. It's good. And apparently the mod is really like. Apparently the it's not a mod. The remaster. What they did is they took the underlying engine, like the actual gameplay engine, and then just layered Unreal 5 over the top.
That's what I've heard. Because apparently they didn't change the facial animations or anything, so it's still this janky 2000 facial animation underneath these 2025 models and skins. And
they did change the body selector from male female to body type A, body type B.
Oh, cucks.
Which is of course like, oh god, can't fucking do that. No one do fucking damn.
Yeah, because
and of course Nexus Mods deleted a mod. And then said,
"Oh
no, we actually deleted we actually banned the creator, not the mod."
Yeah, because there was another game that got released. Yeah, because Lords of the Fallen. How's
that winning?
Yeah, where's
because
the
it was restored. It was restored. It's victory. Oh. The mods changed their mind.
Right,
victory is ours.
Yeah, because there was one game that got a big update recently. And they actually did the opposite. They went from type A to B to male and female. And of course, they copped flack for all that shit. And world's crazy.
Maybe Thief.
Hope that frame rate is the video, not you.
It's probably the.
Hold on, if I shoot an arrow,
the capture,
video
is just the setting
going through StreamYards. Yeah,
like I felt like I got dropped in like a Lord.
Made it out of the city. Very few of us did.
Dogs.
But Savlian Matthias might know more. He's in charge of the city guard that are defending the camp.
The lips.
You'll find him at the barricade. He's still trying to hold what's.
So when you say janky, you mean the lip syncing?
I think that's what people were complaining about.
The elves look like shit.
I haven't played it, so
goddamn.
Those are the complaints I heard.
The elves look like shit. The humans are fine.
What about Khajiit?
The Khajiits look like lions, which I'm like, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. Scalies are still scalies.
Quarantine says, hopefully your missus successfully quits. My mum tried for years and never could. My missus has quit before, and then she did vapes for a while, and then she went back to cigarettes when the vapes were hard to get because laws. But she only smokes menthols, so she can't stand other cigarettes, and menthol's about to be banned.
So is your house just full of minty smell now?
No, she smokes outside. She doesn't smoke in the house.
Yeah, I didn't think menthols actually made the cigarette smoke smell like menthol.
No, it doesn't. Menthols are a little like the tobacco is the tobacco. It's just a thing in the filter.
Just makes it taste different.
Makes it taste different, yeah.
Right.
So Ultimate Pool has now said that after the Equality Act was fixed by the Supreme Court in the UK, the Ultimate Pool Women's League will be only for women.
And they mean like
actual women.
Female.
Yes, adult human females. Yes.
Nice. And they have cover. They're like, yeah, it's legal.
Apparently, what's it called? Peer pressure is a thing for teachers now.
The video is pretty disturbing right from the beginning. It shows a staff member at Walnut Grove High School write out the N-word with one letter missing. In the video, you hear a student off camera shout out the final letter. The person at the front of the classroom then completes writing the racial slur, while some of the students whose faces we...
I don't care.
This is nothing compared to the old story
at school. Yeah.
This is nothing compared to the classic story of the teacher who called his student the N-word, because
Trump's selling Trump 2028 apparel on the website, which is hilarious. This will be hilarious up to the point he says I'm running again. That's
when the real fun begins.
That's the point where every episode I will have to point out that he can't
yet.
But there's one way to do it. We're looking into it.
The Constitution has been amended. He cannot.
And the issue with doing that is you call a convention of states and any.
That's the easy way. That's the easy way to do it. That's the way that doesn't require 2/3 of Congress. Because that's the thing. It needs 2/3 of Congress to pass the amendment, and then 2/3 of the states. Sorry, 3/4 of Congress, and then three quarters of the states. So not 2/3, 3/4.
3/4. Okay.
So, man who killed 2 teens in Seal Beach DUI crash is to be released from prison.
Of course.
For a deadly high-speed drunk driving crash in 2021 that killed 2 teens in Seal Beach is being released after serving just a fraction of his sentence. Eyewitnesses reporter Rob McMillan spoke to the father of one of the teens.
To my personal opinion, the system should work better.
Paul Osukin is the father of Nikolai Osukin, who along with girlfriend Anya Varfolomiva were both killed in a fiery crash on the 405 freeway in Seal Beach back in November 2021.
I think I know why they crashed. Did you see that? Like the windscreen was all blurry.
For 2021. The man who did it, Oscar Anguiano, was under the influence, traveling at a high rate of speed when it happened, sentenced to 10 years in prison. But now Osukin says he was informed that Anguiano is being released after serving just 3.5 years.
When somebody will get 10 years and get released in 3 years, it's unspeakable, unbelievable.
Osukin says his son and girlfriend had known each other since they were just little kids. They like to hike and work on cars together. He says he'll never forget the night he found out they'd been killed.
I don't even know how to describe it. And for me, the most difficult part was to tell my wife.
Anguiano was in the country illegally and had been deported before. The governor's office putting out a statement today saying, quote, after being deported in 2013, this individual unlawfully re-entered the U.S. and committed heinous crimes. A GOP DA then gave him a plea deal instead of pursuing second-degree murder. CDCR will again coordinate with ICE, as they have with more than 10,000 inmates, to transfer him before release. Orange County DA Todd Spitzer saying today that there was no plea deal and they were trying to prosecute on second-degree murder charges, but the defendant pled to the court and was sentenced under state law by the judge. New U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley saying he's filing felony.
Wait, what? You can do that? You can just go to the court and plead, and the judge can just give you a fucking what the hell?
Immigration charges against Anguiano. If convicted, he could face 20 years in federal prison.
I don't really care about him being illegal, and but he got 10 years, and he's getting released in 3 years.
That's absurd. I don't care how well you behave. Like, a 10-year sentence should mean a 10-year sentence.
Well, look, I can understand if it's like you're in there 8.5 years and like, okay, fine, you've been really good. But
Yeah,
3
maybe,
out of
but
10.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10
judge
is
has to say
there needs to be a
this is what
70%
your
rule,
minimum
like some
is
sort of
after this
80%
fact.
rule or something.
Yeah.
No, it's what usually happens is say you serve this time, but after this point in time, you can apply
Eligible
for
for parole.
Yeah, eligible for parole.
Yeah, it is, Steph.
Yep.
George Santos has been sentenced to 87 months in prison. He has to report to prison on July 25th.
George Santos.
For those, George Santos, it's this guy. Remember the gay congressman?
The mincing guy, as Tam used to call him.
Yeah, the mincing guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he the one that
I
lied
miss
about
Tam.
everything?
Yes.
Yes. This is the guy who lied about everything. Oh, this fucking.
Oh! You want to sit on my shoulder? Oh my gosh, you're so tall. You want to sit on my shoulder? Wow. No. Kyle, look out your boo.
Those poor children.
Do you love it? Do you love me? Come on, let's go look in here. Wow. What a berry wonderland.
Seems like the blonde is more interested in having a child than the other one is.
Look at this.
That's the problem, though. Yeah, I hate this so much as well. Yeah.
Why are you showing us child abusement?
Yes, that's what I was just about to say. That they're just using them as props. They're accessories.
Beautiful.
And it's just like having a toy dog.
Look,
You got a toy, baby.
Look, Aunt Courtney is so talented. Kyle, do you want to sit on your throne? Ready? This has your name on it. Okay, ready? Sit right here. Sit right here. Here's your ball. Ball.
They're IRL dolls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here's your
literally.
ball. Distract him. No, put it in his hand.
Well, they're melting.
Ball. Kyle. Okay, ready? Let her take a picture or a video. Ready?
Someone points out there is zero connection between babies and these two freaks. No affection, no interaction, no eye contact, no mutual love. They're carried around like designer pets or worse, props. Any normal mother knows that this is not healthy behavior between babies and parents. Yep, they're props. It's gross. Justice Alito issues a scathing rebuke of politically motivated order blocking Trump from deporting foreign terrorists under Alien Enemies Act. According to the order, there is before the court an application on behalf of a putative class of detainees seeking an injunction against their removal under the Alien Enemies Act. The matter is currently pending before the Fifth Circuit. Upon action by the Fifth Circuit, Solicitor General is invited to file a response to the application before this court as soon as possible. The government is directed to not remove any member of the putative class detainees from the United States until further order of this court. Justice Alito and Thomas dissent from this court, from the court's order. A statement from Justice Alito to follow. Where is the fucking statement? Oh man, you're gonna make me read the whole fucking.
Thanks, Gateway Pundit. So what we try not to cite them.
Gateway Pundit. That's why I fucking hate them. Although the order does not define the putative class, it appears that the court means all members of the class that the habeas petitioners sought to have certified, namely all non-citizens in custody in the Northern District of Texas who were, are, or will be subject to the March 25th presidential proclamation entitled Invocation of the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States, yada, yada, yada. It is not clear that the court had jurisdiction. It's questionable whether the applicants complied with the general obligation to seek emergency injunctive relief in the district court before asking for such relief from an appellate court. So they tried to fucking skip courts. When this court is rushed to enter its order, the Court of Appeals was considering the issue of emergency relief. So again, they leapfrogged the court. The only papers before this court were those submitted by the applicants. The court has not ordered or received a response from the government. The papers before us, while alleging that the applicants were in imminent danger, provided little concrete support for that allegation. That's always good. Just assert something and then present no evidence to it. Although the court provides class-wide relief, I'm not seeing some massive slam from Scalia, like from Alito. This is more like, come on, fucking do your shit properly.
Well, it is a massive, legal.
Yeah, it's illegal. It's illegal.
It's not a a gotcha. You can.
It's illegal. Back of my hand, bitch.
Yeah.
Get back in line.
Yeah. Southern California mayor says he wants to purge homeless population by giving them all the fentanyl they want.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's.
She had his controversial reviews during its February 25th city council meeting when a resident took issue with the city's attempt to address the homeless crisis by enclosing the unhoused at an abandoned golf course near a residential neighborhood. What I want to do is give them free fentanyl, Paris said as he interrupted the woman's comments. Dude. Oh, and he's wearing a fucking hat too while doing it. Oh my God.
Oh, he's Republican. Like he's a rare California Republican.
That's fucking great.
Yeah.
A Houston 911 operator has been arrested after hanging up on more than 800 callers because she didn't feel like talking. The caller described that he called 911 in Houston because his wife had collapsed and she had no pulse. Krishanda Williams answered, "This is Krishanda. May I help you?" Wife's passed out. I need an ambulance, he said. Krishanda said, okay, and then hung. He had to call back to get on the line, and his wife was rushed to the hospital and survived. An audit showed that she'd hung up more than 800 callers over a 5-month period. She explained she simply didn't want to talk at those times and was sentenced to 10 days in jail and 18 months of probation.
This is how you make people far right.
Another one, eh?
This is how you make people hate the blacks.
As I said,
US. So the US has set tariffs as high as 3,403% on solar cells from Southeast Asia.
Oh damn!
So it targets companies in Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam in response to allegations of subsidies from China and the dumping of unfairly cheap products in the US market. So if you're going to do a solar installation, maybe hold off.
Or start a company in Australia and have it shipped to Australia and then to the US. Or just buy German.
No way, you only get 10%. Yeah. Does everybody remember this kid? Does everybody remember this kid?
Yes, I do. He totally owned the cop. He's like, you're shivering. It's like, yeah, I'm in pain.
This was the kid who's like, no, I blew zero. Like, what the hell are you doing? And he was arrested. So the cops were denied qualified immunity.
Boost.
Finally.
So he is suing them. This is the kid who embarrassed the shit out of the cop as well. Like afterwards, he embarrassed them.
Came back
while
and
he
was
was
like, I
there.
want you to apologize. I want you to apologize.
He was basically arrested for contempt of cop, but they played it up as like, oh no, it's DUI. And the
on
kid
video
was
blowing
insistent.
zero.
The kid passed all the fucking tests, like all the field sobriety tests, all of it, and he was still arrested because it was contempt of cop. So I think that's hilarious that that they have been like denied qualified immunity, so they're probably going to lose their pensions and their homes maybe.
To him,
yeah,
which is hilarious.
Yes, nice.
And the
Trump administration has been mulling a way to get more Americans married and having kids, including a $5,000 baby bonus for every new mum after delivery. So there you go, ladies.
Hungry.
Is that going to come with a clause to have the father in the household? Because we've seen baby bonuses.
No, it might be more if it's married. It might be married couples.
I missed the married part.
And then that law will pass Congress, and then the court, a lower court, will decide that, oh no, actually you can't. The Constitution doesn't allow you to discriminate because of marital status, and then it'll have to be open to everybody, and it'll just
single mothers
result
get the
in
$5,000.
black women having even more babies, and just turn into a whole fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
We have a 20% reduction in income tax rate for each kid. You already have that.
Yes.
You already have a fucking you already have a tax discount for having kids.
It should be more.
It should be more. You should just have a tax.
Should be
Should be more for each kid.
I want a flat tax for everybody, and that flat tax should be 0.
Negative. -5 to make up for all the time. RFK Jr. came back from the dead and created a new disease registry that will track Americans with autism. Beware. RFK Jr. is using his autism study to amass medical records of many Americans. So in the coming war, they're going to weaponize autists.
Oh no! Oh no!
My medical freedom, yeah.
The Home Office is now going to be publishing the nationalities of foreign criminals from now on.
Cool.
Which is cool.
Don't agree with the headline.
Trump's.
Which documents? I don't know. I'll speak to the Attorney General about that. I really don't know.
Should have already been done.
We've done the RFK, the Kennedy, Martin Luther King.
Wait, the RFK files? I didn't know that. Like, I know which motherfucker.
Robbie Senior, yeah.
There,
Robbie Senior.
very shortly.
I think they
We'll
was
find
snuck
out.
in there.
But we've really announced we're doing them in full transparency. You know, when we did JFK, people would say, "Oh, maybe it was."
Oh, he admitted it. We did JFK.
Well, we already knew that.
I thought it was the Jews.
Here's the Trump administration. We will put an end to Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout attempts. No student loan has been referred to collection since March of 2020. That comes to an end. On May 5th, the Department of Education will resume involuntary collections for borrowers with defaulted federal student loans.
Yes, he's
The
trying
student
out
loan
new
portfolio
tie colors. I've
controlled
noticed
by the
that.
federal government is nearly 1.
I don't care. That was always illegal anyway. So the fucking loan bullshit. All right.
Well, no, they're actually referring the unpaid ones to debt collectors.
Yeah, but
the debt forgiveness was illegal. That's what I'm saying.
They used to
Pockets
refer
on
you-
breast are not a good look. Yeah.
No, I mean, but that was the point. Is before the pandemic, they used to refer you to the tax collector, like, but that was stopped during.
Who knew it was
during
Trump
during
on the
pandemic.
grassy knoll? Yeah, let's go on.
Yeah, he's old enough.
So we need to talk about this. Cat Turd says the last 3 or 4 weeks, the algorithm has been so bad on X, it's hard to justify putting 12 to 15 hours a day on here and busting your ass when you just get throttled to hell and back for no reason. I've talked to hundreds of large account creators, and it's the same for all of them. None of them understand this insane strategy. It makes no sense throttling the hell out of everyone when X should want their advertisers getting as many views as possible. I just don't get it. I know everyone understands what I'm talking about because it's happening to everybody. $12 to 15 hours a day on X. Just posting.
How many
Some
posts-
amazing stuff.
How many
Cat Turd
posts
not have
is-
a life.
Like,
how many does he post and make a day? Sorry.
Well, he's got 151,000 fucking tweets. Joined in September 2018. I guarantee you it has increased recently. But it's like, could you imagine if Jack Dorsey still owned Twitter? Oh my God, Troll King, this is getting ridiculous. Grok is addictive. Good grief. Fucking hell. Like, come on, man. Like,
yes.
Work? This is not work, my guy.
He makes a lot of money for it.
This is what Cat Turd puts in 12 to 15 hours a day doing, by the way. Yeah. Pointing down fingers, fire emojis, fucking lots of laughs, fire emojis. True. Wow. This is crazy. Bidenomics, lol, chicken. Prosecute Fauci, laughing my ass off. Lol. Like, dude, Elon puts more effort into his fucking Twitter account.
I mean,
Yeah,
sometimes
Cat Turd 2
guys
showing up
sort
for a
of
15-hour
phone it
shit
in.
to tweet in the mines.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Just, An immigrant held in U.S. custody has simply disappeared. Venezuelan man did not appear on a list of people sent to prison in El Salvador, and his family and friends have no idea of his whereabouts. This guy's name's Ricardo Prada Vasquez, a Venezuelan immigrant working in a delivery job in Detroit, picked up an order at a McDonald's. He was headed to the address when he erroneously turned onto the Ambassador Bridge, which leads to Canada. It's a common mistake even for those who live in the Michigan border city, but for Mr. Prada, it proved fateful. U.S. authorities took Mr. Prada into custody when he attempted to re-enter the country. He was put on detention and ordered deported. On March 15th, he told a friend in Chicago that he was among a number of detainees housed in Texas who expected to be repatriated to Venezuela. That evening, the Trump administration flew 3 planes carrying Venezuelan migrants from the Texas facility in El Salvador. Dude, that's hilarious. So he was doing a fucking, like an Uber Eats delivery, took a wrong turn, ended up in Canada, and when he came back in, because he's illegal, he's getting shipped back.
If that was me, I would have been driving the wrong way on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah, I would have just fucking gone, oh shit, this goes to Canada. No!
Oh, sorry, officer. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way, and I panicked.
So apparently, he's not on a list of people.
No, just kept going.
I
just be Canada citizen now.
Yeah,
Say,
I mean,
fuck
look at me. I'm Canadian now. Mary Moriarty, who is the first LGBT person to serve as the Hennepin County attorney, according to Wikipedia, defends her decision not to criminally charge the Minnesota state employee who vandalized multiple Teslas, causing over $20,000 in damage.
So diversion.
Impeach this faggot.
The case was submitted to us by the police. We did not decline it. We looked at the case. What we really wanted was for the victims in that case to get restitution and for this person to be held accountable. We are accomplishing both of those by requiring him to go through a diversion program and to pay restitution to all 6 victims. What happened to those victims of those Teslas should not have happened. And just like any other property offense, which is one of the lowest level offenses that we have, we seek to hold people accountable in a way that will be consistent with public safety. And diversion is a...
It'd be hilarious if the feds came in and charged him with terrorism charges.
That'd be a bit fucking ridiculous, but
it'd be hilarious though.
Look, as long as if he pays restitution, I'm all right with restitution. He has to pay for the damages he did, and it has to be back to normal. So,
yeah, I still think you needed to deter this kind of shit.
Also, this guy's name is everywhere. Every time you Google this guy's name, you're going to find this fucking that he's like keyed Teslas. So,
yeah, he goes to jail. Does he learn his lesson?
So
Probably
my insurance
not.
paying restitution. Oh, I see. He's going to pay out $20,000. Yeah.
Plus interest should be doubled.
Yeah. Look, she should probably serve 30 days.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it for the show. We're done. Praise Christ.
Christ is Lord.
Christ is King.
I thought Charles was my king. Sorry, I had to say it.
Charles is king too.
I had to say it.
Charles is king.
Charles is an inferior king.
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah.
So, we will be back. I assume I will definitely be back on Friday American time for
the election stream.
Our election is next Saturday, so I'll be
done your early voting.
I'll be doing that. I haven't done my early voting. I'll vote on the day.
I vote on day.
So yeah, I like to get the feel.
I like to get the
I live in a swing electorate, so I live in a marginal electorate that is 2.1% to the ALP. So it could a swing of more than that will see the seat go back to the previous member, Lucy Wicks. There you go, Costy, another data point. Good luck, because Robinson is the entirety of the fucking lower Central Coast. So, anyway, yeah. So I think from maybe 6:30, I will be doing our election coverage. So we'll have a few streams up. We'll look at the numbers as they roll in, and we'll stream until I can't stream no more. And yeah, should be entertaining if you find that stuff entertaining. Most people don't. But yeah, we'll have a few laughs. We'll watch some stuff, and yeah, should be fun.
Should be a lot of coping on one side or the other.
And then pre-stream the next day.
And pre-stream the next day, yeah. Probably a truncated one, but who knows? Anyway, so yeah, have a great week, everyone, and I will see you on Friday/Saturday. Saturday for the Australians, Friday during the day, I guess. Actually, let me pull up a fucking time thing. Time, date.
Just take 2 hours for the East Coast.
Timeanddate.com.
About 9 to 10 UK. So
if it's 6:30 Australian Eastern, it's
it's going to be very late for them.
It's
4:30.
I mean, I'll put out a whatchamacallit, like a community. I'll put out a community post, but if I go, this time zones, meeting planner. So the day will be the 1st of May. Is it the 1st of May or the 2nd? The 3rd. It's the 3rd of May
in Sydney.
The 3rd of May in Sydney. In let's see, New York. Concrete jungle, where dreams are made of. I'm told there's nothing you can't do.
It's -2.
6 a.m. on. Oh no, it's Saturday. 6 p.m. will be 4 a.m. on Saturday. So,
yep.
So from Saturday morning, very early, I'll be streaming. So,
and yeah, it'll be what 8 p.m.
Doomed, I say. Doomed. Trumpet of Patriots engenders a counter swing. Doomed, I say. Sky will fall. It'll be Labor again. All I hope is that Peter Dutton loses his seat. And the Greens get annihilated.
No, they're going to have one seat, and it'll be Melbourne.
Yeah,
well, yeah, they're never going to lose that seat.
Well, no, it'll be Melbourne. Yeah. If it's going to be one, it's going to be Melbourne. Yeah.
It's going to be Adam Bant, which we're going to be stuck with until he dies, or Melbourne gets the name changed and all the Aboriginals move in.
And hopefully, Costa's girlfriend doesn't make it.
Hopefully's videos on the election have been fantastic on the election. Topher, who the fuck is that?
Topher. Field. Topher Field. Used to run the Aussie Wire. He's a lobbit like me. He's one of them big lobbits.
Yeah. Oh, this guy, yeah. I've seen this guy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, big ideas for a better Australia. Oh, I've seen this guy. Anyway, that's it. Only downside to Dutton losing is that we never get nuclear. We're never getting nuclear.
We're never getting it.
You
may as well go. Just go hydro.
Even if the Liberals win, we're not getting nuclear. It's a bullshit. Their plan is bullshit. Like there's the facilities they've chosen. The states don't want anything to do with it. Even the Liberal states, they are not on board. Nobody is on board with it. It is pie in the sky.
Nuclear is as
really
nuclear is as dead in Australia as guns are. It's ridiculous.
Nuclear
guns back.
Would have been okay.
Not getting guns back. You're not getting nuclear.
Started in the 80s. We could have had a nuclear plan, but both parties didn't want it. Australia's never wanted it. Not really. I've wanted it, but I've wanted it traveling. I wanted to travel back in time and do it.
Yeah. So now we have to suck up and deal with the wind farms and the batteries and all the other shit that could have been used for other things with a few nuclear plants.
Honestly, look, I've said before, Australia should be a green energy superpower. Like whether you believe climate change is a thing or not, believe that other people believe and are willing to hand you dollars. Australia should be fucking pulling out the materials from the ground that we have tons of to make solar panels, making them locally and selling them everywhere.
And making them so good that we can make them at a premium.
And we should be like the world leader. We should have automated factories just assembling solar panels fucking constantly at full
reactors don't actually exist. They're still theoretical.
Powered by solar power. and wind power.
And that's the thing. We could also have test facilities through the CSIRO with all that stuff. It could all become,
Yep. We should use the CSIRO to make all this shit more efficient. We should mine it ourselves. It should be this self-contained industry. Like Australia should have been and had the opportunity to be the engine of the green revolution. And whether you believe, like I said, whether you believe it or not, there are enough people out there. There are enough countries out there that believe it. Sell it to them.
Yeah, I've no issue with a market.
The fact that
solution
ideology
like that.
has meant that the fact that one party doesn't believe in climate change has meant that we just don't invest in anything green, even if there's money in it. The only green that should matter is dollars.
We invest in hydro and wind and solar, just not nuclear.
Yeah, but we don't market it to the world.
We should have.
No, we don't.
We should have been building out our green industry to sell to other people, even if we don't use it ourselves.
Oh yeah, like we're an export economy in most things.
Power green industry, and then sell green industrial materials to other people.
Yeah, we have such a surplus.
Instead of letting China make fucking all the panels in the world.
Yeah,
and most of them are garbage.
Shit.
That should be our equivalent of the oil of the massive oil magnates, right? I get it.
And look, we're building a fucking we're building a power line to like Southeast Asia to be part of like a Southeast Asian grid. So because the idea is like Australia gets fuck tons of sun.
Yeah.
Like when it comes, like Australia is like the place for solar. So, and if you build a grid that can transmit shit tons of power to like other like Southeast Asia, when it's sunny here, we can have like a global grid.
The problem with that is it has to be like extremely high voltage.
Yeah.
So
anyway, that's it. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Actually, yeah, it is Saturday for everybody because it's in the US. It's Saturday. Yep. So Saturday morning early. So Saturday night late for us. So anyway, bye. Have a great week. See you then.
Later all.
Bye.